The Driftwood Motel is the last place Pearl Fuller ever wanted to end up, but desperation has a way of stripping choices down to nothing. Now, every night, she settles behind the dusty front desk with a stale cup of coffee and a rising sense of dread. The neon sign flickers outside, the hallway lights hum, and somewhere in the silence, something watches. They warned her about the Berkman murder. Everyone in town remembers the story. Room 52, left untouched for years, sealed like a tomb. No one checks in, no one is allowed inside. But Pearl sees movement behind its grimy window, a shifting shadow, a figure standing just beyond the threshold. And sometimes, when the motel is quiet and the world seems to hold its breath, she hears the voice, a whisper that curls through the darkness and seems to know her name. Pearl is sure something is wrong, that the past is not done with the Driftwood Motel, but no one believes her. Except maybe Noah, the charming stranger who appeared in her life at the exact moment the nightmares began. Noah, who knows too much about the motel. Noah, whose smile doesn't always reach his eyes. As secrets surface and the danger draws closer, Pearl must face the truth about Room 52 and about the man who may not be who he claims to be. Because the darkness in this motel isn't just haunting her, it's hunting her. Welcome to The Room in the Dark. Check in carefully, because some rooms never let you leave.
Chapter 1. I'm alone, eating a pot of instant oatmeal at 3 a.m., staring at glass-fronted doors that beam the pitiful scene right back at me. They haven't been opened in at least 2 hours and likely won't see anyone walk through them again until breakfast time. By then, I'll have already clocked off and be on my way back to the apartment. I discreetly slide my silenced phone toward me under the desk, hoping to see a message, a missed call, an email. Even a scam text with a link to claim a tax refund would help distract me somewhat from this feeling of being utterly alone in the blank void that is nighttime in the empty lobby of the Driftwood Motel. But just like the last 10 times I checked, the phone is blank, all but for a lock screen image of a dewdrop-soaked rose, a space that used to be occupied by a photo of me and Peter, him kissing my cheek as I scrunched up my face in delight. Peter. My stomach knots at the thought of him, as it always does, at the thought of his face, his smile, his touch, and at the thought of what I did to him. I shake my head before the cycle of shame and regret begins to spin, around and around in my mind again, a whirlpool of self-inflicted torment. Pearl and Peter, Peter and Pearl, the perfect couple. I had it all, the boyfriend, the apartment, the shared friends, and a bright future ahead of me. Now I have no boyfriend, no apartment, and with our friends having taken his side and gradually phasing me out after the breakup, I feel as though I've been dumped by far more than just Peter. Of course, there are no missed calls on my phone, no texts, no emails. My social life has become non-existent. I spend my nights sitting here in this empty lobby, and when I'm not sleeping during the days, I'm searching, so far unsuccessfully, for a place to live, a house, an apartment, even a room for rent. I'm so desperate at this point I might accept an empty dog kennel. I just need somewhere I can afford so that I can get my stuff out of Peter's and begin moving on with my life. Peter's been patient with me, given the circumstances. He could have thrown my stuff out the window onto the street outside. I might have deserved it, but he's a good guy and he would never do that to me. Since he's the only one of us who can afford to rent the apartment alone, he's going to keep on living there. And while I'm searching for somewhere else to move to, he's letting me sleep on the couch and store my belongings in boxes on the floor. The problem is, finding somewhere else to live is easier said than done, given the sorry state of my bank account. I push my phone to the back of the shelf under the desk again. Phantom echoes in my ears of Heather Hartwood's many lectures on how she won't have her guests greeted by the sight of employees perusing the internet on their phones, a sure path to poor reviews being left online, which would only take away from what could be described at best as a
collectively tepid appraisal currently featured on trip advising websites from past patrons of our small-town establishment. Okay for an overnight stop, and outdated but clean being commonly used phrases. Phones are to be left untouched during work hours, and Heather's pointed glances at the security cameras either side of the lobby that focus their beady lenses toward the reception desk as she routinely explains this to her employees, are enough to put me off trying to keep myself occupied with mindless scrolling during these long, stale hours. Not that Heather is sitting in an office nearby, staring intently at my every move on a monitor. She's probably fast asleep in her nice cozy bed right now, as most sane people are at this hour. But I wouldn't put it past her to scour through the security tapes in her spare time, looking for any small reason to admonish me. She already switched me a few months back from my regular hours, where I used to get to interact with people, checking in guests and trying to sell the idea to out-of-towners that Blackridge Falls has many exciting activities to try during their stay here. It does not, to the graveyard shift. Now, the most exciting thing I can look forward to during work is the midnight security check, and even that is nothing more than an old guy contracted by a security company who comes in and asks uninterestedly if there have been any incidents I need to notify him about before he slowly makes his rounds. Every night he walks around the empty parking lot outside, flashlight in hand, before getting back into his car and disappearing into the darkness. Sometimes I've been so desperate to talk to someone that I have tried to pry some conversation out of him, but this has proven to be like getting blood from a stone, and so far all I've gleaned from our little chats is that he has a stomach ulcer the size of a golf ball and, from the smell of it, an aversion to antiperspirant. Whether reception even needs to stay open overnight is debatable, but occasionally you'll get a couple or a group passing through town late at night who just need somewhere to sleep before setting off again the next morning. The Driftwood Motel is not run down so much as it is lost in time, a time capsule of mid-century modern stonework, textiles and furnishings with very few updates or changes made since it was built more than 60 years ago. A parking lot sits between two rows of buildings, each 2 stories, each identical, with rooms that face out across from each other. A lit-up sign denotes the entrance to a separate main lobby where I sit right now, behind the original 1960s reception desk, and stare down at my congealed oatmeal, barely warm anymore, and wonder, not for the first time, what I am supposed to do with my life now that things are over between me and Peter. What is left in Blackridge Falls for me without him, our friends, or a place to live? Sure, I could go and stay with my mother and sister while I figure out my life, but even Peter isn't sour enough to suggest I inflict that kind of torment on myself. So, on his couch I'll stay, for the time being. I don't even get to see my closest work friend Molly, much now that our shifts are at opposite times of the day. I give up on the oatmeal and throw it in the trash can beside me. Flopping my arms across the desk, I close my eyes and lay my forehead down on the soothingly cool cherrywood. If Heather doesn't want guests to be greeted by employees staring down at their phones, she'd surely have something to say about the first thing they see being this dramatic display of self-pity, but I don't care. I'm just going to rest my head here and feel sorry for myself until the sun eventually rises. Then, from my pit of despair, I sense a change in the atmosphere. Are you okay? Damn, a guest. My eyes spring open and I leap back up into a rigid professional stance, smoothing down my work jacket before I see who it is, and my body slackens again with relief. Lucas, Christ, you scared me. Where did you come from? He points a thumb behind him in the direction of the lobby doors and clicks his tongue. Right. Of course. How didn't I hear him come in? It's... I look up at the sun-bleached clock on the wall and try to bring the Roman numerals into focus. 3:30 in the morning. What are you doing here? You don't start work until 8. Lucas leans on the desk, his lanky frame as usual making even a casual pose look awkward. Yeah, well, the party I was at tonight just got shut down. I guess the guy's neighbours called the cops over the noise or something, he says with a shrug. Anyway, I didn't have my car with me, so I asked a friend to drop me back here. I figured, what's the point in going home and waking the beast when I can just crash here until my shift starts? By the beast. I take it he means his aunt, aka our boss, Heather. Lucas is a perfect example of the kind of guy you'll find in Blackridge Falls around his age. At 24 years old, he still lives at home, has no qualifications or skills, unless you count his dedicated gaming skills, and he works 40 hours a week only to fund his current lifestyle, which rests on a solid foundation of parties, gaming, and girls with self-esteem too low to aim any higher. This is why I miss Peter. He's a real man. He's always had ambition and drive. He interned at his father's consulting firm straight out of high school, and now, 8 years later, he's a top marketing executive for a software company where he makes more money than I could ever dream of. My stomach clenches at the thought of what I've thrown away before I realize what Lucas just said. Don't you think Heather will have something to say about you using one of the rooms? Lucas scratches his head. Yeah, probably. So, maybe just don't tell.
Her? I frown, not liking the sound of where this is going. If Heather finds out I've given Lucas a keycard to crash at the motel overnight, she'll freak out and probably fire me on the spot. I'd really love to help Lucas, but your aunt already hates me enough. I don't want to get in any trouble. He rolls his eyes. She won't find out, I swear. I'll make the bed and everything when I get up. And even if she did find out, which she won't, he pauses to give me the trust me big eyes. Then I'll tell her that you didn't know anything about it. Come on, I need to sleep. Help me out here. I look at the clock again. It's about 3 hours until Molly arrives and takes over from me. And I don't want to get either of us in trouble if Heather happens to come in early, only to find her nephew sleeping in one of the guest rooms. I don't know, Lucas. You're really not supposed to. Pearl, it's fine. Trust me, I've slept here loads of times before and nobody has ever noticed. Plus, I'll take the murder room. Nobody ever goes in there. Oh, yeah. Here at the Driftwood Motel, we have a murder room.
Chapter 2. Okay. Murder room makes it sound way more gruesome and exciting than it really is. The Driftwood Motel has been standing for 60 or so years, and in that time it has seen tens of thousands of guests come and go through its doors. All kinds of people from all kinds of backgrounds from all across the country and beyond, and during this time there has been all of one murder within the premises. One. I've looked it up, and this is somewhat of an anomaly. Hotels, motels, inns, what have you, are a hotbed for crime, a breeding ground for seedy activity, and a haven for those with dirty dealings they want kept behind closed doors. So the fact that this little 80-roomed motel has only seen one life come to an end at the hands of a killer within that time is nothing short of a miracle. If anything, we are statistically overdue another murder here. Scary, but true. The story surrounding the one and only killing here dates back to the 1980s, before I was even born, and it apparently shook our sleepy little town of Blackridge Falls at the time. But there was no axe-wielding psychopath or Hitchcock-esque shower slashing. The story goes that a man named Frank Berkman stayed here one night with his wife, Beverly, in the summer of '83. They were booked into room 52 on the upper right row. They were last seen together, hand in hand, walking up the steps to their room. The next morning, a seemingly unperturbed Beverly Berkman entered the lobby and informed reception that her husband had unexpectedly passed away during the night. But a later investigation and accompanying toxicology report found that Frank Berkman had died when his rum and coke was poisoned. Whether it was arsenic or cyanide or some other kind of killer secret ingredient she laced his drink with that night, I don't know, but Beverly Berkman ultimately got away with it because by the time an arrest warrant was issued, she'd already fled the country to who knows where. Now, over 40 years later, Room 52 still sits mostly unused. Due in part to both the employees and locals knowing it's where Frank Berkman took his last breath that fateful night, but also because it's often used as a storage room. It's also where Lucas seems to be headed right now, having ignored my reservations about the idea of him using it without Heather's permission, then squeezing past me, grabbing a keycard and making his way to the front doors. He opens one of the doors to leave, then stops and looks back at me, a smile playing on his lips. "You know you can come with me if you want." I pretend not to hear him and obnoxiously busy myself dusting make-believe lint off my navy blue polyester jacket. Both he and I know it will never happen, and he's only asking to wind me up. "Suit yourself," he sing-songs as he exits through the doorway, disappearing into the dimly lit parking lot outside. This is not the first time that Lucas has made a pseudo-pass at me. Not even close. It's gotten to the point where I don't even bother reacting anymore. It's hardly flattering. Through careful observation, I've just about figured out what Lucas's taste in women is, and it seems to boil down to available and consenting. Oh God, I think in a sudden panic. I hope Heather doesn't find out I let him take a room here for the night. She already has it out for me without me putting a target on my back. Not that she's a ball of sunshine and delight to the rest of the employees here. Trust me, I'm not the only one who works at the Driftwood Motel to notice that she has a stick up her butt. But from day one it felt like she took issue with me specifically. I'm sure she would have fired me by now if it weren't for the fact that she's understaffed already thanks to Blackridge Falls being a small town only 40 or so miles south of the city. So there's a chronic lack of work-age people lining up for employment here when there's a bigger and brighter future for them nearby. That and the fact that I've never once given her reason for a fair dismissal. I've been the model employee here for nearly 6 years since being hired by Heather's father, Jack Hartwood, who was a much better boss than she is. But sadly, Jack passed away from a heart attack a year ago, leaving his daughter in charge of this old and outdated motel, a responsibility that she was unprepared to take on so suddenly. Before her father's death, Heather worked as a cosmetics representative, but she ditched that line of work to take over the family business, despite having no managerial experience or any of the required hospitality industry expertise to know what she was doing. This, along with her poor interpersonal skills, made her an unfortunate choice for the takeover, and I've often wondered why Jack, who had loved his job here, even left the business to her. But apparently, she and his grandson Lucas were the only family he had left. And let's face it, Lucas was never going to be anyone's top choice to run the place. I remember the first day Heather showed up, a few weeks after Jack had died. We were drowning at the motel, having had to temporarily manage without Jack's guidance. Molly and I took on the brunt of the work, having been here the longest. We were all relieved that there was going to be someone who could take the reins and lead us back to some sense of normality and structure. A few of us had gathered to greet Heather in the meeting room. We all gave our condolences on the passing of her father, a sentiment that she physically waved away before diving straight into relaying to us her resolve to get the Driftwood Motel back on the map by making the changes that her father had been unwilling to make during his years here. At first, this seemed like a positive shift for the business. While Jack had been a great boss and loved his work, he'd had his head firmly in the clouds living in the past, unwilling to bring the Driftwood Motel into the present with the many upgrades it needed. Heather stepped in and replaced the brass lock and key doors which had been installed when the place was first built by her grandfather in the 60s with a modern keycard entry system. She then hired a software engineer who, in the space of one afternoon, moved our booking method from pen and ledger, no, I am not kidding, to an integrated online system, finally bringing our central reservations into the digital age. She also had new carpets and bedding installed in all 80 units in an attempt to spruce the motel up, but even that couldn't disguise the dated feel of the rooms. After these changes, Heather sat back in her newly decorated office and waited for the guests to start rolling in. But that didn't happen, and when it became apparent that this was never going to be the Hilton she'd envisioned, we watched as Heather slowly lost all the motivation she'd blown in here with. Her assertiveness and attitude of determination dissolved quickly into bitterness and impatience, and for some reason this always seemed to be pointed in my direction. Then a few months back she told me one afternoon that I needed to come in for a meeting in her office that night after I finished work. That evening I promptly handed my shift over to Lucas, who at that point was working nights because when Jack had taken on his grandson as a worker, it had been as a means to get him off the streets and away from the deadbeats he was hanging around with. He'd known Lucas could cause the least amount of trouble working through the night at Driftwood, rather than out with his friends partying. I grabbed my bag and made my way down the hall to Heather's office, which had been the very first thing she had changed when she took over. Gone now were the stacks of papers, ledgers, newspapers, and books that had lined the room when it had belonged to her father. Gone also was the stale stench of smoke in the air from Jack's 10-a-day habit, which he was supposed to take outside, but of course never did. Instead, the office was now a brighter and lighter space. The desk was neat and tidy, and several potted plants lined the windowsill. The smell of smoke had been replaced by the sickly, sweet smell of Heather's vanilla perfume, which my guess is she bathes in neat every morning, loofah in hand. When I stepped into her office, she looked up from where she was sitting at the computer and asked me to take a seat, then promptly held up her index finger as her cell phone began to ring, and then stood up as she left the room to answer it. She finally re-emerged 40 minutes later with no apology or explanation for the delay, and instead simply sat down opposite me. "Okay, Pearl Fuller?" she said, with hesitation, seemingly unsure as to whether she'd settled on the right name, despite being my manager for 8 months already, and, having been the one to call this meeting, she squinted intently at her computer screen, moving the mouse around and clicking on what I had no idea, as I could only see the back of the monitor, but it was apparent she was unwilling to engage with me enough to direct her focus toward me. She clicked a few more times, then looked back at me, as though suddenly remembering I was there. "Pearl, right, well, I won't waste your time or my own." I hardly think she minded wasting my time, since she'd already kept me waiting for nearly an hour. "So let's just get to it," she said sharply. "I'm moving you to the night shift." My heart dropped. What? But that's Lucas's job. I tried to keep my voice level, but there was no hiding the look of dismay on my face. Yes, well, Lucas has expressed an interest in moving his hours to the daytime, and I think that would work out best for all of us. The rest of that conversation, as is shiningly clear from my current position behind the reception desk in these long, early hours of the morning, did not go in my favor. Heather was unconvinced of my input and importance to my usual daytime hours as a seasoned employee of nearly 6 years. She was not convinced by my subtle hints that she was playing favorites with her nephew, and more embarrassingly, she was not convinced by my not-so-subtle pleas for her to change her mind. Chapter 3. When Molly arrives, I already have my coat and gloves on, ready to brave the frigid February air outside. My eyes are trying to close, and I rub at them in an attempt to wake myself up a little. Apparently, even after 4 months of this routine, my body is still not used to the vampirish hours I keep. "You okay to drive, sweetie?" Molly asks, as she shrugs her work jacket on over her broad shoulders. "I'll be okay," I assure her. "Peter's apartment is only a 10-minute drive from here." Peter's apartment. It still feels weird not to say our apartment. Molly finishes buttoning up her jacket and gives me a long look. A motherly look. "Pearl, honey, you've got to get yourself out of this situation. It's killing your spirit. It's painful to see." Molly fusses over me all the time. Despite only being 10 years older than me, she's like the mother I always wanted but never had. My own mother, who is still very much alive and lives close by in the same house that I grew up in, has the maternal instincts of a brick. "I'm okay. I just need some sleep is all." I give Molly a smile, but I can feel that it's lopsided. Feeling a sudden gush of air from behind me, I turn to see a tousle-haired Lucas hurrying to close the door to keep the cold out. "Morning," he yawns. "You're in early, Lucas, and you look as though you just woke up," Molly says. "Please tell me you didn't drive over here from your aunt's house. I swear one of you two will cause an accident driving around half asleep on these icy roads." Her eyes dart between me and Lucas. I abstain from snitching on Lucas. The reason he's here so early is to avoid Heather catching him spending the night in one of the rooms. He just shrugs and steps around Molly's question by asking where he's needed this morning. Lucas has no particular job description at Driftwood. Since Heather took him off nights, he just bounces around assisting wherever he's needed. On a busy day, he'll be helping out in the lobby, but sometimes he's whisking eggs in the kitchen, sometimes he's changing an outdoor light bulb, and on quiet days you'll find him hiding in the meeting room, playing games on his phone while still getting paid. If he didn't have the Hartwood surname, I doubt he'd still be employed here. While Lucas puts on his own work jacket, which is giant on his lanky body, but a little short on the arms, Molly levels with me as I try to make my way toward the door. "Pearl, you've got to get over Peter and move out of his place. You're going to drive yourself crazy, staying there even though you've split up." "Trust me, Molly, I'd move out today if I could. There's nowhere to rent around here that I can afford. I don't know what to do other than maybe get a second job." Molly sighs. "I know for a fact that part of you wants to stick around at Peter's apartment in the hopes he'll take you back." "That's not true," I scoff. It is completely true. Lucas, who has clearly been listening in on our conversation, comes over and stands in front of me. "This guy Peter sounds like a jerk. You deserve somebody better. You need to get back out there and find someone who won't take you for granted, someone who'll realize how great you are." I'm almost touched by Lucas's sudden vote of confidence in me. Had he not been so clearly nominating himself, it might have been sweeter. "Anyway," he continues, "if you're looking for a side hustle, there's a website you can use, Quick Jobs, that matches your work skills up with locals who list jobs they need done. My friend Jake signed up and listed a whole bunch of things he could do, from like window cleaning to graphic design, and he gets matched up with people most days of the week for all kinds of jobs. He's got about 100 good reviews on his profile or something. Generally, I find Lucas's bleatings exhausting, but he might actually be onto something this time. I'll check it out, thanks." Stepping outside into the February air is like being slapped on both sides of the face with a pair of frozen gloves. I pull my parka tighter around me as I walk to my car, puffing out my steamy breath like I did as a child, pretending to be a dragon. Just as I reach my car, Heather's white Prius rounds the corner, and I duck my head down, searching inside my bag for my keys, trying to avoid eye contact. It's immature, but I don't even want to give her a wave as a simple pleasantry when she's the reason I leave work every day at this early hour and then sleep all afternoon long while the day dwellers get to roam free in the sunshine. But when I hear the familiar sound of her heels clicking across the parking lot toward me, I know there's no way to avoid her. I turn around and take in her outfit of the day, a brown faux fur jacket and tight skinny jeans, the legs crammed inside, begging to be set free. "Hi, Heather," I say flatly. She doesn't return the greeting. "Have you seen Lucas this morning? His car is still parked outside my house and he didn't come home last night." "Yes, he came in earlier. I think maybe a friend dropped him off." My eyes stray upward, without my brain's permission, to room 52 looming down over us. For a moment I think I see something in the window, a curtain twitch, but I quickly bring my eyes back to Heather's before she can sense I'm keeping anything from her. She's already looking at my face more intently than I feel comfortable with. "Was he here last night?" she asks. "With you?" "What? No, he just came in about 20 minutes ago." Her eyes narrow at me, her thick lash extensions surely making it difficult to see clearly. Heather looks exactly as you might imagine a woman who used to work in the world of cosmetics would. While she left it behind to run her father's motel business, the remnants of the industry's cutthroat race to defy the natural processes of aging are still there. Her face a surgical smorgasbord of tweaks and fillers. Ironically, the effect has left her looking much older than her 48 years. "Well, I have to get going," I say. Heather turns on her heel and clacks across the parking lot to the front doors. I quickly close myself into my car and pray that the cold doesn't keep the old busted-up engine from running. Thankfully, it starts on the first try, although the knocking noise cannot mean anything good, but that's a problem I generously gift to the trusty hands of future Pearl. I switch on the hot air, but it takes a little while to warm up. My stomach gives a growl. The only thing I've had since that bland pot of oatmeal several hours ago was a Red Bull that I got out of the vending machine outside in an attempt to keep myself alert before the sun rose. Your sleep schedule is not the only thing that gets messed up when you work through the night. I no longer have set meal times, let alone eat anything that resembles a home-cooked meal anymore. I survive mostly on coffee, snack bars and microwavable ready meals. As I'm warming my hands, I find my eyes straying upward yet again to room 52, the murder room. Lucas was alone in there last night, and there are definitely no bookings for that room today. So who did I see through the window up there as I was talking to Heather? Chapter 4. The Watcher. I wait patiently for her to leave work. The morning is bitterly cold, but even this does nothing to chill the intense heat that runs through my body when I finally see her. Her hair glistens in the early morning light, and clouds of breath stream out in front of her as she walks across the parking lot. From the very first moment I saw her, I knew that she was destined to be mine. She is everything to me. Every day I wake for her, my heart beats for her, the thought of her consumes me. But to her I am nothing. It's as though the gods of fate dangled her in front of me and began to laugh. Here she is. Yet you can't have her. I watch as she stops to talk to someone. She shifts her weight from one foot to the other, the cold setting into her bones, her impatience clear. Then, for one sweet second, her eyes move to mine. Does she see me? Does she know that I'm here, watching her, as I always do? Always waiting. Waiting for her to be mine. Chapter 5. Peter's apartment is on the third floor of a refurbished old manufacturing mill at the edge of town. Its large, open-plan layout makes it look even bigger than it already is, with red brick interior walls and a huge window overlooking the river that runs around the outskirts of Blackridge Falls. 4 years ago, we stepped over the threshold of this apartment and into what would be our shared home for the next 4 years. At that point, we had only been together for 6 months and were still in that dreamy phase where the whole world revolved entirely around each other. and when we were with our friends or out in public, we'd both be counting down the seconds until we could be alone together again, just the two of us. Fresh into my 20s, I'd just started working at the Driftwood Motel, and up until then I had only ever lived at my mother's house, so breaking away from home was like a giant leap into adulthood for me. For as long as I can remember, my mother has been a bitter and hollow woman. She raised me and my older sister Jessica alone on a single income after our father walked out on us when I was still a baby. Unfortunately, the apple didn't fall far from the tree with Jessica, who is 4 years older than I am and has never attempted to form any kind of sisterly bond with me. We never really grew out of the squabbling siblings stage. It felt like Peter swept into my life, a knight in shining armor, to save me from my oppressive life and show me what living could really be. He was sophisticated, responsible, and intelligent, not to mention hot as hell. The last thing my mother said to me the day I moved my belongings out of her house was a whisper out of earshot of Peter as she gripped my arm. "Don't screw this up. This guy's going to be your ticket in life." And she was right. Peter made me a better person. I not only wanted to be with him, but I wanted to be more like him. He walked taller, dressed better, and even spoke more elegantly than any other guy I'd ever met. With Peter, I said goodbye to that small-town girl in sweats and a mop of messy dark hair pulled into a bun on her head. I learned how to dress well, style my hair every morning, took cooking lessons, because that satisfied face he made when he took the first bite of a home-cooked meal sent a thrill down my spine. And more recently, I even tried to better my work skills in the hopes of moving up in the world by signing up to a hospitality and management course. It was just after I began working nights at Driftwood, and the only perk of working the graveyard shift was that I suddenly had a few hours free during the day. Unfortunately, taking that course ended up being the worst idea I've ever had. Now, walking up the 2 flights of stairs to the apartment, as I have done thousands of times over the last 4 years, I no longer get that wave of relief that I used to arriving home to Peter. It's been replaced by a completely different feeling. I feel like an intruder breaking into someone else's home. This is Peter's home now, and I'm just a guest who has outstayed her welcome. I unlock the door, and the familiar warmth and smell of the apartment greets me. I put away my coat and bag and cautiously move into the living room, not sure if Peter is home or not. Recently, our interactions have mostly consisted of quiet greetings and awkward silences, so it's really hard to relax when he's around. There's no immediate sign of his presence, so I slump down onto the couch, throw myself sideways into the plush cushions, and close my eyes. Most people are starting off their day right now, eating breakfast, getting dressed, planning their day out. And here I am, just back from work, about to sleep right through the best hours of the day. I hear a click, and my eyes ping back open. I just about make it into a sitting position as the bathroom door opens and Peter walks into the room, a cloud of warm, citrus-scented steam billowing out behind him. His freshly washed hair is slicked back. He's wearing jeans and is midway through pulling his t-shirt on as he looks over at me, clearly startled. He quickly pulls his t-shirt down over his stomach, but not before I catch a glimpse of heartbreaking abdominal muscles that dip in or out, whichever one it is that abs do. This is by miles the worst part of living with my ex. I long to reach out and trace my fingers along his strong arms. I want to gently sink my teeth into his shoulder and run my hands through his hair. Self-restraint, Pearl. Look away. Hey. I glance down at my nails, studiously inspecting something invisible. Hey, shower's free, if that's what you're waiting for. Thanks, I say, as he disappears into his bedroom. Our bedroom. This is about the extent of all conversations we have now. It's slowly getting worse as time goes on. At this rate, I'm starting to think we may soon end up communicating in only grunts and nods. Sleep is beckoning me now, but the lingering smell of Peter's body wash is reminding me that I really need to take a shower first. I make my way to the bathroom and close the door behind me. I turn the water on and peel my work clothes off, but just as I'm about to step into the shower, I hear a dinging sound. Peter must have forgotten to take his phone out with him because it's sitting beside the basin. I grab a towel and wrap it around myself so I can go return the phone to him, but when I pick it up and see the screen, my whole body freezes in place. The notification on the lock screen is a message from someone named Megan B. Looking forward to it. See you at the waiting room tonight. There's a smiley face at the end of the text. I've never wanted to punch an emoji in the face before, but right now, in my sleep-deprived state, I'm positive that the grinning yellow circle is mocking me, and I feel my fist curling up. I read the text again to
make sure I didn't just imagine that there's another woman texting Peter only weeks after our breakup. But no, I didn't imagine it, and from what she says, she and Peter have already made plans together for this evening. The waiting room is a nightclub downtown, and I'm pretty sure there's someone called Megan who works with Peter. I remember him mentioning her before. Is this message from her? Are they seeing each other now? It feels as though all the blood drains to my feet as I slump down onto the floor, against the vanity cabinet, clutching the phone. He's actually moving on. He's seeing someone else. He's over me. A pain rises in my chest that spreads so fast it feels like it might be life-threatening. Obviously, I've heard of a broken heart before. I thought that I had experienced it already these past 3 weeks. But that was nothing in comparison to the feeling I have right now. My heart is being hacked into 2 pieces by a blunt, rusted saw, and I don't feel like I can make it out of this alive. There's a knock at the door, and I quickly stand up, wiping tears from my eyes. Yes? Pearl, can you check if I left my phone in there? I can't find it, and I've got to leave for work in 10 minutes. I look down at the phone in my hands. Just a minute. I'm in the shower. I reach out and switch off the water, then wait a beat. Oh yeah, it's here. Opening the door a sliver, I hand the phone through, hoping he doesn't notice that the part of my arm sticking out is still bone dry. Thanks, he says, taking it from my hand before I close the door, get into the shower, and sit beneath the noise of the flowing water as I cry deep, ugly sobs.
Chapter 6. It doesn't necessarily mean he's dating her. Maybe there's a group of them from work meeting up. Molly tries to ease my fears. I give her a look. I'm not an idiot. I knew he'd move on at some point, but 3 weeks. I let out a pained groan. I'm back at the Driftwood Motel despite it still being 6 hours until I start work. Having curled up into a ball and sleeping for 5 hours on the couch once Peter left for work, I woke up with the kind of headache you only get after crying, where your head feels like your skull is being squeezed inside a vice, stopping any and all coherent chains of thought. I put on my coat and drove straight here, childishly hoping that Molly could take all my problems and fix them for me. Maybe you're right, she says. Maybe Peter is seeing this Megan girl. Either way, you need to accept that things are over between you and him and get out of his apartment. Move in with your mum, get a second job, whatever you need to do. You'll never get over him while you're still living with him. She's right, comes a deep, familiar voice. I've never liked that Peter anyway. Molly, is there any mail for me today? I turn to see Edsel standing behind me, taking off his scarf and shaking it out. There is indeed, Mr. Williams, a package, in fact. Molly reaches behind the desk and pulls out a brown package. Oh, Christmas! That will be my exploding kittens. Edsel does a little happy dance, and I can't help but smile. Edsel Williams is my favourite guest at Driftwood. He is 80 years young, having celebrated his birthday last month, an avid collector of all kinds of board and card games, and despite his newfound octogenarian status, he's surprisingly light on his feet. Edsel, you've never even met Peter. How could you possibly know that you don't like him? I raise an eyebrow. Pearly girl, you don't get to my age without getting a sense for these things. I've heard you go on about this guy often enough to know that he's an idiot. You can trust Edsel not to mince his words. He will tell you exactly what he thinks in his deep baritone voice, but his kind eyes will always soften the edge of his harsh words. Having lost his beloved wife, Patty, and finding it unbearable to wake up each morning in their home of more than 40 years without her by his side, Edsel temporarily took a room here at the motel as an old friend of our late boss, Jack Hartwood, while he figured out what life would look like moving forward. That was nearly 10 years ago, and Edsel has long since sold the house. He now seems to be perfectly happy sticking out the rest of his days here at the Driftwood Motel, despite Jack having since passed on too. He's one of 2 permanent residents living here, the other being Tori, a young woman who's been with us for about 2 years. She's a little rough around the edges and keeps to herself for the most part, but I've seen her in town a few evenings busking with her guitar, and she's really talented. A few times I've heard her practicing in the meeting room as I've passed by. There's pretty good acoustics in there. And I'll linger by the door to listen. It's about the most exciting thing you'll find happening in our meeting room. It's usually empty since nobody ever books it for anything. Because seriously, who would ever want to hold their meeting at some old motel? You're back here a little early, aren't you, Pearl? Comes our manager's barbed voice as she emerges from the direction of her office. Edsel recoils at the sight of Heather, having clearly interacted with her before. He grabs his package from the desk, thanks Molly, and tips an imaginary hat my way before slinking back out the front door. I slowly turn to face Heather, who stands behind me, her presence a stifling fog. I forgot something here. I was just coming back to collect it. I lie. Heather looks at my empty hands, and by way of explanation I reach into the pocket of my parka, pull out the first thing I can find and hold it up. A velvet hair scrunchie. Damn it. She looks utterly unconvinced. Seems like that could have waited. No way! I double down. It's my favourite one. Heather runs her eyes over me once more before turning to Molly. I need to head out for a while, but I'll be back before 6. If you find Lucas, can you tell him I've been looking for him and to call me, please? I tried his phone, but the one time that he actually follows the phones under the desk rule is the one time I need to reach him, she says with a huff. The second Heather gets outside to her Prius, Molly loudly announces, "She's gone!" seemingly into the ether. I look around, confused, before seeing the door to the supply closet behind reception slowly open and Lucas strut out. He jumps up to sit on the desk facing me. If you ask me, Patrick is hooking up with this Megan chick, 100%. Peter, I correct him, and I didn't ask you. That was a private conversation, Lucas. I turn and stab a pointed look at Molly, who should have alerted me to his hidden presence. She shrugs a sorry and quickly changes topic. Listen, since Heather's out and it usually gets quiet the hour before the dinner rush, I can get on the computer here and sign you up for that website Lucas mentioned earlier and see if we can find a way to make you some extra cash if you want. I think about this for a moment. Quick jobs? I guess you could. But I don't know what skills I have to offer anyone when I'm not standing behind a reception desk. Oh, come on, Molly scolds me. You're great at a whole bunch of things. You know what the biggest thing that's holding you back is? What's that? I ask, waiting for the inevitable answer. She smiles and leans closer over the desk, whispering, conspiratorially, "It's you." Yep. This is not my first introduction to the concept. When a group of young tourists walk through the doors to check in, we quickly end our conversation. I wave goodbye to Molly and duck out of the lobby back into the cold parking lot. Lucas follows me out, heading toward one of the rooms on the lower level, probably to repair a broken fixture, change an electrical fuse, or some other odd job. Before I reach my car, a thought crosses my mind and I turn back. "Hey, Lucas," I call out. He pulls an earphone from one of his ears and walks over to me. I point to room 52. "You stayed in the murder room last night, right?" He nods his head in confirmation. "Was there anyone else around this morning when you left? Like any of the housekeeping crew?" "No, you know they don't come in until after the 10 a.m. checkouts. I left at 9. But they don't usually go in there anyway, since we never put guests in there." "Yeah, that's what I thought." "Why?" His brow scrunches. "It doesn't matter. I just thought I saw someone in there was all." Lucas looks up at the room. "Probably just the ghost of Frank Berkman," he muses. "Yeah, probably." I laugh, then turn to leave, but Lucas holds out a hand to stop me. "You know, I just so happen to be going to the waiting room tonight. If you want, I could keep an eye out for Peter and this Megan girl, see what the situation is." This throws me off guard a little. "Oh, yeah, I guess, if you're there anyway, thanks. Or, you know, you could even come with me. Pretend we're on a date. Get under his collar a little." After an initial gut reaction of nausea to this offer, a tiny spark ignites somewhere in my brain. Maybe if Peter thought I was beginning to move on too, he might realize that he still has feelings for me and want to give our relationship another try. He's heard me talk about Lucas in the past, and I think it's safe to say he wouldn't believe it for a second that I would ever date the guy, unlike countless other girls around here who, for reasons unfathomable to me, go weak at the knees for Lucas. But as far as I know, Peter's never actually seen Lucas in person before, or even a picture of him, so there's no way he'd recognize him. I've tried just about every other tactic already. I've begged for his forgiveness. I've given him space. I've reminded him of how great life was together and prayed that he would forgive me and take me back. So what do I have to lose at this point? If seeing me out with another guy doesn't send Peter running back into my arms, I guess I'll finally have to accept that he and I are history. Okay, I'll do it, but I swear to God, Lucas, if you try anything with me, I'll slap you right in the face. You got it? Got it. He grins. I'll pick you up at 8. Wear something pretty. Chapter 7. So what exactly did you do that made him dump you? Lucas stares at me for long enough that I feel the need to point at the road to remind him he's driving. I don't want to talk about it. It must have been something bad, though. Did you sleep with his brother? What? Peter doesn't even have a brother. Well, if you don't give me the details, I'll have to fill in the blanks myself, and you're not going to come off well in that case. Trust me. Lucas speaks with a crude bluntness, which I've come to realize isn't intended to offend. He just doesn't seem to grasp the concept of self-censoring or sparing feelings. When he collected me tonight, the first thing he did was look me up and down and shrug in a "it'll do" kind of way. I spent over 2 hours this evening getting myself primped and preened before I could finally look in the mirror and be happy with what I saw. I had to just hope that Peter wouldn't come straight home from work to find me getting dressed up. I need the element of surprise on my side tonight, and if he found out I'm going to be at the club, he'd probably make a quick change of plans to avoid me. But luckily he didn't come back home, and he has no idea that I saw the text from Megan, so if he sees me out with Lucas, he'll just think it's a coincidence, and not that I'm stalking him, which I guess I am. To be fair to Lucas, he arrived promptly at 8 to collect me, and promised he wouldn't touch a drop of drink at the club before getting me to work for 10. But now he feels like he's owed an explanation of why Peter finished with me. If you must know, I say, staring out at the blurry street lamps passing by, I kissed a guy from that management course I took a while back. Well, that's not exactly true. Jason kissed me. We had just left class for the afternoon, and my car wouldn't start. We'd been friendly during the 2 months of attending the course together, and he'd stopped to help me out. It turned out I'd accidentally left the headlights on and drained my battery, so he gave me a jump start with cables from his own car. I suppose Jason was objectively an attractive guy, but with Peter, a certified grade A smoke show at home, I was not interested in him that way. I'd thanked Jason for his help with starting my car and was about to turn to leave when he leaned in and kissed me on the lips. Admittedly, I was so surprised that I didn't react for a few seconds before I eventually pushed him away and told him that I was already in a relationship. He was mortified and apologetic. It was awkward. I felt so guilty about it that I immediately went home and explained the whole thing to Peter. I told him the kiss was not reciprocated and that I'd put a stop to it as soon as I'd registered what was happening. But Peter, having previously listened to me telling him about Jason, this funny guy from my course, immediately jumped to the worst of all possible conclusions. He thought that I had led Jason on, laughing at his jokes and acting the damsel in distress with my car, which was not what I was doing at all. I hadn't even asked him to stop and help me out, but I don't know. I guess maybe I might have given off some kind of signal that I wasn't aware of. Maybe I could have stopped the kiss before it even happened, or at least sooner than I did. Seeing Peter feeling so hurt and betrayed was agonizing. He told me that the only way he could get past it was for me to leave the course and not see Jason again, which was obviously a letdown because I was really enjoying the course and looking forward to using the skills I was learning there to advance in life. But of course I quit. I would do anything for Peter. Then after a couple of weeks of being cold and distant with me, Peter sat me down and told me he'd really tried, but he would never get past my transgression. He couldn't trust me anymore, and he didn't feel like we had a future together without that basic foundation. Now here I am, 3 weeks later, on the way to a nightclub in Peter's favorite dress of mine, a clingy black number that I've paired with low heels, and, because it's February and I'm not a masochist, a light woolen jacket. As sad as it is, this is my last-ditch attempt to win back the man of my dreams. If seeing me all dressed up and out with Lucas doesn't make him realize what he threw away, then nothing will, right? Lucas pulls into a parking space down the street from the club and shuts off the engine. Well, kissing another guy was stupid, but obviously you figured that out for yourself. And if Peter can't see how lucky he was to have you in his life, it's his loss. Thanks, Lucas. I smile, touched by this sudden display of sincerity. We get out and start walking in the direction of the waiting room. Lucas's car had been like a warm cocoon, shielding me from the harsh, wintry air outside. He'd actually had the heat up so high that I'd kicked myself for not thinking to put on antiperspirant before leaving. But now, as we make our way down the sidewalk, the cold night air bites at my face and wraps its icy tendrils around my bare neck, snapping me into a state of hyper-awareness, and I have the sudden, sobering realization that this could all be an incredibly stupid idea. What if Peter really is just going out with a group of workmates and not on a date? Maybe this Megan was simply the one to make the plans. Maybe she sent everyone in the group the looking forward to it text with the smiley face. Peter might see me there with Lucas and be horrified at the idea of me dating again after only 3 weeks. Then any shot I might have had with him will be washed down the drain, irretrievable. Lucas! I stop suddenly and hold on to his arm. I don't think I can do this. What? Why not? It's a stupid idea. I wasn't thinking straight when I agreed to it earlier. Can you just drive me home? Lucas throws his hands up. Great. Now I lose out on $100. I stare at him, eyes narrowing, not liking the sound of where this is going. Why's that, Lucas? He sighs and crosses his arms. I had a bet with my friend Mike from housekeeping that you'd agree to go out with me. I squeeze my eyes shut and pinch the bridge of my nose. You are kidding me, right? Please say you're kidding me. Afraid not, and the worst part is that the bastard still hasn't paid out because he doesn't believe me that we're hooking up. I stare blankly at this buffoon. To be fair, Lucas, he's right. Well, he doesn't know that. I told him we've got a thing going. Lucas rolls his eyes as though I'm slow to keep up. So I figured if I brought you here tonight, he'd see you with me and finally pay out. I'm at a loss for words before I finally settle on the only four that come to me. Lucas, you are intolerable. For a moment he looks poised to defend himself, then deflates as he seems to think better of it and nods instead in agreement. Chapter 8. Against my better judgment, I'm sitting inside the deafening purgatory that is the waiting room. The name is just an ironic coincidence. I'm still not 100% sure how, but Lucas managed to convince me that I needed to see for myself what's going on with Peter and Megan. And for some godforsaken reason, I've agreed to play along in front of his friends that we're an item so that he can cash in on his scam bet. There's a lot more people here than I'd been expecting so early. If this is how it is at 8:30 at night, I don't want to be here at 11 or 12 when it's in full swing. The clubbing scene has never been my thing. Luckily, I have an excuse to be out of here at 10:15 to get to work. The second we arrived, Lucas dragged me straight over to a booth where three of his friends were already waiting for us. Mike, the betting man, Jake, the jack of all trades Lucas told me about earlier, and a girl with short pink hair named Amy. Lucas made the introductions as they scooted up to let us sit with them. "So you're Pearl," Amy squeals at me over the thudding bass of the music. I nod politely, wondering how much Lucas talks about me to his friends exactly. And more to the point, why? You know, Mike here was convinced that Lucas was lying when he said you two were a thing, but I guess it's true. She beams and puts a hand on Mike's shoulder, squeezing it. Mike's lips form an annoyed line, which I read to be the look of someone who knows they've just lost $100. I discreetly shrug off the arm that Lucas puts around my shoulder, sorely tempted to make good on my threat and slap him. I scan the room, hoping to spot Peter at a table of business associates on an innocent night out together, but there's no sign of him yet, and I start to worry that he might not even show up before I have to leave for work. When Mike and Jake make their way up to the bar, and Amy excuses herself to go to the bathroom, I take the opportunity to turn on Lucas. "No more touching, okay? You proved your point to Mike already." Lucas holds his hands up. "No touchy." Got it. When the guys arrive back with a round of drinks, beer for them, Cokes for me and Lucas, and Amy returns from the bathroom, the four friends dive into the sort of in-the-know conversations that are impossible for me to keep up with, let alone try to join in. As the next 20 minutes wear on, I start to feel as though this has been an utterly pointless endeavour. There's still no sign of Peter, and I'm trying to keep the dejection from my face by plastering on a smile. But if it looks as forced as it feels, then I'm not fooling anyone. Amy must sense this because she sidles over to me in the booth, squeezing up close like we're bestest gal pals. The next thing I know, I'm facing an unexpected sudden death-style quiz on the subject of my relationship with Lucas that I have not prepared for. Where did you guys meet? At work. How long have you been seeing each other? I don't know. A while? What attracted you to him? I can't really pinpoint one thing. Do you guys secretly use the bedrooms at work? Absolutely not. I cut our conversation short before standing up and excusing myself to go to the bathroom. Not because I need to, but because I can't face any more of these futile questions. Adding to my frustrations is Mike, who has felt the need to point out twice that Lucas and I are killing the vibe with our plain cokes, and is becoming increasingly louder and more annoying as his own drinks go down. As I'm leaving the booth, I see him discreetly hand Lucas two $50 bills under the table. I can't say I'm getting the best vibe from the guy myself. Any man who wears a print silk shirt with the first 3 buttons undone raises major red flags for me. But pink-haired Amy, who I gather is his girlfriend, has been all over him for most of the time we've been here. I guess everyone's someone's type. I walk across the room, dipping and weaving through a throng of sweaty 20-somethings, some of whom are dancing, but most of whom are just rhythmically shuffling their feet back and forth while they converse in groups, holding drinks and shouting loudly in each other's ears to be heard. The giant speakers surrounding the room blast out one song after the next, a constant stream of modern dance music, each track indistinguishable from the last. I narrowly avoid getting beer spilled down my front by a drunk guy doing the dab enthusiastically, full glass in hand. Just as I reach the door to the ladies' room, I glance around the crowded club and nearly do a double take when I spot a familiar face. There he is. Peter. He must have just walked in because he's standing at a table near the bar, shrugging off his jacket. I immediately abort mission, moving away from the bathroom door. Pulling out my phone, I lean casually against the wall and pretend to busy myself while I watch him. He sits down at the table and I now see that there are 2 other people with him. A guy who I recognize as being one of his work buddies, and a young blonde woman who, until told otherwise, I am going to assume is Megan. They're all deep in conversation, laughing as they settle into their seats. Megan takes a seat next to Peter, and I feel a little flash of jealousy. But it all seems very casual and friendly, and after another 5 or so minutes of watching them, I am yet to see Peter flirting with her. The 3 friends just seem to be having a relaxing Friday night out after a long work week. This is exactly what I was hoping for, and I'm beginning to feel like I might have jumped to conclusions when I saw that text. I walk back to our table, turning my body so that Peter won't see me, and I sit back down next to Lucas, who gives me a funny look. You were in the bathroom for a
long time. Stomach problems? What? No! Yeah, well, the guy who used the stall in the bathroom before me earlier did. Ask me how I know. I ignore this and tell him that Peter and Megan have arrived. I point them out across the crowd, and Lucas immediately stands up to get a better look. No sense of stealth, before I yank him back down by the arm. I look at the time, 9:15. There's still another hour left until we have to leave. Although now I've seen that Peter's not on a date, I want to get the hell out of here before he sees me out with another guy. This was a stupid plan from the beginning, but when I turn to tell Lucas this, the grimace on his face alarms me slightly, and I follow his line of sight across the room, nearly giving myself whiplash in the process. There at the table by the bar sit Peter and Megan, her hand gently over his as he holds her blonde hair back, mouth softly whispering in her ear as she giggles.
Chapter 9. Whoever is manning the music system seems to have made a sudden shift in gears because the speakers are now pumping out 90s classics. I try to keep my focus on Peter and Megan, but it's hard to see them through a room full of people bumping and grinding to the beat of Groove is in the Heart. I'm trying to tell myself that I was imagining their tender touching and it was no big deal, but I'm not convincing myself. I feel like running over there and clawing that woman's eyes out. Without a clear view of them, I can't see what's happening, and I don't know how to proceed. Do I go over and bump into them, stop them in their tracks before their hand touching and gentle whispers can escalate to more? No, Peter would see right through that and know that I followed him here. There's no way I'll come out of that well. All I know is that I can't leave here until I find out for sure what's going on with him and Megan. Lucas is no help. He's currently setting up for an arm wrestling match with a now sloppy drunk Mike who seems to be, unsuccessfully, trying to win back his money. But just as the next track begins to play, a sudden burst of inspiration strikes me. I grab Lucas by the arm excitedly. "Lucas, do you hear that?" He narrows his eyes. "Hear what?" "Our song, silly." I hook his collar theatrically and drag him out onto the dance floor with me, shaking my hips like I mean it. "I need you to do me a favour," I shout in his ear, once we're safely away from the others. He looks a little disappointed and stops dancing. "Sure, what do you need?" "I need you to make a move on Megan, find out what her, or even Peter's reaction is to you hitting on her." He looks over to where my ex sits, clearly sizing him up to see if he could take him, if it came to it. I doubt he could, since Peter works out 5 days a week and Lucas is... Lucas. "No problem," he shouts. Thank you." I'm about to go back to the others and leave him to do his thing, but he catches my arm first and leans in close to my ear. "Pearl, just a heads up. When you get back to the table, my friends are going to have a few questions for you about how Cotton-Eyed Joe ended up being our song." I've been listening to Amy waffle on for 10 minutes now, about what I'm not exactly sure. She's only a couple of beers behind Mike, and her words are beginning to slur into each other as her pink hair flops around her forehead. I'm craning my neck, hoping to catch a glimpse of where Lucas is, but I can't see a thing through the growing crowd, and I have no idea whether he's currently kissing Megan in a fistfight with Peter, or, and this is probably most likely, sitting somewhere playing a game on his phone. I'm just about to excuse myself to go to the bathroom, in the hopes I'll catch sight of the action along the way, when Mike returns to the table, a troubled look clouding his face. He leans in close to Amy and whispers in her ear. As he talks, I watch her face go from smiling to frowning, and finally to a look of nausea. The two of them squabble for a moment before Amy shouts, "I don't care. She deserves to know," at Mike and pushes him away. I have a feeling I already know where this is going. "Pearl!" Amy gets up and grabs my hand. I really don't want to be the one to have to tell you this, but Mike just saw Lucas up at the bar with some blonde chick. I feel a little burst of excitement, but push hard to morph my expression into one of dismay. "Oh no, were they kissing?" "No, but Mike said Lucas was hitting on her. They're totally flirting. He even asked her to dance," she says, half her words getting glued together on the way out. "This sounds promising. Megan is giving him the time of day. Maybe this means she's not that interested in Peter after all." "I can't believe it," I feign outrage. "I know, well, you're right here." She jabs a finger into my shoulder, apparently to test this theory. What the hell is he thinking? Just then I see Lucas return, walking up behind Amy. He gives me a subtle wink and a thumbs up before he reaches us. Amy spins around, a little wobbly on her feet, and looks at him in disgust, then sits back down with Mike and Jake. I desperately want to ask Lucas what happened with Megan, but with his trio of friends staring our way, I'm sharply aware that they're expecting a big scene after what I've been told, and before I know what I'm doing, I slap Lucas in the face. "How could you?" I cry. Lucas grabs his cheek in shock, his jaw on the floor. What? A few people have turned to see what's happening, and at this point, I figure why not just go with it. "Hitting on another woman while I'm right here." Lucas looks from me to his friends and then back, and I watch as he slowly begins to grasp the situation. I'm sorry? "This relationship is over, Lucas. I never want to see you again," I shout, then turn to Mike, Amy and Jake, who are all trying to hide their delight at this sudden spectacle. "It was great to meet you all. I have to leave now." I grab my jacket and bag and storm out of the club, Lucas running to keep up behind me. "Come on, I didn't get you that bad," I say, turning his cheek to take a look. It would have been nice to get a heads up at least. I could have braced myself for it. I do feel a little bad for slapping him after he helped me out with Megan, but he's the one who wanted me to act like I was his girlfriend. Okay, I'm sorry. But you wanted Mike to believe that we were in a relationship, and I had to react, or they would have seen through it, I explain. Just remember, I made you $100 tonight. Lucas has the hot air going again, and we sit for a moment, warming up. We're still parked just down from the club, and after leaving all that frantic noise behind, my ears are ringing in the silence of his car. So what happened with Megan? I ask. Lucas grins. She was totally into me. I caught her alone at the bar and we talked for a few minutes. Then I asked her to dance, but she said that she had to get back to her friends, so I asked for her number and... He pulls a small piece of paper from his back pocket in triumph. I feel a huge weight lift off my chest. This is the best news I've had all day. Megan would hardly give another guy her number if she was there for Peter. I really appreciate it, Lucas, and you never know. Maybe you'll even get a date out of this, I say, then quickly qualify it with, a date with Megan, I mean. As we're about to leave, I have a thought. Wait, how do we know she didn't give you a fake number just to get rid of you? Lucas gives me a look like that's not a thing. Why would she do that? She was definitely into me. Give me the number, I say. I'll call it from my phone. Then if she answers, I'll just pretend it's a wrong number. You are so paranoid, he says as he pulls the piece of paper back out from his pocket and passes it to me. I begin typing the number into my phone but get stuck on the last digit. It's either a 1 or a 7. It isn't clear. Squinting hard and pointing the paper up at the lights overhead doesn't help me at all. I suppose I could try out both numbers and see if either one gets through to her. Does this look like a number 1 or a number 7 to you? I say, pointing it out to Lucas. Lucas doesn't answer. He's staring straight ahead at something up the street. I don't think it matters, he finally says, a strange look on his face. I look out the front windshield, confused, but it all comes crashing into focus a moment later as I spot Peter and Megan standing outside the waiting room, arms around each other, kissing. Chapter 10. So then, after my mom died of cancer when I was 14, I moved in with my aunt, and I've been there ever since. I'd get my own place, but you know how it is. Lucas rubs his fingers together to indicate a lack of funds. I've been trying to pay attention to Lucas talking as we make the drive to Driftwood, but his life story is even sadder than mine, and if this is his idea of cheering me up after what I just saw, then it's not working. The dark streets of Blackridge Falls flash by, and on every curb, at every corner, in every darkened alley, all I see is Peter, his hand on Megan's cheek, their lips locked in passion. Imprinted in my vision like a bright light stared at for too long. And it was okay when Grandad was around, but since he died, Heather is like, really, I don't know, protective of me, I guess, always calling to check where I am, what I'm doing. I glance at Lucas, who at 24 still essentially lives the life of a teenager. What about your father? Was he ever in the picture? I ask. Lucas grins and reaches under the collar of his T-shirt, pulling out a ball-chain necklace. He proudly holds up 2 dog tags. War hero, died in Iraq. I'm sorry to hear that. Thinking of how much loss Lucas has faced at such a young age puts my own situation into perspective a little. At least I have a mother and sister. All Lucas has now is Heather. It's okay. It was a long time ago. I don't remember him, but I know he was a cool guy. I actually thought about going into the army, like him. You know, protect our country. But my aunt and Grandad didn't want me to. So my Grandad gave me a job here instead. We pull into the quiet parking lot of the Driftwood Motel. Do you think you'll take the place over, after your aunt? Lucas shuts off the engine and looks around. I don't know, he says quietly. I mean, even Heather didn't want to take it over at first. She always said this place would die with Jack. But I'm glad she changed her mind. Me too, I agree, thankful to still have my job despite the nocturnal hours and less than impressive wages. Lucas turns to face me, his expression earnest. I don't think you should spend any more time thinking about Peter. He's not worth it. Take tonight as a chance to move on without him. I mean, it's clearly over now. He trails off. A fresh pang of pain stabs me in the chest, and I try not to cry in front of Lucas but fail miserably. I swipe at my cheeks with my jacket sleeve and try to force the tears back down. It's okay. I know I'll be okay. I sniff, attempting a smile. Lucas stares at me, then suddenly he's moving toward me, and for one horrifying moment I think he's about to try to kiss me while my guard is down. But instead, he hugs me. I'm taken aback for a moment before I return the gesture, putting a hand on his back. You will be okay, he says, pulling away. Oh, and you know what? He reaches into his pocket and pulls out two $50 bills, passing one to me. This is yours. I couldn't have gotten it without your help. I look down at the money in my hand. I could really do with some extra cash, and I can't say I really like Mike anyway, but I'd feel wrong about keeping money won from a rigged bet. I pass it back to Lucas. Thanks, but you keep it. Suit yourself, he says as he shoves it back inside his pocket. I get out of the car and rest my arm on the open door. So all this time you were just coming on to me to win a bet? Well, yeah. Involuntarily, I laugh. Rather than feeling like an insult, this is oddly comforting. Plus, I don't know, he says, thinking. I'm glad you came with me tonight. I like talking. And I'm sorry about Peter. He's a real asshole. I wave goodbye to Lucas as he drives away before I make my way across the lot, toward the lobby. It's bitterly cold out, and the clear sky displays the full moon in all its glory. I get about halfway to the main entrance when I slow down to a stop. A prickly sensation on the back of my neck begins to work its way down my spine, dripping like ice-cold water. I have the strong, visceral sense that somebody's watching me. I shudder and turn around, but there's nobody there. Lucas has already driven away out of sight. My eyes instinctively flicker up to room 52, and that's when I see it. Someone is standing there, looking down at me. I only see the dark silhouette for a moment before the lobby doors open in front of me, and a young couple walk out, hand in hand, likely just having checked in for the night, and now making their way to their room. When I look back up at room 52, there's nothing there. As soon as I step into the lobby, I can feel the tension in the room. Molly looks up from reception and grimaces at me, nodding her head discreetly toward the other side of the room, where Heather is calmly talking to a frazzled-looking Tory, our guitar-playing long-term resident. I can hear Tory uttering the word unacceptable over and over again, her short black hair swinging around her shoulders as she shakes her head. "What's going on over there?" I ask Molly in a hushed voice. Well, from what I've gathered, Tori says she's missing a ring that was in the bathroom of her room. She thinks one of the cleaners or a staff member took it while she was out. I look at Heather, handling the situation with calm and reason, gently assuring Tori and promising to help track down her ring. Watching Heather dealing with guests is like watching your 6th grade teacher interacting with your parents. The usual snarling monster transforms suddenly into a kind-hearted saint. Tori, who is clearly beside herself about her missing ring, is glaring back at Heather with about as much loathing in her intense green eyes as I, too, feel for the woman I call my boss. Molly collects her coat and puts her phone in her pocket, getting ready to leave. If my nights here are long, her days are even longer. She works a split shift, taking a few hours in the afternoon to collect her son from school, help with homework, and then cook him dinner before her husband gets home and takes over while she goes back to work. I take off my wool jacket and reach for my work jacket, setting myself up behind the desk. I'm thankful Molly doesn't seem to notice that I'm in a dress and have makeup on, because I really don't feel like explaining my evening to her. As Heather continues to try to reassure a clearly unconvinced Tory that she will do everything she can to find her ring, Molly leans over the desk toward me. "By the way, I set you up a profile on that website, Quick Jobs, earlier. I checked every box that seemed like a job you could handle. You know how to sew, right?" I shake my head no. "Well, I'm sure you could learn fast. Don't be surprised if you get offered jobs doing ironing, snow shoveling and dog walking too," she says with a grin, giving me a piece of paper she's written on. "This is your password, and your username is just your email address. You can log in and list any more skills you have that I didn't think of, and maybe uncheck the seamstress box." I thank her and take the paper, stuffing it in my pocket. "I didn't give you my email address. How did you get it?" "It's one of your contact details in the system." She points to the computer at reception. "Pearl's your girl 99 at Yeah, I shush her, embarrassed. That'll teach me for not updating my email address since middle school. When Molly makes a move to leave, I stop her and lower my voice. "Hey, did you check anyone into room 52 today?" She gives me a funny look. "The murder room? No, I don't put anyone in there unless we're fully booked, and I can't even remember the last time that happened. Plus, it's being used for storage right now. Why?" I'm starting to think I might be going delirious from lack of sleep and imagining things. No reason. Molly leaves for the night, and I watch on as a furious Tory storms out of the lobby, leaving Heather straightening out her jacket, clearly unsettled by the confrontation. "I'll ask around and see if anyone has found Tory's missing ring," I offer as Heather passes by the desk. "Knock yourself out. I have better things to do than search for some worthless ring that girl probably picked out of a box of cereal," she spits before striding off to her office. Chapter 11. The night passes by slowly in a blur of boredom and fatigue, and by morning time I'm already halfway out the door when two of the weekend staff show up to take over from me. I catch a bus back to Peter's place, but after seeing him and Megan together last night, I can't face the thought of staying at his apartment a day longer, so I collect my car and leave without going inside. I keep the windows wide open as I drive to stay alert, the cold morning air striking angrily at my face. I've had no more than 5 hours sleep in the last 2 days, and I feel as though I'm on the brink of losing it completely. I had a long time to think last night, alone in that empty lobby. I thought about Peter and Megan, about the apartment, our situation, my life, and I made a very difficult decision. One that I'm still second-guessing as I pull up outside my mother's house 10 minutes later. This is truly right at the bottom of the list of places I want to be, but what else am I supposed to do? I have nowhere else to go. I only hope my mother has no objections to me staying in my old bedroom for a while until I can figure out what to do with my mess of a life. I get out of the car and take in the familiar sight of my mother's white, single-story house, which seems to stand frozen in time. The overgrown hedges on either side of the driveway. The banged-up sedan parked at a slight angle. The one broken porch step and the glass light by the door that still has a crack in it from when my older sister Jess threw a rock at me when I was 12 because I'd borrowed her favourite T-shirt without asking and missed. All still right here, unchanged. I tentatively knock on the door before opening it up and poking my head inside. "Mum?" I hear music coming from the kitchen, and I close the front door behind me before making my way down the hall, For some people, coming home might bring feelings of nostalgia, but for me, it evokes an unpleasant, acidic kind of feeling at the pit of my stomach, almost like heartburn. My mother is standing in the kitchen cutting up fruit, her hips swaying to the music. Her dark hair is in a plait down her back, and she's wearing stretchy gym clothes, which I've never seen her in before. She's lost some weight since I last saw her, and appears happier for it. "Hi, Mum!" I shout over the music. Her knife clatters to the chopping board, and she spins around, startled, before spotting me and clutching her chest. "Christ, P, you nearly gave me a heart attack." "Sorry, I knocked on the door, but I guess you couldn't hear me." She wipes her hands on a towel and turns off the music. "Well, I'm about to do a 30-minute cardio workout, so I guess you just kick-started my pulse rate is all." "So you're getting into fitness now?" I ask the obvious. "Can't you tell?" She puts her hands on her hips and twists to show off. 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week.
I think the results speak for themselves, right? Coffee? I accept the offer, greedy for any caffeine coming my way, and she pours me a cup. We sit down at the same kitchen table that I ate my first solid food at, and I listen for 15 minutes about my mother's new healthy lifestyle, her superior clean food diet, and an unnecessarily detailed explanation of her workout routine. I give her the praise and reassurances she's angling for, telling her the results of her hard work are showing, before I begin to shift the conversation toward me. "Mum, I need a place to stay for a while. Peter and I are parting ways." A cloud falls over her face, and all of a sudden I'm 10 again, in trouble, and staring into the disapproving eyes of my mother. I knew it. I knew there was no way you would ever bless me with your presence because you simply wanted to check in on your mother. She purses her lips before standing up and going back to the counter to continue chopping her fruit, a little more violently now. "So what did you do to drive him away?" I wasn't expecting any sympathy from my mother over the breakup, and I'm certainly not going to satisfy her by giving her the truth that I was, in fact, the one who screwed up. "We just decided to part ways, Mum. We couldn't make it work. It happens." Pieces of apple are now shooting off the chopping board as she angrily chops. "Well, maybe you might want to try a little harder, because you're not going to find another guy who can take care of you like Peter does. Relationships take work, perseverance." This is rich, coming from Rita Fuller, a woman who has been in multiple relationships since my father left her many years ago, none of which have lasted for more than 6 months. Her trust issues, which stem from 6 years of marriage to George Fuller, have been the barrier that stands in her way. Despite still bearing the Fuller name, my mother washed her hands of him in every other way the day he picked up and left Blackridge Falls when I was 18 months old. I'm told the cause of his sudden exit from our lives was due to his failure to repay outstanding cocaine and gambling debts. I can't say I'm sad to have never known him. "I suppose you'll want me to move my gym equipment out of your old bedroom then?" my mother says, throwing pieces of now mangled fruit into a bowl. I have nowhere else to set it up, so there goes my daily workouts. Of course, my heartbreak, my loss of a relationship that's lasted nearly 5 years, my homelessness is not the important issue here for my mother. No, it's how this might affect her. I knew I shouldn't have come here. This was a huge mistake. Before I can tell her to keep her precious gym equipment where it is, the front door opens and Jess appears. "Oh, hi," she says, looking puzzled. "What are you doing here?" "Your little sister is returning to the nest," my mother loudly announces before I get a chance to answer. She couldn't make it work with the man who gave her everything, so Queen P will now be descending back upon us. My mother has never once, in my memory, called me Pearl, a name my father chose for me.
She found out a few months after I was born that I happened to share the name of a certain dancer my father had an eye for, who worked downtown at a sleazy club, which has long since closed down. By the time this information made its way to my mother, it was too late to change my name, and P I became. My sister now, on hearing of my and Peter's pending disunion, cracks a crooked smile. "So the rumours are true?" "What rumours?" My mother's eyes flick between me and Jess. "Oh, I just heard that Pearl here was caught a few weeks back in bed with one of her co-workers at the Driftwood Motel," she announces with a grin, revelling in my discomfort. I roll my eyes. This rumour she has heard is not even partly true, and I can only imagine that it must be a Chinese whisper created from a mixture of confused sources, mutual acquaintances of both Peter and Lucas, combining Peter's version of the story where Jason, from the course I took, mistakenly kissed me with the fact that Lucas has been telling people we're an item in order to win a bet. People in small towns like Blackridge Falls never jump to conclusions, they hurdle over them. That's not what happened at all, I defend myself. It was one kiss, and the guy never even worked at Driftwood. Oh, right, well, I guess if it was just one kiss and you don't even work with the guy, then it's fine. My sister bounces her words sarcastically. Jesus, what is wrong with you, Pearl? There is really no point in trying to explain the complexities of the situation to her. She's already made her mind up. This is how our relationship has always been. If my misery were a perfume, she would douse herself in it. The sad fact is that my sister Jessica was born with a peanut where her heart should be. I get up from my seat and stick out my chin defiantly. You know what? I can find somewhere else to stay. It's fine. Neither Jess nor my mother try to stop me as I walk down the hall and back out the front door, slamming it hard behind me. Chapter 12. I lift my head from my jacket pillow and look into the darkness that surrounds me. Where the hell am I? When I sit up and see the bright lights of the grocery store sign outside, I remember. I'd left my mum's house earlier, upset and tired, and driven to the closest parking lot I could find to sleep. I couldn't think of anywhere else to go. Going to my mum's was an awful idea. There's no way I could have survived even one night there with her and my sister. And after seeing Peter kissing someone else last night, I don't think I could return to his apartment without risking a huge fight erupting. I'm still too upset. So, outside a grocery store in my car, it is. I look at my phone. 6:15 in the evening and dark already. I guess I slept for over 7 hours in the back seat of my car. I rub my neck, which feels like, well, it feels like I slept for over 7 hours in the back seat of a car. I check my bank balance on my phone and kick myself for not accepting the $50 Lucas offered me last night after winning his bet. It's Saturday, and I don't get paid until Monday, so I have just enough money to buy some food tonight and pray there'll be enough left over in my account that I can eat again tomorrow. With Peter, I never had to worry about money. We split the rent 2 ways, then he covered the utilities and food. And because he made a lot more money than me, he always insisted on paying for any of the little extra things like dinner out or a movie. He even paid to fill my car with gas each week. I guess he really did take care of me like my mother said. Now I'm still paying Peter rent until I get my stuff moved out. But without his help with various other expenses, my account is depleted before payday rolls around each Monday. And that's just from me spending to survive. I don't do shopping trips or nights out or anything really. I straighten myself up in the rearview mirror and head inside the store. The fluorescent lights overhead send a sharp pain to the back of my eyes, and I blink rapidly to adjust. I choose from the measly selection of sandwiches they keep out on weekends and also grab a bottle of water on my way to the checkout. The queues are tailing back in every line, and I join the shortest one, but there's still 3 people ahead of me with full carts, so I'll be here a while unless someone lets me skip ahead. And that's unlikely. I pull out my phone and check my messages to pass the time. There's one from my mother. Do you want me to put the air mattress in the living room? That way I won't have to move my gym stuff. This is actually a surprisingly considerate offer from a woman who once used my 5th grade sewing project, a patchwork blanket made up of my old clothes that took me 2 weeks to make, to clean the kitchen floor after my sister accidentally dropped a full carton of eggs. I lie, pressing send. It's okay, I'm staying with a friend. I shuffle forward as the queue moves along and check my emails. There's a huge weekend sale on a website that sells furniture, a monthly newsletter from a meditation blog that I must have optimistically signed up to at some point. And then there's 3 from that job website, quick jobs. The first is an introductory email from yesterday when Molly signed me up. Then there are 2 others from the last couple of hours. One that's offering to match me up with somebody in the Blackridge Falls area who is seeking someone who can bake a cake resembling Fonzie from the 70s TV show Happy Days. The other is an offer to match up with somebody who needs help repairing a vintage Morse code telegraph key, neither of which are things I know how to do. What the hell did Molly list as my skills? Letting her sign me up to that website was probably a bad idea. I'll have to log on later and uncheck whatever random boxes she ticked. I get back to my car and sit, slowly nibbling away at my questionable egg sandwich as I try to figure out what to do next. I don't work weekends, so I won't even have the warmth of the Driftwood lobby to count on tonight. Do I spend the weekend in my car? No, I would probably freeze to death. I could ask Molly if she could put me up on her couch for a couple of nights, but then what? I'll still have nowhere to go after that, and I'll just be back to square one. I am so tired of sleeping on a couch. I haven't slept in a real bed in over 3 weeks, and every joint and muscle in my body is starting to feel it, especially after sleeping on the back seat of my car today. Then it hits me. The murder room, it's always empty, it's always warm. There's a comfortable bed in there, and Lucas said he's slept there plenty of times without anyone noticing. And I'm sure that the figure I saw in the window was just my imagination playing tricks on me from lack of sleep. At least I think I'm sure. I'm going to have to trust myself on that one because right now I think this might be the only option I have left. The only problem will be getting a key card and sneaking into the room without being seen. I find Lucas's number in my contact list and hit call, but there's no answer. I try the number for the front desk, and it's answered on the 2nd ring. Driftwood Motel. This is Molly speaking. How may I help you? Hey, it's Pearl. Wait, it's Saturday evening. I thought you'd be at home. I would be, usually, but Heather needed me to come in for a couple of hours to supervise. She's got a doctor's appointment. Anything serious? A girl can hope. Molly laughs. If you call 50 units of facial fillers serious, then sure, I guess. I try to imagine where someone might find a space on Heather's face to be filled. It's already stretched as tight as a drum. I'm actually looking for Lucas, but he's not answering his phone. Is he around? I ask. I think he's helping out in the kitchen. Give me a moment and I'll get him. 3 minutes later, Lucas's voice comes over the line. Hey, Pearl, what's up? Lucas, I need a favor, I say. And I'd appreciate it if you don't tell anyone, even Molly. Okay, he says, likely standing right beside Molly. I need to stay a night or 2 in room 52. Can you get me in there tonight without anyone noticing? There's a silence on the line for a moment, then, yeah. Thanks. Is Molly standing within earshot? Yeah. Okay, listen, just wait until Molly leaves and then put the key card somewhere I can find it. I'll park nearby and walk over when you give me the all clear, okay? Yeah. I appreciate Lucas being discreet, but this is his 3rd yeah in a row, and Molly is going to be getting suspicious. Thanks, Lucas. I really appreciate it. Just tell Molly I was calling you about covering a shift of mine next week, or that I had a question about fixing something, okay? There's another moment of silence until Lucas's voice comes loudly back over the line. No problem, Pearl. Just keep at it with a plunger and it should flush right down." Before I have time to protest, he hangs up. Chapter 13. It feels as though I've been sitting in my car outside the hardware store forever by the time Lucas's message comes through. Keycard by the door to room 52. Finally. I feel as though my toes are made of ice. I can't run the heat without the engine turned on, and my tank is already running on fumes, so I've been sitting in the freezing cold for hours, waiting for Lucas to give me the green light. I would have thought there was little demand for a hardware store to remain open this late at night, but there's been no lack of shoppers walking in and out, gawking at me, sitting hopelessly inside my car as they pass by. Leaving my car where it is, I practically jog to the motel parking lot and stay close to the wall as I make my way toward the stairs to the upper row of rooms. A glance around tells me that Molly's car is gone, but both Lucas's and Heather's are still parked here. Lucas must be heading home soon, and I don't expect Heather to be here for much longer. If I can just get into the room without being seen, I should be okay. But even then, I'll have to stay hidden or risk someone spotting me and ratting me out to Heather. I'm putting my job on the line here, but I don't see any other option at this point. It's either this or freeze to death in my car. I'm not going back to Peter's. The next time I'm there will be to collect my things and return the key for good. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have the apartment all to himself, so he can invite Megan back to his bachelor pad without there being any remaining traces of my having lived there for the last 4 years, lovingly making it our home. I round the top of the stairs and creep along quietly, unsure which of the rooms are occupied, as nearly all of them have their blackout curtains drawn. Room 52 is at the far end of the upper right level, closest to the main lobby, so I am extra cautious as I move forward, avoiding the security cameras and keeping an eye on the front doors down below, as though Heather might burst out at any second and catch me here. But there's no sign of movement down there, and I make it to the room unnoticed to find that, sure enough, Lucas has left the keycard by the door. I pick it up and let myself inside, closing the door behind me before searching for a light switch on the wall in the pitch black. I find it and flip the switch, and the dim overhead bulbs fill the room with a lackluster glow. The air inside here is stale from being trapped with very little movement for so long, but looking around the place, the room is clean and the bed is made up with fresh linen. The only thing different about this room from the rest here at Driftwood, other than that one murder, is that the area to the right of the desk has been commandeered by a broken wet and dry vacuum, a cleaning cart with a missing wheel, and a chair piled high with folded bed linen. I take off my jacket and place it with my bags. Down on the floor, then flop myself onto the bed. It's hardly the Ritz, but it's comfortable and soft and, most importantly, not a couch or the back seat of a car. I use my feet to kick my shoes off onto the carpet below, where they land with a muted thud. Then I lie back and stare up at the ceiling. The relief of having a bedroom to sleep in tonight that's safe and warm helps to somewhat muffle the voice in the back of my mind that relentlessly whispers, "But what next?" I grab the remote from the nightstand and switch on the TV, flipping through channels until I settle on a cheesy game show. 15 minutes later, I've used the bathroom and searched the room for any food items that could pass as consumable. No luck, and I would have even accepted a pillow mint. I'm still having difficulties grasping the rules of this game show, which I'll put down to mental exhaustion, and having only eaten a sandwich today, I end up pulling out my phone to distract myself and see there's a new email from Quick Jobs, a match offer with someone called Cherry Branson from just outside Blackridge Falls. Pet and house sitter required for 1 week. Duties include light cleaning, dog walking, pet feeding, and looking after the home. Below the description are instructions on how to apply, as well as the listed rate for the week. $1,000, $1,000 to make sure some doors are locked and to walk a dog once or twice a day for a week. Unlike the unusual requests I've been offered from this website so far, this seems like something I could actually do. Throw in a warm bed to sleep in each night, and to be honest, this sounds too good to be true. Plus, that money could help me find a place of my own to rent. This could be the stepping stone I need to get my life back on track. I have no idea how many other people have been matched up as a potential fit for this job, so I figure I'd better get in there quickly if I want to stand a chance. I email back my interest and credentials, for which I list my 6 months of dog walking as a teenager, as well as the experience I've gained through my work in hospitality, cleaning and general caretaking duties. Hopefully, that will be enough to convince this Cherry Branson to choose me over the other applicants for the job. After weeks of barely keeping my head above water, it's nice to have something, no matter how small, to swim toward. By the time I put my phone back down, it's after 11, and I'm ready to curl up and sleep. I slip on one of Peter's t-shirts. It's huge on me, but it's the most comfortable thing in the bag of old clothes I found in the trunk of my car. Maybe I'll keep it. I switch off the TV and get under the covers. I expect to fall asleep the moment my head hits the pillow, but it doesn't quite make it that far, as I stop midway trying to figure out what it is I'm hearing now that the TV is off. It sounds like music coming from the bathroom. I sit up, further in the bed, not taking my eyes from the door. I know it's not possible that there could be music playing in the bathroom. I went in there soon after arriving, and the bathroom is bare but for the toilet, sink and bath. So why can I definitely hear music coming from there? Tentatively, I swing my legs over the side of the bed and lean forward to listen, singing. I can hear a woman's voice, soft and gentle. But obviously there isn't a woman in the bathroom singing. Beverly Berkman, my mind whispers to me. No. Beverly killed her husband Frank, not the other way round, so there's no reason her ghost would be stuck here. I have no idea why my mind even went there. I'm not crazy. I don't believe in ghosts. I stand up, my toes sinking into the carpet under my feet, a sea of geometric shapes entwined in shades of blue and green. I feel a cold sensation cloak itself around me as I slowly move toward the bathroom, telling myself the sound must be my imagination, but the singing continues, soft and gentle. A shiver runs through my core, and I stop with my arm outstretched for the door before summoning the courage to simultaneously swing it open and switch on the bathroom light. I look around the dazzling bright bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. It's empty. There's nobody here, unless you count the reflection that stares back at me from the mirror, wide-eyed and wild-haired, a dark mess of waves hanging around her shoulders. But the singing continues, almost like a lullaby, but louder now. I realize that the sound is coming from the next room, and I'm a little embarrassed that my mind immediately swung to ghosts. I seriously need to get some sleep. I turn the bathroom light off and close the door. I'm about to get back into bed when I hear another noise. This time it's from outside, a scraping sound like metal on metal. I run toward the window and push the curtains aside an inch or two so as not to be noticed from outside. I can see a sliver of the parking lot below, and my eyes lock straight onto the cause of the noise. Heather's white Prius is pulled halfway out of a parking spot, the door wide open. The car parked next to it, an expensive cobalt blue Lexus, has a large scrape running down the side of it that Heather is inspecting. Uh-oh, that's going to cost her. Lucas's car is no longer here, and there's nobody else around this late. She's the only person out there. I watch as she slowly turns in a circle, glancing around the darkened lot. Her impractically high orange heels seem to light up in the dark as she gets back into her car. I'm expecting to see her write a note with her details for when the other driver returns, or to see her pull out her phone to make a call to her insurance company. But to my utter disbelief, she starts her car back up, looks around one last time, and drives away into the night. Chapter 14. The Watcher. The thing about the Driftwood Motel is that there is always a dark corner, a space hidden in the shadows, a spot for me to watch her from. I saw her arrive last night. I watched her enter the room alone. Did she know I was watching? Did she want me to follow her? Does she wish, like I do, that she could be in my arms? I know that deep down inside her she feels the pull. How could she not? She must know as well as I do that we belong together. And one day, soon, we will be. Chapter 15. Water cascades down my body, enveloping me in its comforting embrace. An imitation of what I yearn for so badly since losing Peter. The shower above the bath is awkward but high-pressured, and it thumps down solidly on my back. The generic all-in-one hand, body and hair soap from the dispenser is doing neither my hair nor skin any favors, but it feels as though I've been reborn as I climb out of the tub and wrap myself in a fluffy white towel. I step back into the bedroom and wonder at what point the lady next door stopped her singing last night, because her soothing lullaby was still playing in my ears as I fell asleep at around midnight. It was nice, actually. I think she probably had a baby in there that she was singing back to sleep, although I didn't hear any crying, so I can't be sure. I doubt my own mother ever sang lullabies to me. She never read bedtime stories to me or my sister, or even kissed us goodnight. Who knows, maybe she did all those motherly things in the early days before my father left us, but the image of her lovingly singing us to sleep is one I simply can't imagine. I'm about to drop my towel to get dressed when I hear a knock on the door. Crap! Does someone know I'm in here? I freeze on the spot, praying that this isn't someone from housekeeping checking on the room. I have no idea why they would even do that. Everyone knows this room is never used, and if they're coming in here for extra supplies, why would they knock first? Pearl? I hear Lucas's voice come quietly from behind the door, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Holding my towel tight, I open up the door just enough to reach through the crack and grab Lucas, pulling him inside by the arm before closing the door behind us. "Don't worry, nobody saw me," he says, looking me up and down with amusement. "I thought maybe you'd like some breakfast." He holds up a breakfast plate wrapped in silver foil, then places it down on the bed. "Thanks." I hug the towel a little tighter. I appreciate this gesture much more than I'm willing to let on, but my stomach gives me away by quietly growling in anticipation of food. I wrap my arms around my middle, making sure not to let the towel slip. The last thing I want is to give Lucas a free show. "I guess I should let you get dressed," he says, reaching for the door handle. "How long do you think you'll need to use this room for?" "Hopefully just a couple of nights, but I don't really have anywhere else to go, so possibly longer." "I'm not sure," I admit, then immediately regret showing vulnerability when I see the playful look in his eyes has been replaced by a quiet sadness. "I'll make sure nobody comes in here," he gently assures me. I hate pity. "It probably won't be for long. I might be getting a job house sitting soon." My confident tone belies the reality that I am one of likely hundreds of people who have applied for the job after being matched. "That's cool. I hope you get it," he says, opening the door. "And you look better than you did yesterday." "Glad you got some sleep." "Yeah, I was sung to sleep by the lady in the next room, so I slept like a baby." Lucas gives me a funny look. "There's nobody in the rooms either side of this one." "There definitely is. She probably just checked in late after you left last night." Lucas narrows his eyes, then shrugs. "Well, I'd better go before the beast catches me in here with a girl." He winks. Then he's gone. I wolfed the toast, eggs and sausages down in 4 minutes flat before picking slowly at the selection of fruit slices as I get dressed. The hard edges on my opinion of Lucas have softened a little in the past couple of days between his helping me out and hearing his story of loss, from his father in Iraq when he was small, to his mother dying during his teen years and his grandfather passing away only last year. I've seen a side of him that is a stark contrast to the uninhibited jester that I've come to expect. I pull on a t-shirt, a grey zip-up sweater and jeans. I have just enough clean items to make a full outfit, and I silently thank past Pearl for forgetting the bag of washing in the trunk of the car after using the Driftwood laundry room a few weeks back while the washer at Peter's apartment was on the fritz. I can't stop thinking about what I saw last night. I can't believe that Heather would just drive away after hitting someone's car, especially in the parking lot of her own business. It doesn't look good. Now the owner of that Lexus will be stuck with a bill for getting the colossal scrape repaired when Heather should have stopped and taken responsibility. Should I tell someone? I can't risk Heather finding out I was in this room last night to see it happen, so I guess I don't have a choice but to keep my mouth shut. I'm shaken from my thoughts when my phone starts to ring. I don't recognize the number on the screen, and I can only hope it's not my mother on a new number calling to tell me she's moved her gym equipment to make space for me. She'd just love to hold that over my head. "Hello," I answer, picking a bit of orange from my teeth with a fingernail. "Hi, Pearl. This is Cherry Branson," comes a clipped but not unkind voice. "You responded to my request on Quick Jobs for a house sitter?" I sit up straight. "Oh, hi. Yes, I did. I've had a look through a few of the applicants, and I'm happy with your qualifications." I hear Cherry clear her throat. "The thing is, we actually leave tomorrow morning, and I know it's kind of last minute, but do you think you'd be able to start then?" My heart races with excitement, but I try to keep my voice level. "Yes, absolutely. That would be no problem at all." "Wonderful." I hear the relief in Cherry's voice. "Well, if you're not too busy, today, would you mind coming over so I can show you around and go through your duties?" "Sure, I can come over any time." "Great. Shall we say 3 o'clock? Cherry gives me the address, and when we say goodbye, I throw the phone down on the bed before jumping up and down on the mattress like an overexcited child. Chapter 16. $1,000 for just 1 week? Edsel looks skeptical. What's the catch? "I'm not sure yet," I say with a laugh. "I have to go meet her at the house this afternoon." Edsel wrings his age-spotted hands together uneasily on the table where we sit alone. "Lucas texted me 20 minutes ago to tell me that Heather was leaving for a few hours and that he'd kept a plate of lunch out for me." I'd made my way down here to find Edsel alone in the dining room with a deck of cards playing a game of solitaire. "Pearly girl, you need to be careful about meeting people you find online. I've heard some scary tales starting that way." Edsel shakes his head and turns over a card, putting it down on the table. I've never been one for card games, so I don't know if he's winning or losing this single-player game, but it looks complicated. It's not like I'm meeting some guy from a dating app, Edsel. It'll be just like any other job interview. I'll be okay. He flips over another card, and his glassy eyes meet mine. "You want me to come with you, just in case? Can't say I have much else going on today." He motions to the spread of cards. My heart warms at the offer. I'm touched by how much Edsel cares. I also feel a little sorry for him. I know he chose this life after his wife died, living out his last years at Driftwood, collecting games and playing them alone. But is this place really any better than a retirement home? At least there he'd have people to talk and play games with each day. I return his gaze and place my hand on his. The skin over his veins feels paper thin. "I appreciate the offer, but I'll be fine. I'm like 70% sure it's just a regular job interview and not an evil plot to kidnap and kill me. I flash him a smile. As Edsel continues his game, I pick at my quiche and coleslaw and find my mind wandering to the scraped-up Lexus in the parking lot that I pass by on my way in. It's still sitting exactly where it was when Heather hit it last night. Has the owner seen it yet? I can't believe Heather just left without saying anything, but what can I do about it? I wasn't even supposed to be at Driftwood last night. I could lose my job if I say anything. Edsel, I begin, looking for a little moral guidance. If you saw somebody do something wrong and you were the only person who knew they were responsible, but it would put you at risk to say anything, what would you do, hypothetically? Edsel keeps turning over cards and moving them around. How wrong? Like hurting someone or stealing? No, nothing like that. Like if somebody sideswiped a parked car and then just drove off, I say, way too specifically. Hypothetically, I guess if it would hurt me to share that information in some way, then I suppose I might not say anything. This comforts me a little. Edsel scoops up every card on the table and neatly presses them in a pile. Have I ever told you about how Patty and I met? He has. Maybe 3 or 4 times over the years, but I smile and let him continue. I was about your age, 25, 26 or so. I had just started work at a drugstore in Ash Haven, a few miles east of here. There was a bakery down the street that I would visit each afternoon on my lunch break. They mostly sold pastries and bread, but I wasn't really there for the food. I was there to see the girl working behind the counter. That was Patty, he says, as though I might not have copped to the fact already. She was beautiful, like a young Dorothy Dandridge. Do you know who that is? No, I admit. Sorry. No, I guess you wouldn't. Well, that's not important. Anyway, I would wait outside until she was behind the counter, and I would come in and make my order. Roast beef and mustard on rye every day, always the same. And every day I would try to start up a conversation with her, hoping it might lead somewhere. But it never did. She just wasn't interested in me. I know where this is going, but I also know there are only a limited number of times left in Edsel's life that he'll have to tell this, his favourite story. So I keep quiet and listen intently, as though this is the first time I've ever heard it. Well, one day I was on my lunch break and waiting outside the cafe as usual for Patty to finish up with a customer, so I could come in, make my order, and attempt a conversation with her. Even though I was beginning to give up hope at that point, I was standing by the window, and I watched as a man returned to his parked car just outside the cafe. He reversed a little to pull out onto the road, and I looked on as he backed right into a bicycle which was behind him. A bicycle that I happened to know belonged to Patty. I'd seen her coming and going to work on it. It was destroyed. There was no saving it. The man didn't even get out of his car. He just drove off as though nothing had happened. But rather than get angry at the man or go inside to tell Patty, do you know what I did? What? I ran all the way back to work, got in my car and drove straight back to the cafe. I parked outside where the man's car had sat mere minutes before, and then went inside. I walked straight up to Patty, and I told her a lie, the best lie I've ever told. I said that I had accidentally hit her bicycle with my car, and I apologized profusely. She came outside with me to assess the damage, and we both agreed that the bicycle was irreparable and that it would only be right if I were to buy her a replacement, having been the one to hit it. I smile now because I know from past versions of this story that Edsel did in fact come clean to Patty a short time later about the lie and why he'd told it. Supposedly, it was the first and only lie he ever told her during more than 40 years together. So, I took the next day off work and went out and bought the most beautiful bicycle I could find, white with a basket on front, little bell, soft leather seat, everything. I waited for her to finish work, and I met her outside the cafe, and we walked to Highland Park. You might know it, it's still there. I asked her to sit down on a bench by the pond and got her to close her eyes, and I ran behind the bush that I'd hidden the bicycle in and wheeled it out, a ribbon on the handlebars and everything, he says with a smile. Well, she was very happy with it, as you might imagine. And for the rest of that summer's evening, and many more for years after, we sat on that bench and had all the conversations I'd been dreaming for so long of having with her. At the end of his story, I feel a little pang in my heart. Not only because his words are so sweet and romantic, but because I realize that I will likely never be the Patty of an old-fashioned love story like this. You know, I never stopped going back there, to that same bench in Highland Park, even after Patty passed. The bench has been replaced a few times since all those years ago, but somehow my feet still find their way there, whether I plan it or not. I'll find myself on the bus to Ash Haven without even knowing why. Edsel looks wistful for a moment, and then laughs his deep baritone laugh and begins laying out his deck of cards again. Chapter 17. When I return back through the lobby from lunch, I catch the eye of the woman working reception. Her blonde hair is pulled back from her face into a tight bun, and I recognize her despite not yet having worked alongside her during the few months she's been here. Dana? Yes. She smiles. Pearl, I know you from Molly. She's always talking about you. Good things, I swear. We talk work for a few minutes before I get down to business. Would it be okay with you if I use the computer for a minute? My phone is out of battery, and I need to check my emails real quick. No problem, she says, as she moves aside and clears the way to the computer. I squeeze past her behind the desk and take the mouse, giving a sideways glance to check she's not looking before I pull up the bookings page and run down through the list of names and room numbers, searching for something specific. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but curiosity has gotten the better of me. After Lucas told me there was nobody booked into the rooms either side of mine last night. I know he's wrong because I haven't slept as well as I did last night in a long time, and I'm kind of hoping whoever was in the room next to me is booked in for another night to sing me to sleep again. I scroll down through about 30 bookings before I see it. I try to process what I'm reading, but it makes no sense. Are you okay? I vaguely hear Dana's worried voice, as though she's speaking to me from the end of a long tunnel. I try to straighten my expression into a more normal look, but the dread in my stomach is preventing me from controlling the muscles in my face, and I can't seem to tear my eyes away from what I'm seeing. Yes, fine. I turn my body to shield the screen. I didn't get the email I was waiting on. I close down the page and thank a concerned-looking Dana before hurrying outside and running straight out of the parking lot, all the way to my car, which is still parked outside the hardware store. B. Berkman. The booking for the room next door to me last night was for a B. Berkman, Beverly Berkman. The woman who killed her husband all those years ago is staying at the Driftwood Motel again. Is it possible this is a coincidence that the woman whose sweet voice sang me to sleep last night is no relation of the killer who poisoned her husband and fled the country before she could be brought to justice? Or is this some kind of prank? Whoever booked her in would have asked for identification. We always do. So her name would have been verified for the booking, but wouldn't the name have rung any bells? Everyone who lives in Blackridge Falls knows the story of Frank and Beverly Berkman. It's legendary around here. What if it actually is her? Why would she come back here over 30 years later? She would be, 60 or 70 years old by now? The voice I heard last night didn't sound that old, that's for sure. It sounded soft and young, almost angelic in its timbre. I'm worried I may never find out who that really was because the guest staying in that room was only checked in for one night, meaning she would have left already this morning. Sitting into my car and closing the door, I squeeze my eyes shut and try to think logically. There are likely thousands of people with the last name Berkman around the country, and I'm probably insane for even considering that this could be the same woman from the stories we've all heard at the Driftwood Motel. That she's returned for some reason, or that her ghost physically checked in for one night, next to the room she murdered her husband in, just to sing all night long. No, obviously this was just a Brenda or a Brooke or a Belinda Berkman, checked in for one night, practicing for an upcoming solo performance with a choir or something. I feel a lot better after thinking this through pragmatically, and a glance at the clock on the dash tells me I need to stop obsessing over nothing and get going now if I want to make it to Cherry Branson's house by 3. He won't bite, I promise. He's a sweetheart. Aren't you, Pickle? Cherry coos at the cockatoo perched on the back of a carved wooden dining chair in her kitchen. Cherry and her husband, Ron, are clearly big-time animal lovers. I've been in their home for less than 15 minutes, and I've already been introduced to 3 fish, salsa, Dijon and ranch, 2 rabbits, radish and chili, and finally, Pickle, the citron-crested cockatoo. I sense a theme with the names. Both Cherry and Ron had been standing at the door when it swung open on my arrival, and they'd ushered me into their impressive home enthusiastically. Eclectic would be the only word you could use to describe the style inside this 2-story modern farmhouse. From the entryway to the living room and now the kitchen, I have not seen one piece of furniture or item that completes a set. Nothing matches, yet somehow everything matches in this home. And Cherry and Ron themselves embody that image, her with her flowing patchwork dress and deep red curls gathered at the top of her head with some kind of hair chopsticks, and him with his tweed waistcoat over a purple velvet shirt, a look completed by his thick, greying moustache. They're as eccentric as their home, and I've got to say, I'm digging it. Now, Pearl, I want you to treat this home as your own, Ron says, gesturing toward a large drinks cabinet at the end of the kitchen. The contents of wines, spirits, and glasses of all shapes and sizes are all as varied as anything else you could find in this house. Help yourself to anything here. I mean that. Don't be shy. And you're welcome to have company over so long as they are good with our little babies here, Cherry adds, nuzzling her forehead into Pickle's feathers. And obviously no parties. Other than that, I don't think there's much more to add. We'll leave out detailed instructions on how to care for each of the animals. Our cruise is for 7 nights, Ron says as he offers me what looks like a homemade flapjack from a rectangular tin covered in various world flags. And we might not be reachable by phone for a lot of the time at sea. I thank him before picking out a flapjack and taking a bite. It tastes like marzipan and vanilla, and it melts like butter inside my mouth. Heavenly. So if you have any problems, just call Frankie. She'll be able to help you out, Cherry says. I'll just go ahead and assume that whoever this Frankie is, her number will be in the instructions they leave. This is the 3rd acquaintance of theirs that Cherry has mentioned, as though I'm already part of their larger friendship group. I just nod along as I mentally pinch myself at the opportunity to not only stay in this incredible house for the next week, but also to get paid handsomely for it. This warm, inviting home is so far removed from the life I've been existing in that it doesn't seem possible I could have lucked out this hard. And I'm sorry again about how last minute this all is, Cherry says as she grabs my hand in hers, her many bangles clinking as she moves. Yes, adds Ron. We had a house sitter all lined up, and then she had a last-minute emergency. We were so glad to find you at such short notice. Pure luck. His moustache curls upward charmingly as he smiles. I don't know if I would count it as luck, since if they hadn't picked me, I'm sure dozens of other people were gladly lining up to take this job. I hear the clacking of paws on wood behind me and turn around to see a large golden retriever nosing my way, tail wagging excitedly. "Chester, meet Pearl. Pearl, this is Chester. You guessed it, named after the sauce." Cherry beams. I have no idea what she means by this, until by way of explanation, she grabs a bottle of Worcestershire sauce from a cupboard and points at it. "Oh, well, hello, Chester." I pat his head, refraining from breaking the news to his owners that nowhere in its name does Worcestershire feature the sound Chester. Chester is so thrilled at my attention that he spins around in circles in front of me as I try to rub him. After a moment he settles and rests his head in my hands, staring up at me with big hazel eyes. I've known Chester for maybe 50 seconds, and I have already fallen in love with him. I love this house, I love this couple, the way that Cherry and Ron pick up each other's sentences where the other one left off, as though they have spent so long together that they've almost become one in the most harmonious, lovely way. They are so kind and welcoming. I already feel at home here. This week is going to be amazing. Chapter 18. When I arrive back at my secret abode at the motel, leaving my car sitting a stone's throw away outside the hardware store to avoid suspicion, I take a dark sort of delight in texting Peter my new lodging status. I've found a new place. I'll be by sometime soon to collect my things and drop back the keys. Almost immediately I see the 2 little telltale blue check marks that indicate he's read this, and I watch as the typing message bubbles at me for much longer than seems required for the eventual reply that lands in the chat thread. Great. Great? I'll bet it is, for him. He's probably doing backflips at the thought of having my lingering presence wiped clean from his apartment, so he can bring Megan back with no fear of me showing up unannounced and walking in on them in their love nest. I place the phone on the nightstand and sit on the edge of the bed to take off my shoes before melting back into the plush white pillows. I realize now that for the first time since we broke up, the image of Peter with someone else is no longer evoking a feeling of being stabbed in the heart with a jagged shard of glass. Am I finally getting over him? I guess I must be. This thought seems to set free a weight deep inside that has been living in my chest for weeks on end, constricting me like a snake, slowly squeezing the air supply from its prey. I feel lighter, more in control of my life. I'm ready to move on. I'm going to start this new job tomorrow, house sitting. I'm going to use the money I earn to get myself a place to rent, and then take on as many other of these odd jobs the Quick Jobs website throws at me as I can to save up and progress somewhere further in my life. Maybe I'll embark on another course. God knows the last one didn't end well, but this time I can put my full focus into bettering my skills and moving up the job ladder. Get out of Blackridge Falls to the city, secure a management position at a high-end hotel, and buy myself a cute little apartment, one that overlooks a park. I'll wear heels with red soles, and I'll shop at designer stores every weekend with my new city friends, a sassy, confident blonde, and a handsome gay socialite who never holds back from telling it like it is. So wrapped up am I in my newfound, apparently Sex and the City-inspired, aspirations that I don't notice myself, slowly drifting off into a tranquil, unplanned sleep. When my eyes open again, the room is pitch black, and I reach out, batting my hand around the nightstand until my fingers collide with the cold glass of my phone screen, which lights up to display the time. 10:42 p.m. I must have slept for 4 hours. Something is wrong. I feel it immediately, but in my groggy, half-conscious state, I can't identify what it is that's sending alarm bells ringing through my mind. Then it comes sharply into focus, hitting me like a kick in the teeth. The singing, it's back. I can hear it, as, though from the bathroom again, the soft lull of a woman's a cappella melody. Only I happen to know that the woman who stayed in that room last night left this morning. I saw it right there on the screen when I checked earlier today. B. Berkman had checked in to room 53 not long before I first arrived at this room last night, and she'd vacated it before I'd even woken up this morning. Why would she check out, only to return to the same room that very evening? And what is with the incessant singing? Does the woman never sleep? What seemed like a gentle lullaby last night now feels like a wail that transcends the paper-thin walls of the motel and penetrates my last nerve ending with its willowy tendrils. I switch on the bedside lamp and swing my legs over the side of the bed, right back into my shoes where I left them. I've got to go say something to this woman for my own sanity. At the window, I push aside the curtains and check to see if there's anyone outside who might catch me if I leave the room. There's a man locking his car and heading to a room on the lower level adjacent to this row, and I spot Tori, our young resident, with her guitar case hanging from a strap over her shoulder, looking rough in her worn leather jacket, likely on her way back from an evening busking or out with friends. I wait until she and the man have both disappeared into their respective rooms before I slip out the door and stay close to the shadow of the wall as I move toward the room next to mine. From out here, I can no longer hear the singing, but the shaded curtains are cracked just enough to see a sliver of light coming from inside, indicating her unexplained presence. I knock lightly on the door and listen out, but there's no answer, and I can't hear any movement from within the room. "Hello?" I knock again gently, not wanting to alert anyone else to my uninvited presence. "Mom?" Nothing. "Mom?" I knock a little harder. "Would you mind stopping the singing? I'm in the next room and, it's getting pretty late now." I look from the door to the window and realize the sliver of light I had seen just a moment ago is now gone. She's turned the lights off and is ignoring me. I give up and return to my room, taking my shoes back off and making my way to the bathroom to clean myself up and brush my teeth before I try to get some more sleep. Tomorrow will be my first day working at Cherry and Ron's house, and then at night I'll have my usual shift here at the motel. The thought occurs to me that I'll be gone from the Bransons' house for over 10 hours each night. Will the animals be okay all alone? I think the fish and rabbits, and even Pickle the cockatoo, will be fine with that so long as I feed them before I go. But what about Chester? Can dogs go 10 hours at night without someone there with them? Does he sleep in a kennel outside, or does he stay inside at night? Given the low temperatures we're getting this winter, my guess is he probably stays inside. I place the dollar store toothbrush I picked up earlier inside the plastic cup at the sink and make my way to bed. Settling down into the plush covers, it dawns on me that I can no longer hear any singing. I guess the widow Berkman, for want of a better name for this mystery guest staying next to me, took the hint and decided to give it a rest for the night. Not 5 minutes later, I'm lying in the dark, eyes wide open and wishing I had just kept my mouth shut and let her continue singing. In comparison, it was much less disturbing than the soft, mournful weeping that has since arisen from the room next door. Gentle sobs that ache with grief. Oh God, at least the singing was better than this. I wrap the pillow around my head as tight as I can and wait for morning to come. Chapter 19. The Watcher. I always know when something is wrong, something is bothering her. My beautiful Pearl. I see it in her face. The little crinkle between her brows, the long glances around her, as though she is watching for me too. She senses me, I'm sure. She knows I'm here. Her body is attuned to mine. Of course it is. I long to reach out and touch her, tell her that she never needs to worry again, hold her face in my hands and make her believe that our love is all that she or I will ever need in life. There is nothing that could ever break the bond I know we share. and nobody in the world who could ever come between us. I'd never let them. Chapter 20. Watching Heather's car leave the parking lot from my perch at the window, I immediately make my way down to the lobby. It's early morning, and I've already packed my things up, cleaned the bathroom, and stripped and replaced the bed linen, thoroughly cleansing the room of my presence. I got very little sleep last night due to the steady stream of weeping and wailing from next door, which dragged on into the small hours. I didn't have the luxury of a lie-in, though, as it's Monday morning, and I have to be at Cherry and Ron's house soon to start work. I'm hoping Lucas has left me out some breakfast again because all that cleaning worked up a growling hunger. I don't know how long Heather will be gone, but hopefully long enough for me to wolf down some bacon and eggs before I leave. I walk through the double doors and into the familiar environment of the lobby. It always smells of old wood and lemon-scented floor cleaner in here. Lucas is alone and looks up at me from behind the desk. Hey, did you know that there's a type of lizard that can shoot noxious blood from its eyes? Good morning to you too, Lucas. I'm serious, look at this. He pushes his phone toward me, and when I take a look, my jaw nearly hits the floor. Not because of the truly repulsive image displayed across the screen, but because of what I see on the hand which Lucas holds it with. Where did you get that? I demand. Google Images. I can send it to you, if you want. No, Lucas, the ring on your finger, I clarify. He pulls his hand back, hiding it under the desk and lifting his head high. Found it. It looks a whole lot like the ring Tori said she's missing, I point out. Tori? The chick with the guitar? Yes, she came in here Friday night and had it out with Heather about someone stealing a ring from her room. Oh. He pulls his hand out from under the desk and looks at the ring on his pinky finger. The delicate diamond-accented gold band looks very out of place on Lucas's calloused hand. It would look more at home on the finger of an old woman. See, I found this behind a broken tile in a bathroom when I was fixing the shower head in one of the rooms. I figured it'd been sitting there for years and I would find a use for it. Well, that room was Tori's, and she's really upset about the ring. You've got to give it back. I hold out my hand, waiting for Lucas to pass it over. He squirms a little before pulling it off his finger and holding it in his hand, hesitant to give it to me. I guess keeping it would be wrong. The words leave his mouth more like a question than a statement. That, and illegal, I add, grabbing the ring from him. I'll return this to Tori. I'm sure she won't report you for theft, I say, patting myself down in search of a pocket, then giving up and sliding the ring onto my finger for safekeeping. Maybe, he scratches the back of his head. Maybe you could say you found it lying around. It's just if Heather finds out about this, she'll blow a fuse. I'm already in the doghouse for forgetting to take payment from a guest last night. Before I can answer Lucas, Edsel emerges from the direction of the dining room and gives my shoulder a squeeze, a mischievous look playing in his eyes. Pearly girl, did you sleep okay last night in the old murder room? I turn and glare at Lucas, who was supposed to be keeping that a secret. Don't look at me. I didn't tell him. He holds up his hands defensively. Edsel laughs, deep and chesty. I saw you go in there last night. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. My shoulders relax a little. I trust Edsel. He's a good man and tends to avoid Heather at all costs, so he's unlikely to snitch on me. To tell you the truth, I didn't sleep great, I say. There's a woman staying in the next room who seems to be having a nervous breakdown. When she's not singing, she's crying. Edsel frowns. That's rough. Is it just her staying, or does she have anyone with her? I don't know. I'd kind of pictured it was her singing a baby to sleep while she rocked it or nursed it, but I'm starting to think she's all alone in there. Lucas clears his throat to join in the conversation. You know, I was told that when I was a baby, my mum had to stop nursing me because I'd just, clamp down and grip on like a lion with fresh meat. Presumably mistaking my and Edsel's bewildered faces for a lack of comprehension, Lucas proceeds to mime for us what this might have looked like. It's all starting to make sense, a wide-eyed Edsel mutters before patting me on the shoulder and making his way outside. I'm about to get around to asking Lucas if I can score some leftover breakfast when the entrance doors open forcefully behind me, and a man I don't recognize strides in as though on a mission. His dark eyes burn with anger, and the wispy grey brows above give the illusion of flames rising from them. He marches right up to the desk and pushes past me to look Lucas dead in the eyes. Someone scraped my car! Lucas looks like a baby deer in the headlights of a monster rig, and I realize I should probably step in and handle this, having more experience of managing the front desk than him. Sir, my name is Pearl. I work here. I'm so sorry to hear about your car. Do you know exactly what happened? Because I do. Yes, I know what happened. I decided to cut down on my expenses by checking into this joke of an establishment instead of booking myself into a real hotel on Friday night, he fumes. I left my brand new Lexus sitting in the parking lot while I was here. I just returned my bags to it, ready to check out, and there's a deep scrape the size of Texas running all the way down the left side. Lucas, always ready to add something useful to the mix, puts on his best professional voice. Sir, are you quite certain your car wasn't scraped up already when you arrived here? The man stares blankly at him for a few moments before turning to me, indignant. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He shoots a thumb at Lucas. I'm not sure where to begin, I admit. Listen, I can bring this up with the manager. I'm sure she'll be happy to... I don't get to finish the sentence before Heather walks through the doors, back just in time to join the drama of her making. She looks surprised to see me here, which I guess is fair since I don't start work for another 12 hours. I begin to catch her up as she glances suspiciously from me to Lucas to the furious man standing in the lobby. Heather, this gentleman has just returned to his car to find that someone has sideswiped it during his stay here. Heather takes off her scarf and coat as she makes her way behind the front desk, heels clicking as she goes. Oh my word, that is awful. I'm so sorry, sir. Is there anything I can do to help? I can see her going for a sincere look, but those brows simply won't budge with the amount of Botox pumped around them. You're goddamned right there's something you can do. I want whoever did this to be held responsible. What kind of an asshole just drives off after hitting someone's car? Heather? Heather does. Sir, you have our assurance that we will look into this and find the person responsible. I notice how she goes plural. We'll pull up the security camera footage and have the culprit reported to the police immediately. If you just write down your contact details, we'll see to it that this gets sorted out for you. Her sickly sweet tone and performance seem to placate the man temporarily as he scribbles down his details on a piece of paper at the desk. When he leaves, Heather turns on me like a blood-squirting lizard. What exactly are you doing here, Pearl? I'm getting a touch of déjà vu. Her synthetic eyelashes flash at me. And don't try to tell me you've come to collect your favourite scrunchie again. I scratch my collarbone, trying to think fast. I was just here to... But my words are cut off before a lie can form as Heather grabs my hand in hers and spins it to face her. Is that what I think it is? That's the busker girl's ring, the one she said was stolen, she gasps. I look back at Lucas, whose wide eyes plead with me not to say anything. Yeah, I was just here because I found Tori's ring and wanted to return it to her. Heather's narrow eyes pierce mine with an accusatory glare. You found it? Where? In the parking lot. The best I can come up with. Heather holds out her palm, and I pull the ring off and place it in her hand. You know what it looks like to me? She points an acrylic talon my way. It looks like you took the ring for yourself. Maybe you were planning to hawk it for money. I've heard all about your recent troubles. That's not what happened at all. I only wanted to return it to Tori, I say firmly. Heather takes a step closer to me and looks me dead in the eyes. I will be returning the ring to Tori myself, and I will explain to her the truth that I found you wearing it. If she determines that you couldn't have found it in the parking lot, you can expect to be let go from your position here, and I'll leave it up to Tori as to whether or not she wishes to press charges. Heather's smirk grates on something deep inside me. Lucas comes around from behind the desk. Actually, Pearl didn't. Lucas, I suggest you stay out of this and not attempt to white knight for Miss Fuller. I already suspect you two have some kind of thing going on together, with her constantly showing up outside of work hours to visit, and if I find out my suspicions are true, that alone will be enough to let you go. She points this remark straight at me, not at Lucas. I've always known she dislikes me. Is this why? She thinks I'm interested in her precious nephew? Heather, there's nothing going on between Lucas and me, and there never will be, I say emphatically. Also, I did not take that ring, and I have been nothing but committed to my job since your father hired me 5 years ago, so— Save it! Heather snaps, dismissing me, clearly not interested in hearing my side. I will see you here tonight at 10 p.m. when your shift starts. We'll be having words, I assure you. Until then, you are not welcome here. I'd like you to vacate the premises. And Lucas, get back to work. Heather doesn't wait for either of us to reply before turning on her glossy heels and stalking down the hall toward her office. Lucas promptly raises a salute in her direction, middle finger held high. Chapter 21. The sound of birdsong fills the air, and winter sunshine bounces off every rain-soaked blade of grass on the front lawn of Cherry and Ron's house. I pull on my sunglasses as I get out of the car to protect my eyes from the late morning glare. I breathe in deep the kind of fresh air that only hits you when you get this far out of town, which I almost never do, so spending the next week here might end up a bonus for my health as well as for my wallet. At the front door, I have my hand poised to knock when the door swings open, and before I know it, I'm wrapped up in a tight embrace from Cherry, whose mustard yellow linen jumpsuit smells of spices and orange peel and seems far too light a material for the weather outside. "Pearl!" She pulls away and holds both my shoulders back dramatically at arm's length. "Can you believe that in just a few hours from now, Ron and I will be boarding our cruise, ready to sail the majestic Atlantic Ocean?" She thrills, tucking a stray curl behind her ear, which has migrated from the haphazard bun on top of her head. Ron comes scurrying down the stairs in a palm leaf-patterned Hawaiian shirt, moustache bouncing as he goes. He's carrying a suitcase and a giant grin. "Bahamas! Here we come." I think I might have just stepped into a Royal Caribbean advert. A whoosh of cold air gets dragged in with me as Cherry pulls me inside the house and closes the door. Maybe we jumped the gun a little on the summer clothes. Nonsense! No scarves and gloves needed where we're off to. Ron walks behind her on his way past, and she gives a little jump of surprise, leading me to believe he just squeezed her butt as he went by. I stifle a laugh as Cherry leads me into the kitchen. "Pearl, be a treasure and save your number into my phone." She passes me her lime green encased cell phone as I sniff the selection of assorted fresh herbs by the window. "I forgot to jot it down the first day you called." I absent-mindedly tap out my number as I make a mental note to use the basil in an omelette for dinner tonight. Then I pass the phone back to her before she begins to run me through all of the instructions she's written down regarding the care of their many animals. For a woman who has such a carefree aura, when it comes to her pets, she's surprisingly organized. There's a full itinerary for each of the animals, which leaves no questions unanswered, There are meal times listed, which foods to feed them, the amount of food to feed them, the amount of water they need, emergency numbers for vets. She's thought of everything. She even listed each pet's name, in case I forget them, with a description of what they look like. Salsa, fish. Red with a black tail. Radish, rabbit, grey with white spot on chest. Pickle, cockatoo. Feathery with a bright orange crest, and so on. I really can't see how I could mess this up. It's pretty simple. The rabbits. Outside will need the hay and food pellets in their hutch, topped up daily and some fresh vegetables here and there. The fish get fed a measured scoop of food into their tank twice a day. Pickle the cockatoo has a bowl of seed and nut mix, which needs to be topped up when empty, as well as a small amount of fresh fruit as a treat each day, and he stays in his cage at night, but during the day he's allowed to roam within the kitchen and living room area. Chester gets fed twice a day and likes one long walk each morning, as well as playing ball in the backyard. I'm pretty confident that I've got this. Look after the pets, keep the place clean, and lock the doors when I leave the house. Only a moron could mess this up. A giddy Cherry and Ron take turns as they walk to the door to shoot out some last-minute instructions for me. Don't leave chocolate lying around. The animals will eat it and get sick. Don't be shy with the drinks cabinet. If you like a good bourbon, the Woodford Reserve is highly recommended. There's extra blankets in a drawer in the guest bedroom in case it gets cold at night. The fridge and pantry are fully stocked. Eat anything you want. And of course, if you need any help and can't reach us while we're at sea, just call Frankie. She'll know what to do. Cherry calls from the passenger side of their Uber ride before she pulls the door shut, and they disappear in a whirlwind of noise and excitement. I would have stopped to ask who this Frankie she keeps mentioning is if she'd held on for a moment, but I'm sure that's all explained somewhere in the instructions still sitting on the table. I let out a deep breath that's been sitting in my chest through the pandemonium of Cherry and Ron's hectic farewell production and closed the front door behind me, leaning back against the hard wood. Quiet. That's nice. I take a walk through the house, checking out my new digs for the next week. I pop open a can of mango-flavoured sparkling water from the fridge and use it to wash down a sandwich I put together from the packed full fridge they've left for me. Then I go around introducing myself more formally to each of the animals. I catch Salsa, Dijon, and Ranch up on how things ended with Peter. They agree his behaviour sounds a little fishy. I tell Pickle all about the drama at work this morning, how Heather didn't confess to scraping up the man's Lexus, and he nods his crested head in agreement that she should be the one to pay the massive bill. And when I sit down to explain to Chester all about how my mother cares more about her gym equipment than her own daughter, he lays his furry head in my lap and whines in a way that clearly says, yeah, my mum was a bitch too. Once I've finished my therapy session with the animals, it's early afternoon, and I throw the ball around the backyard a few times for Chester, then come inside to take a nap in preparation for my shift at Driftwood later. I leave Chester outside because he's found an old chew toy that he's happily going to town on underneath the bushes. On my way to the guest bedroom at the top of the stairs, I'm confronted by a large Victorian-style painting of a donkey in a bowler hat. Anywhere else I'd be truly stumped by this choice of artwork, but it seems par for the course here at Casa de Branson. The guest room is equally as frenzied in style as the rest of the house. The bed covers have an 80s zigzag pattern, and there's framed pictures of desertscapes featuring cacti and tumbleweeds on the walls. There's a chaotic vibe to the place, but the bed is comfortable, and unlike the room I've slept in for the past 2 nights, I'm actually welcome here. I think about Cherry and Ron and how open and inviting they've been to me. They've trusted me, a complete stranger, with the most important things in their lives, their pets and their home, and I intend to make them proud. After 40 or so minutes of drifting in and out of a floaty sleep, I decide to call it on the nap situation and make my way back downstairs. I'm a little worried about Chester staying outside too long in the yard when it's this cold. I know he has a big fur coat, but he probably needs to come back inside before the chill gets to him. I open the back door and call out his name, and when he doesn't immediately come running, I figure he's probably still busy chewing up that gross old toy. "Chester?" I call out as I make my way toward the same bush I left him sitting under. As I get closer, I can see he's no longer there, and I start turning around in circles, looking for anywhere else he might be hiding. I spot a dog kennel over to the side of the house and call his name again as I walk toward it. He's probably just asleep in there, out of the cold, but no, he's not there either. I start to panic a little as I move back around the yard. I cannot lose these people's dog on my first day here. I don't even want to imagine that phone call. Then I hear it, barking. Where is it coming from? Not the backyard, that's for sure, but I don't see any way he could have gotten out. There's no gap anywhere in the fence. The gate is bolted shut with no gaps around it, and the back door was closed, so I know he's not inside the house. I run back indoors through the house and out the front door, closing it again behind me to stop the cold getting inside. The wind bites at my bare arms as I walk around in only a t-shirt and jeans, calling out for Chester. I hear barking again, coming from down the street, but I can't tell from which direction it came. I move down the front path, hugging my arms and looking back and forth, but this is a sparse residential neighborhood, and each house sits so far from the next that all I can see are bushes on each side of the street. At the end of the driveway, I turn left and walk a little way up the street, calling Chester's name the whole time, but I can no longer hear the barking, and there's no sign of the dog whatsoever. Oh man, I can't believe this. I'm going to have to get in my car and drive around looking for him. I walk back up the street toward the house, and as I turn the corner back into the driveway, I nearly jump out of my skin. There's a man standing in the driveway. Chapter 22. Chester wiggles and spins around excitedly as I pour coffee into 2 mugs and pass one to Noah. He thanks me and attempts not to spill any on Chester's head as he takes a sip, but the dog is so focused on getting his attention that Noah gives up and places the coffee on the table before getting down on the floor to half wrestle, half rub the furry Houdini. I still have no idea how he could have gotten out, I say, wondering if Noah can hear me talking over Chester's playful groans and sneezes as he revels in their WWE-style smackdown. I check the back door, the fence, the gate. Everything is totally secure. "You think he could have jumped the fence?" Noah asks, before getting thrown sideways by Chester's rowdy rear end. Quickly pinned to the cold tiles and having the back of his hair licked, Noah brings a palm down 3 times on the floor to count himself out before leaving the invisible fighting ring to finish his coffee. I doubt it. How high can a golden retriever jump? I ask. Noah walks over to the window and looks out at the roughly 6-foot fence surrounding the perimeter of the lawn. Probably not that high anyway. He scoops back his shaggy brown hair. There's a little dog slobber at the side of it, but judging from his grass-stained work trousers and worn sweater, he doesn't seem the type to care. Noah looks roughly my age and apparently has no qualms with getting down and rolling around on the floor in front of a total stranger the first time he meets them. From what I gathered when I was confronted by him holding on to Chester at the front door 15 minutes ago, Noah had found the dog barking at his grandmother's door as he was about to leave for work. Apparently, he's a freelance landscaper, which must be quite a physical job, judging by the pronounced biceps peeking from under his sweater as he rinses out his empty mug at the sink and sets it down on the draining board. "So how did you know that Chester lives here?" I ask. I do a little work here and there for the Bransons, and Chester always helps me outside in the yard. Don't you, boy?" He looks down at Chester, who's now lying calmly on the floor, but his tail begins to thud rhythmically against the tiles at the sound of Noah talking to him. If I had any reservations about inviting a strange man in for coffee to thank him for returning the dog to me, my fears have been quashed by the fact that Chester clearly knows him well already. They say dogs are great judges of character, and Chester is clearly besotted with the guy. Well, I should probably get going. My clients will think I've forgotten about them. He grabs a pair of neoprene gardening gloves from the table and stoops down to give Chester one last rub on the head before starting for the front door. "Thanks again for bringing Chester back," I say. "If I'd had to call Cherry and tell her I lost her dog on my first day here, she'd probably swim all the way back from the Bahamas to fire me." Noah laughs. "Hey, Chester is the retriever here, right? Maybe he was the one who came to retrieve me." I'm not sure what, if anything, Noah means by this, but as I watch him walk outside, allowing myself to appreciate once more the lean muscles apparent under his sweater, I'm thinking he might be onto something. "How long are you house-sitting, anyway?" Noah walks backwards slowly from the front door where I stand. "A week. I'll be here until next Monday," I say. "Well, I live just down the road, so I might catch you around." He gives a small wave goodbye before departing down the driveway. When I pull up at work and get out of my car, I see Heather's Prius, and my gut twists as I remember her vow to have words with me tonight. My phone pings at me from my pocket, and I stop to check it. It's not a number I recognize, but I open it up. Our flight touched down safely. We're only 2 hours from boarding the cruise. "I forgot to tell you that half your payment is inside the cookie jar in the kitchen. We'll give you the rest on our return. Cherry, X." I guess she must be texting from Ron's phone, because I remember saving Cherry's number when she first called me about the job. My heart gives a little skip as I realize $500 is waiting for me back at the house. Between that and my wages, which just hit my bank account this morning, I might have enough to drop a deposit on somewhere cheap to rent. The thought makes me a little giddy. I tap out a text to Cherry in reply. "Bon voyage." Inside the lobby, I'm greeted by Lucas, who must have been working over 12 hours at this point and looks ready to collapse. As I pull on my work jacket, I catch him up on episode 1 of Pearl's Adventures in House-Sitting, Chester's Great Escape. Then I get behind the computer screen to look through the bookings. There are only 2 bookings for tonight who haven't yet arrived. All the rest have already checked in and paid. So likely a slow night. Suits me just fine. I plan to spend tonight on the computer, searching rental listings. As Lucas grabs his backpack to leave, I stop him. "Hey, did Heather check the security tapes yet to see who damaged that guy's car?" "I doubt it. Those cameras haven't worked in over a year." Lucas gives me a one-shouldered shrug as he disappears out the door. Well, I guess that explains Heather's nonchalant attitude earlier. She knew there would be no evidence that she'd hit the car, and she's counting on the Lexus owner being unlikely to take legal proceedings against the Driftwood Motel to pay for damages. 20 minutes later, I've just checked in late arrival number 1, a soft-spoken middle-aged gentleman with a kind voice and a bad comb-over, when Heather emerges from down the hall and asks me to leave the bell out on the desk and come join her in her office. My mouth is dry and my palms sweaty as I walk into Heather's drab vanilla office, and I sit down when she motions for me to take the seat across from her desk. She closes the door behind me, then slowly walks around to her chair and sits down with perfect posture. I straighten my back a little and place my hands together in my lap, attempting a look of honourable confidence. I've done nothing wrong, so I have nothing to be worried about. I'm going to get straight to it, Pearl.
Heather's bulbous lips smack together. Earlier today, I returned Miss Gladwell's ring to her. She was very emotional to be reunited with it. Apparently, it is a family heirloom, an item truly special to her. She lets the weight of these words hang in the air. I'm happy to hear that, I say, genuinely. Heather looks unconvinced. Well, you'll also be happy to hear that she has no intention of pressing charges against you for stealing it. Something she would be well within her rights to do. You're just lucky Tori is so forgiving. A lot of other people wouldn't be. I feel flames rising up the sides of my cheeks. I didn't steal Tori's ring. I would never do something like that. My voice rises and I try to rein my temper in. I told you already I found it and planned to return it to Tori. Except I came across you wearing it on your own finger, as though you planned to keep it for yourself, she says, one satisfied eyebrow raised. I must not punch her in the face. That would not help my case here. I didn't have any pockets, so I put it on my finger to keep it safe, I explain. Heather sighs dramatically. Pearl, at the end of the day, what this comes down to is the reputation of the Driftwood Motel. Word spreads fast in a small town like this, and I have an image to uphold for the sake of everyone who works here. Yeah, the image that the Driftwood Motel holds is not too dissimilar to Heather's own. It may once have been impressive, but now there's an ongoing struggle to patch up and fill in the cracks of its crumbling veneer. I'm sorry that it has come to this, Pearl, but for the safety and comfort of employees and guests here, I'm going to have to let you go. My stomach lurches as the room begins to spin around me. This can't be happening. I did nothing wrong. The reason that Tori decided not to press charges against me is probably because she knows I would never do anything like this. Why is Heather trying to pin this on me? The overwhelming feeling of injustice snaps me out of my desperate, spiraling thoughts. Heather is sitting there waiting for me. To contest her decision, I can see the daring look in her eyes. She's finally won. She finally has the shred of a reason to fire me that she's been waiting for. I have no idea what Heather's problem with me is. I show up when I'm asked to, I do my job, I keep a smile on my face, and I've never once
given her a reason to want me gone, yet she seems to hate me. She wants to see me fight for my job now, so that when she finishes stomping her 4-inch spiked heels on me, it'll hurt just that little bit more. But I'm not going to give her the satisfaction. I have information about her that I've been keeping quiet about to protect my job. But what difference does it make now? She's already decided to fire me. I may as well lay all my cards out on the table. I saw you on Saturday night, I say. There's an almost imperceptible flicker of surprise in her eyes. What are you talking about? I lean back in my chair. Saturday night, you were leaving work, and you scraped that guy's Lexus. You got out of your car, looked at the damage, and then drove off. Then when he came in this morning, you pretended like you had no idea what happened. Heather's mouth parts as though to say something, but she stops herself and stares at me for a long time. Something is ticking over in her head, processing and then calculating accordingly. She knows I wasn't working Saturday night. She knows there was no reason for me to be there. Is she trying to figure out whether I actually saw her, or if I'm just making a gutsy accusation? What do you want? She finally spits. I just want to keep my job. Heather's clearly seething, and the look in her eyes tells me she understands the ramifications of letting me loose with this information about her and the Lexus. Fine. Wow, that was easier than I thought it would be. Okay, well, can I go now? I need to get back to reception. I gestured to the door. Please do, she says sourly. I rise from my chair to leave her office, but as I get to the door, I'm seduced by an irresistible urge to mess with Heather's head. Oh, and, I think I'd like to return to my old hours. The night shift really isn't working out for me. Chapter 23. It's been 15 minutes since our showdown in Heather's office, and Driftwood's last booking for the night has just phoned to cancel, which means unless we get any late-night walk-ins, I should have the whole night to myself to get searching rental listings. I'm waiting patiently for Heather to go home so that I can get on the computer without risking a lecture from her about it not being for personal use. It's not like anything happens around here late at night that requires my undivided attention, but if Heather had it her way, I'd stare blankly out into an empty lobby for 10 hours rather than pass the time in a more productive way. Finally, just after 11, she emerges from her office and briskly makes her way to the front doors, blatantly trying to avoid any further interaction with me. "Bye, Heather, have a nice night." I can't help myself. She returns this sentiment with a glare that implies she would happily tell me where to shove my goodbye. Would it not be deemed a breach of management? I wait until I see her Prius drive off and then make myself comfortable. I pull up a property website and grab a piece of paper and a pen from the desk. It's too late at night to start phoning realtors, but my plan is to make a list of places I'm interested in and then make some calls in the morning. I begin narrowing down my search, first to anywhere within 10 miles of Blackridge Falls. Preferably I'd like somewhere in town so that I'm close to work, but beggars can't be choosers, and I may have to settle for somewhere further out. Then I filter by price. I figure that after bills and groceries I could just about afford $800 monthly, possibly more if I can line up a couple more side hustles on a regular basis. I already have a deposit ready with the help of the money Cherry left for me in the cookie jar, so with any luck, I can get a place secured and ready to move into by the time I finish house sitting next week. With the filters in, I press search and there are 3 results. 2 of them are from the same apartment building where I happen to know there was a double homicide last year. The place was all over the news. The other listing is for a loft apartment that, judging by the pictures, has no natural light. Not a single window can be seen in any of the accompanying photos. I'm not sure what I imagined, maybe a handful of quaint one-bed apartments with painted wood floors and some ferns hanging by the windows. I guess that was just wishful thinking. Instead, I'm left with the choice between dodging murderers or a severe case of rickets. My dilemma is intercepted by the doors opening and a man walking in wearing pajama bottoms and a thick winter coat. It's the guy I checked in earlier tonight, the one with the comb-over. "Hi, sir. Is everything okay?" I smile as he approaches. He looks a little awkward, but returns my smile. Yes, the room is great, thank you." "That's good to hear. Is there anything I can help you with? Extra towels or pillows?" I ask, figuring he didn't come down here in his pajama bottoms for nothing. I really need to get some sleep tonight. I've got to be up early tomorrow, and I hate to complain, but the person in the room next to me is keeping me awake," he says apologetically. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'll see what I can do." "Which room is the noise coming from?" I ask, prepared to knock on the door of his neighbouring room and request for the occupants to respect our nighttime noise policy. Chances are it's a couple having a little too much of a good time, and this guy doesn't want to have to come out and say it. "Well, it's the room to the right of me." I do hate to complain, and I don't want to stop anyone's fun, but I really need some sleep, he says as his cheeks flare red. The poor guy is embarrassed. "It's no problem at all, sir. We get this every now and then. If you remind me which room you're in, I'll go and talk to the couple next to you and ask them to keep it down," I say, with my most gracious smile, hoping to ease the discomfort of the situation. "Oh, well, I'm not sure it's a couple, but my room is number 53. I freeze on my way to the door, my chest squeezing tight. I completely forgot I put him in that room. And I know exactly which room is to the right of his. I vacated it myself this morning. Do you mind my asking what the noise is exactly, sir? If it's not a couple, I ask, afraid that I already know the answer. He smiles awkwardly. It's a woman singing. I realize that I probably should have grabbed my coat before coming out here as I reach the upper level and begin toward room 52. I'm shivering in my thin jacket, and I'm not sure if it's because of the temperature or because, against what I have chosen to believe for the first 26 years of my life, it turns out ghosts may actually exist, and I might be about to confront one head-on. After Mr. Comeover returned to his room, I decided to quickly check our bookings just to be sure there wasn't something I was missing. But no, the bookings show that nobody is staying in the murder room because we never give that room out. And now I don't know what the hell to think. I might have simply thought I was going crazy if not for someone else having heard her too. What I really don't get is why the singing is now coming from that room when it had been coming from room 53 last night. Who the hell is this woman, and why is she moving from room to room, waking people up? My legs feel shaky as I get to the door of the room in question and knock. Excuse me, Mum, I need you to open the door. I hear nothing. Mum, you're not supposed to be in there. I try again. I wait a minute, knowing already that whoever is inside there has no intention of opening up the door for me. I pat my pocket and feel the outline of the master key card I brought with me from reception. I'm going to open up the door now. I slide the card from my pocket and realize my hand is trembling as I move it toward the slot. Maybe I should get Comeover guy back out here for backup in case there's some crazed lunatic inside who comes at me with a knife. But by the time my hand catches up with my brain, the card is already inside the slot, and I hear the little chirp to indicate the door has unlocked. Too late. I just need to suck it up and face whoever or whatever is lurking here. I take a deep breath, fling the door open and take a step back. Darkness stares out at me from inside the room. I brace myself and step forward over the threshold. The overhead lights blink on as I press the switch. I gasp when I see her. Chapter 24. I begin, but before I can get word number 2 out, I hear something from behind me, and I swivel around to see Steve, the night guard, running up behind me. Is everything all right? I thought I heard you shouting. He looks an even mixture of concerned and excited. I'm fine, it's just I begin, but turning back to the room, I stop. Where the hell did she go? There's what? Steve asks, coming up right beside me and staring into the room, eyes darting wildly. Clearly he's hoping for some trouble. I flinch at the waft of stale sweat as he brushes up against me. I ignore him and step inside, looking around, but she's gone. Miss, are you in here? I call, then turn back to Steve. There was a girl in here, a young woman. I saw her a second ago. I don't know, maybe she's in the bathroom. I don't understand the problem. Is she a guest here? He asks. No, nobody stays in this room. I got a complaint earlier from the guy in the next room. He said there was someone in here singing. I heard her too, the other. I catch myself before I say too much. Anyway, when I opened up the door, she was standing right there, by the desk. Steve shoves past me into the room and moves straight for the bathroom, which is closed, and raps on the door twice, loudly. Mum, I hope you're decent because I'm coming in. He opens the door firmly and steps inside. I wait by the entryway, my mouth open and eyes wide in anticipation. A moment later, Steve steps back out, brows knotted together. He glances at me before moving to the closet and opening it up. Nothing. I grip onto the doorframe as my breath begins to come out ragged. I saw her in here. Steve's determined look turns into one of awkward confusion before he walks back over to where I stand. Well, I don't know. I can't see any signs of anyone. He obviously thinks I was imagining her, but she was right there. And the guy next door heard her singing earlier too. So, where did she go? By 12:30, Steve has finished his usual rounds and has come back, apologetically, with nothing. I am back at my perch, behind the desk in the lobby, wary of spending the night alone here after what I just experienced. I close my eyes and try to think through what happened. I saw a ghost. No, I didn't. That was a real person. And besides anything else, what I saw was definitely neither Beverly nor Frank Berkman from the tale of Room 52. So who the hell was she? The girl I saw must have been in her early 20s, definitely younger than me. She wasn't translucent or floating or ghostly in any way. She was just there. And then she wasn't. Before I can come up with an explanation that will ease the unsettled weight sitting in the pit of my stomach, the reception phone rings, and a woman from room 8 with a slightly slurred voice tells me she's spilled a bottle of red wine on the carpet and needs it cleaned up. There's nobody else around at this hour, so I have no choice but to leave reception once again to tend to the issue. I unlock the supply closet, grab a wet and dry vacuum and drag it with great trouble from the lobby out through the parking lot over to room 8, where the woman stands outside in leggings and a thick woolen cardigan. She lights up the cigarette that hangs from her mouth. By the bed. Sorry, she says unapologetically, watching as I wrestle the vacuum toward the door. No problem. I smile, narrowly avoiding getting smogged by the giant plume of smoke she puffs out in my direction as I heft the vacuum over the threshold and into the room. I smell the stain before I see it. The acrid tang bites at my throat, and I let out a choked cough. It looks like a murder scene in here. Deep red splatters are splayed out in a Rorschach pattern by the bed. The wine bottle lies discarded on the carpet, apparently where it dropped. She didn't even bother to pick it up. I grab the empty bottle and place it in the trash can by the desk, then plug in the vacuum and get working on the stain. By the time I've eventually rid the carpet of the offensive smell and discoloration, I've broken a sweat, and my arms feel ready to drop off. As I coil up the vacuum cable and lug the clunky appliance back out the door, the woman leans against the railing outside, watching me. That seems to have taken care of it. Have a nice night, Ma'am, I say, through huffs. The woman gives me a crooked smile and waggles her fingers in a dismissive goodbye. I can't wait to get back on the day shift where room calls are the responsibility of housekeeping, and it's not up to me to deal with spills, stains, or unwelcome, possibly apparitional, singing guests. Getting the vacuum back inside the supply closet turns out to be easier said than done. I accidentally knock into a stack of boxes as I try to squeeze it back into its tight spot, and an open box of coffee creamer pods topples down to the floor, sending every one of the 360 individual capsules flying in all directions. This is not my night. As I get onto my hands and knees and crawl around the narrow space, retrieving them from every awkward crevice they've rolled themselves into, I contemplate a nervous breakdown, but quickly decide against it when I picture Heather's smug face in the morning when she finds me in the supply closet, cradling my legs to my chest and babbling nonsensically. I wonder how Chester is doing. I feel bad about leaving him overnight, but he's got a warm bed, food, water, and the other animals for company. That's more than I've got tonight. All I want to do right now is survive the rest of this shift, get back to the house to give Chester his morning walk, and then sleep all afternoon. When I reach under a shelf to retrieve the last of the creamers, I feel a small rush of air and turn around just in time to see the door close shut behind me. What the? I trail off as the light above me blinks off and I'm plunged into darkness. I scrabble up onto my feet, immediately disoriented, and lunge for the closed door, but it won't open. Of course it won't. I pull and push frantically at the handle, but it's not budging. What the hell is happening? The supply closet doesn't automatically lock. When it's closed, there's a key for it that we keep in a drawer by reception, which I'd taken and left in the keyhole while I was getting the vacuum. Did somebody just lock me in here? I slam both hands on the door, over and over. Hey, let me out of here! I stop and try to listen, but my breathing is loud and ragged and my heartbeat pounds in my ears. I can't hear anything out there. I pound on the door again and kick it for good measure. Hey, is anybody out there? I'm locked in here. Get me out! I blindly pat my pockets, but I know already that my phone isn't in them. It's sitting inside my bag, which hangs on a hook about 4 inches from the outside of this door, so close, but it may as well be in another country for all the use it is to me right now. Darkness closes around me like a blanket, smothering me. I feel a wave of claustrophobia. Panic overcomes me and I kick, bang and pound on the door, screaming over and over to be let out before I eventually turn my back and slowly slump down onto the floor. I rest my head in my hands. That's when I hear it. Laughter. There's somebody out there laughing at me. This is a joke, right? Somebody is pulling a prank on me. I jump up and begin to pound on the door again. Hey, this isn't funny. Open the door. I wait, but there's no reply. The door rattles and shakes on its hinges as my fists slam over and over against it. Who's out there? Why have you locked me in here? Nothing. Although the jury may be out on the current status of my sanity, I know for a fact I didn't imagine that laughter. I didn't imagine the girl in the room earlier. I didn't imagine the singing the other night, and doors don't just shut themselves, or lock themselves for that matter. Something is happening here. Somebody is messing with me, trying to scare me or drive me away from here. Heather. She wants me gone. She's pissed that her plan to sack me backfired, and now she's trying to scare me into leaving. No way am I going to let her win. Fine, don't open the door, I shout. I'll just take a nap in here. I'm tired anyway. I grab the door handle and begin to lower myself back down to the ground, but the handle gives way, and I nearly fall out onto the floor of the lobby. Relief washes over me, and I blink out into the light, ready to confront my captor. But there's nobody here. The lobby is empty. Is Chapter 25. The Watcher. I followed her again tonight. Every part of me ached for her. Every inch of me needed her. I waited as long as I could for her to find me, to accept me, to love me. But I couldn't wait any longer. I needed her to notice me, to know that I was here, that I will always be here. And although I never let her see my face, I know that she knew it was me. She felt it. And for some reason, her screams of protest, the pounding of her fists, didn't concern me or cause me to run. They only served to further excite me. She knows my power now. She knows that I am in control. Chapter 26. By the time the sun rises, I can't get out of Driftwood fast enough. Having had the worst night of my life, what with Heather nearly firing me, watching a young woman disappear into thin air, cleaning wine-soaked carpets, and then being the butt end of some sick prank, I've officially had all I can take of nights at the Driftwood Motel. Even if Heather hadn't grudgingly agreed to give me back the afternoon shift, after last night, I probably would have quit anyway. Right now, all I want to do is get back to the house and Chester and all the other animals and just unwind. Outside, it's starting to rain. I squeeze my hood close around my face and keep my head down as I cross the parking lot. I nearly jump out of my skin when I collide with Lucas, who is just arriving. He apologizes, then stops to study me a little closer, the concerned look unconcealed in his eyes. Hey, are you all right? Yes. No, I don't know. Lucas laughs. Well, which is it? I point my face upward and let the cold, wet droplets fall onto my face, then look back at him. It's been a rough night, but hey, guess what? Heather told me I'm back on days again starting tomorrow. Lucas's face clouds over in suspicion. Seriously? That doesn't sound like my aunt. Wait. He stops, a panicked expression on his face. Tell me this doesn't mean I'm back on nights." "No, she said she'd get Dana to take over." "Well, great, I guess. But how did you get Heather to agree to that?" "Blackmail." Lucas nods, seemingly content with no further explanation. "Well, I've got to get going," I sigh. "I've got a dog to walk and probably bird droppings to clean up." I reach for my bag and unzip the compartment I keep my keys in, but it's empty. I open up the other two zipper compartments, but the keys aren't in there either. Finally, I find them down the bottom of the main section of my bag, buried under the jumble of random things I need to clean out of there. "That's weird." "What?" Lucas asks. "Nothing." I shake my head. "I'll see you tomorrow." Lucas runs off through the rain toward the lobby, and I unlock my car and sink down onto my seat. I turn the ignition to start up the engine, but nothing happens. I turn it again. Nothing. "You've got to be kidding me," I say out loud. I slam my fists against the steering wheel and accidentally beep the horn. I don't need this right now, not on top of everything else. "Car problems?" I get out and pop the hood to take a look, though I'm not sure why. Unless there's a giant panda under there gnawing at my fuel line like a stick of bamboo, I won't be able to diagnose the issue. Sure enough, the contents of my engine block look just the same as usual. I get back into my car, try the engine one last time, then call the breakdown number listed on my insurance, only to get told it could be up to 3 hours before someone can get out to take a look. I pull the house key from my keychain and stuff it in my pocket before catching up with Lucas and leaving my car keys with him to give to the mechanic when he arrives. I catch a bus headed in the direction of the Bransons' house, which, after it finally arrives 10 minutes late and I'm already drenched to the bone, drops me off a quarter-mile away. I start the walk down the wet, tree-lined street, fat droplets falling on my forehead. There's no sidewalk here, and it's near impossible to dodge the puddles. The rain isn't quite as heavy now, but the cold is biting at my skin through the wet fabric of my pants, and I'm shivering after only 2 minutes. When I hear the sound of an engine approaching from behind, I step closer to the side of the street to keep out of the way, but misjudge the depth of a puddle, and my shoe submerges into the muddy, icy water. I'm just working my way through the few words in my vocabulary that I reserve for times like this, when a small work truck stops beside me and the window rolls down. "Pearl?" comes a familiar voice. I look up to see Noah in the driver's seat. "You're soaked! Get in!" he shouts out the window. I'm not going to argue, so I open the door to the pickup and step inside. There's gardening tools and a few empty water bottles on the passenger seat, which he scoops out of the way to make space for me. "What's going on?" he asks, his truck idling while he looks at me with such genuine concern that my hardened shell collapses, and before I can do anything to stop myself, I feel tears cascade down my cheeks. "You think it was her, your boss, who locked you in the closet?" Noah sits on the Bransons' purple tartan couch and sips at his coffee. Chester has since calmed down from the energetic performance he put on when we arrived back at the house and is now curled up at Noah's feet, a drop of drool slowly pooling out onto his work boots. "I don't know. I mean, she nearly burst a forehead vein when I told her I'd seen her hit that guy's car. She wanted to fire me so badly I wouldn't put it past her to try and scare me off another way." On the drive here, I spilled everything to Noah, Heather, the woman in room 52, getting locked in the closet, my car refusing to start. I even told him about my breakup with Peter and seeing him kiss another woman, my mother's reluctance to put me up at her house, not to mention the fact that I don't even know where I'll be living after this job. I don't know why I shared all of this with him. The poor guy probably thinks I'm completely unstable. I guess I am. But he listened and offered some suggestions of what could be wrong with my car, and hadn't even hinted that I might have been imagining the singing woman. And your car, you think maybe someone tampered with it? He asks, reaching down to rub Chester's head. I gulp audibly. I
hadn't even considered that. I'm sure it's nothing, he quickly backtracks, seeing my horrified expression. Probably just a flat battery. Well, whatever it is, it ruins my plans for the day. I was going to collect the last of my things from Peter's apartment, but I guess I'll have to keep wearing the same pair of socks a little longer. One of which is now hanging up to dry over by the window. The rest of my clothes have nearly dried out at this point, but my wet hair still clings uncomfortably around my face. I can take you if you want. I look up to meet Noah's eyes. What, to Peter's? Yeah. I'm working until around 5:30, but I'll be passing by here on my way back. I can collect you, take you there, then drop you and your things back here. I pause, taken aback by his generous offer. Are you sure? I mean, that would be amazing, but if it's any trouble, it's no trouble at all. He downs the rest of his coffee and stands up. I've got to get going, though. I've got 4 flower beds to weed out by lunch. I've kept you here complaining about my stupid problems, I'm sorry. I palm my forehead. The side of Noah's mouth turns upward. Your problems aren't stupid, he points a finger in my direction. And I want an update when you solve the case of this haunted room saga. I let out an amused laugh at this. Move over, Jessica Fletcher.
Chapter 27. By the time I've showered and changed, the rain has died down, and there's a sliver of sunshine piercing the clouds, so I take my chance to walk Chester, and then spend a little while tending to each of the animals. I take the rest of the afternoon to catch up on sleep and wake up to the sound of my phone pinging with a text. It's from Noah. We swapped numbers before he left earlier in case he needed to cancel tonight. Seeing his name pop up on my screen sends a little buzz to my stomach that I haven't felt in quite some time. Finished early. There in 15 minutes. I have just enough time to run a brush through my hair and slip my shoes on before I hear his truck pull up. I grab my jacket and open the front door, but before I can stop him, Chester bursts past me and runs straight outside to Noah's truck and tackles him as he steps out. "Hey, buddy!" Noah smiles, rubbing him behind the ears. Even with grass flecks in his hair and in dirt-stained work clothes, Noah looks good. I'd have to be blind not to see it, but having just gone through a bad breakup, I forcefully push those thoughts away. "Chester, down!" I call. "Sorry, he ran out before I could grab him." "It's fine. What do you say, Chester? You want to come with us?" I nod in approval when Noah looks to me to confirm. I guess it's a good idea. I feel bad leaving him alone at home. The other animals can't even seem to tell when I'm there or not, but I already left Chester last night, and he didn't seem so happy about it. Inside the truck, I noticed that Noah has tidied up a little. The water bottles are gone, and the gardening tools have been packed away into a hold-all. Chester, without hesitation, jumps right in next to Noah and starts panting excitedly. It's beginning to get dark now, and with the skies having cleared, the temperature has dropped again. I move in closer to Chester to share some of his body heat. He responds by delightedly licking the side of my face, leaving a wet drool streak I need to wipe off with my sleeve. "So how long were you with this guy?" Noah keeps his eyes on the road. "Peter. Over 4 years," I say quietly. "And he moved on before you'd even moved out?" He sounds like a bit of a jerk to me. "That seems to be the consensus," I say with a sigh. Yet I still find myself wishing I could erase all that's happened and go back to how we were before I messed things up. Emotions don't just halt to a sign saying self-inflicted pain. Well, if it helps any, I've been there before. Noah's brow lowers and a somber look clouds his face. "Yeah? Sure." My 7th grade girlfriend once dumped me for a guy with a cooler backpack than me. I give him the side eye. Wow, that's rough. Yeah, it stung, but it was a really cool backpack, so I kinda understood. There are no lights on at Peter's place, and I give a silent thanks that he's not in. My plan is to grab my things as quickly as I can and then leave my key on the countertop for him to find. Noah parks at the curb outside, and at my insistence that I don't need any help, he waits in the truck with Chester while I run up the steps with 2 empty boxes in my arms. Inside the apartment, I turn on the lights and get straight to work, packing up the pathetic assortment of things I call my worldly belongings. My clothes and shoes are already sitting packed and ready to go in the corner of the bedroom, so it's only the odds and ends I've got to gather up. As I pull the collection of paperbacks that belong to me from the bookshelf and place them into a box, I take a lingering glance around what has been my home for the past 4 years and find myself wading through a sudden flood of memories. Every item, every piece of furniture, every space within these walls holds a whisper of a moment caught in time, an imprint on my mind. The couch, which we decided to move to the back wall, and then, as we carried it, Peter loudly shouted, "Pivot!" sending me into a fit of giggles at the Friends reference and nearly dropping it on my toe. The painting of 2 geese hanging on the wall, a gift from Peter's mother, which we hated but hung anyway, to please her. Then over time we named the geese Larry and Tina and made up a long and convoluted backstory for them. The dent in the fridge when we tried baking a cake together, and I got overexcited during our duet of Livin' La Vida Loca and swung my whisk microphone straight into the fridge. The kitchen island, well, I won't go into detail there. Hi! I spin around from where I sit on the floor, clutching a handful of books, and see Peter standing right behind me. Oh, hi! I didn't hear you coming in. I'm just collecting my things. I can see that. So you said you found a place? Peter's velvety voice never fails to pick up my pulse rate. Yeah, I reply, remembering now that I stretched the truth a little when I texted him the other night. I'll finally be out of your hair. Peter sighs and sits down on the couch. Don't act like I've been on your case, Pearl. I think, given the circumstances, I've been patient here. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you putting up with me. But now you'll have your apartment all to yourself. You can bring Megan over here without worrying about me showing up and interrupting. I immediately regret my words. I'd been hoping to take the high road, but somehow spite has gripped me in its ugly claws. Peter's jaw goes slack for a second before he catches himself. What? How did you... No, you know what? I don't even care. He shakes his head before continuing, his voice rising. Did you think I wouldn't move on? Am I supposed to put my whole life on hold while you flail around attempting to get a grip on yours? This stings me more than it really should. I already know I'm a mess, but his acknowledging it like that really drives the point home. I desperately try to hold back the hot tears that form in my eyes, threatening to fall. No, I don't expect anything from you anymore, Peter. I'm going to get the rest of my stuff now and I'll be out of your life for good. At this, Peter huffs out a breath that sounds very much like the audible version of an eye roll and moves to the kitchen to begin loudly unloading the dishwasher. That's just like him. His answer to confrontation is to set himself about a mundane task, but with exaggerated movements, slamming things as he goes. There are some things I really won't miss about our relationship. When I have the last of my belongings together, I pick up both boxes, one under each arm, and begin for the door. It'll only take 2 trips up and down the stairs to get all my things loaded up. I didn't see your car outside. Peter leans against the kitchen counter, crossing his arms. How are you getting those back? A friend is giving me a ride, I say, stopping to readjust one of the boxes as it tries to fall from its perch against my hip. Peter makes a move as though to help me. I've got it, I say defiantly, before it dawns on me that I have no free hands left to open the door. Could you get that for me? Peter walks past me to reach for the door, and I catch the familiar smell of his signature scent, Ralph Lauren's Polo Blue. I got him a bottle for our first Christmas together. He's been buying it ever since. He holds open the door, then lifts an eyebrow. Is your friend by any chance the guy I saw parked outside in a dirty pickup, sharing a banana with a dog? That would be him, yes. I bite my cheek to keep from smiling at this image. Peter's expression hardens, and I realize this looks bad after I've just given him such a hard time about Megan. I open my mouth to clarify that Noah is barely even a friend and more of an acquaintance, but then I think better of it. I don't need to explain anything to Peter, and he doesn't need to explain anything to me. When I come back upstairs to collect the last of my things from the bedroom, I pass by Peter on my way out, and he barely even looks up at me. The reality hits me as I walk back down the stairs that this is probably the last time I will ever see him. Chapter 28. We pull into the Bransons' dark driveway, and Noah turns off the engine. The truck's dim overhead light switches on automatically. I know I have to get out and start unloading my boxes into the house, but it's so warm in here with Chester curled up asleep, his head on my lap, that I wish I could just stay and sit for a while. Noah turns his face my way, and in the soft illumination, I catch his smile when he sees Chester, which then slowly fades from his face. I wish I had time to get a dog. Your job doesn't leave room for much else, huh? I ask. The overhead light times out, and we're left in darkness, all but for the outdoor lights of the house, just enough for me to see the downcast look on Noah's face. Yeah, that and family stuff taking up my spare time. I don't know whether to ask him what he means by this, or if it's a sore spot better left untouched. It comes to me in this moment that, after spilling my guts to him earlier, this guy now knows nearly everything there is to know about me, and I haven't even asked him a single question about himself. On top of my many flaws, I can add self-centered to the pile. You've got family issues? I know how that can be. Not family issues, really. I mean, you have to have a family for that. He laughs, but it's a dry, unfunny kind of laugh. But living with my grandmother can be pretty full on. You don't have any other family? I have a few relatives overseas, but it's just me and my grandmother here now. We live down the street from here. She tends to get herself into trouble a lot. Oh, does she have dementia? I ask, not knowing how to put it in a more sensitive way. No, she's as sharp as a tack. Noah frowns. But she suffers from kleptomania. I turn to face him, trying not to look surprised. Like, she steals things? Yeah, compulsively. Not anything big like handbags or wallets. She'd never do that. But she has drawers and drawers of pens, sugar packets, napkin rings. It sounds weird, but it's not something she can control. Most people don't say anything when they see her take something small, but occasionally someone will get angry, ask her to leave a cafe or shop. He shakes his head, looking awkward. Hey, now I know something personal about you, and you otherwise seem to have your life together from what I can see, so you're doing well in comparison to me, I assure him. Noah scoffs. That's debatable. You've got problems with some singing ghosts and getting locked in closets. I accidentally buried my left earphone under a peach tree I planted this morning. I glance up, and when our eyes meet, I can see his smile matches mine. I feel a warm flush colour my cheeks as our stares linger a little too long, then catch myself. I guess I'll start getting my things inside the house. Thanks for giving me a ride tonight. I
really appreciate it. Noah clears his throat and rubs Chester's head. Yeah, well, I'd never miss a chance to hang out with my old pal here. I close the door behind me and listen as Noah's truck pulls away. I leave the boxes and bags in the hall and make my way to the kitchen to find something to eat. My stomach is growling, and I'm in the mood for some hot food. I've been surviving mostly on sandwiches and light snacks recently, and I'm craving a real home-cooked meal. The second I enter the kitchen, I feel it. Something is wrong. I look around, trying to figure out what it is, and then notice, as I glance out the large glass patio doors, that the backyard light is on. I guess maybe that's not so weird. I might have left it on last night and then forgot to turn it off. But there's something else. I can see the rabbit hutch sitting on the grass out there, and the gate to its surrounding fence is wide open. I unlock the door and step outside and, forgetting momentarily that they're rabbits and don't react to their own names, call out for them. Radish? Chili? Unsurprisingly, they don't reply. I walk through the gate and try to get a look inside their hutch. I can't see them in there, but then there's only 2 windows and lots of space on the inside where they could be hiding, curled up asleep on their hay. I'm actually kind of impressed by their setup here. They've got a huge fenced-in grassy space outside, and their hutch is more than big enough for the 2 of them. They even have their own heat lamp. These rabbits have a more stable living situation than I do. I take a closer look, and my fears are confirmed when I poke my head inside the door to the hutch and spot Chili alone in the corner with no sign of Radish. I close the hutch back up and shut the gate securely behind me before scouring the entire backyard for the missing rabbit. There's a surrounding wall which up until Chester's escape yesterday I thought was secure. Now I'm not so sure. There are fields on all sides of the Bransons' house, and though the rabbits are completely safe in their impressive hutch fortress, outside is a whole other story. There are all sorts of wild animals out there who wouldn't pause for a second before eating beautiful, fluffy little radish right up. My heart is pounding out of my chest after rushing around, searching inside every bush, bucket and watering can around the yard. I can't find him anywhere. All rabbits and dogs, I decide, should come with satellite tracking. My life would be so much easier. It's my second day on the job, and it's not going nearly as easily as I'd imagined. I lost Chester yesterday. Now Radish, what next? I start a house fire while cooking myself dinner? Maybe I should stick to sandwiches after all. Back in the kitchen, I'm at a loss as to what to do. I can't stay outside all night searching for a rabbit, but I can't just forget about it and leave him alone out there. He could die, if not from being eaten by a wild animal, then possibly from the cold. How could I have been stupid enough to leave the gate open? But then, now that I think about it, I remember leaving their hutch after putting in food for them today. And I did lock it up. I know I did. And when I got back a while ago, the outdoor light was on. And I definitely don't remember leaving it on. Was someone here while I was out with Noah? Is there someone else Cherry and Ron have given access to the house and animals while they're away? A name pops into my mind. Frankie. The mysterious Frankie that Cherry kept talking about, but she never told me exactly who she was, and I've read the instructions she left me cover to cover, and there was no number for anyone named Frankie in there. She just told me to call her if I had any issues. Well, I've got an issue now, Frankie. Where are you? I'm so screwed. I really don't have a choice. I'm going to have to call Cherry and Ron and ask them what I should do. But of course, when I try calling their numbers, they're both out of service. They're probably in the middle of the ocean right now, drinking cocktails and schmoozing with other rich middle-aged couples. Accepting that I'm completely alone in this, I place my phone down on the counter and spot the cookie jar in the corner. I almost forgot that there's $500 sitting in there for me. I pick it up, admiring the many painted ceramic cookies the jar is covered in. It's cute, but when I open it up and take a look inside, there's no money in there. It's empty. Chapter 29.
Today is my first day back on my old hours at Driftwood. Ever since I started the night shift, I've been dreaming of going back to a healthier waking and sleeping schedule. But the alarm on my phone is going off because it's 6:30 in the morning. And rather than having enjoyed a restful night's sleep, I've slept for a total of 3 hours. It wasn't until I'd already walked up and down the street, searching everywhere in a 200-foot radius of the house, that at just after 3 in the morning, Radish showed up at the patio door, safe and sound, having completed his nocturnal adventures. The only good thing to come of it all is that Chester got his morning walk-in already, having joined me during my rabbit search. There's still the case of the missing $500 to be solved, but my best guess is that it's down to a miscommunication between Cherry and Ron, where they both thought the other one had left me the money. I top up all the animals' food and water and tend to their individual needs before I leave to catch the bus to work. Molly and Lucas are already there, and the morning rolls on slowly with the usual checkouts, which have always been one of my favourite parts of this job. Talking with a guest, asking them if they enjoyed their stay, and aiming for them to depart with a smile is something I've really missed these past few months. When we get a quiet moment, Molly jumps on me, wanting me to catch her up on how the new house-sitting job is going. I tell her all about it, the animals, meeting Noah, my night spent rabbit hunting. "All's well that ends well, right?" she says when I've finished. I guess so. Now all I need to do is find a place to live before the Bransons get back next week. I have a sense that things are going to work out for you, Pearl. I can just feel it. She envelops me in one of her motherly cuddles. I love Molly's positivity, but feeling it won't help me find a place to live. Lucas appears from the dining room, a dishcloth over one of his hunched shoulders. Some people wear their height comfortably, but Lucas's 6'2" frame seems to be a constant burden on him, leaving him with a persistently awkward gait. Somehow neither this nor his personality ever seems to scare girls away. It's another one of life's great mysteries. When I see that Molly is distracted in conversation with a guest, I flag him down. "Hey Lucas, you remember the other day after I slept here, I told you about the singing coming from the room next to mine?" "Singing?" "Singing," I confirm. "No, that doesn't ring a bell." He shrugs. If only Lucas's bell were made of something less gelatinous. Okay, well anyway, she's been moving from room to room. First, I heard her next door when I stayed in the murder room, and when I checked the bookings list, she was in under the name B. Berkman. Then a couple of nights
Ergo she was in the murder room. No booking. I wouldn't have even known if it weren't for another guest complaining about the singing. "That's weird," he says, unhelpfully. "It is. It's really weird. You want to know what's even weirder? I went in to check, and she was standing there, right in front of me. Then she just disappeared. Trippy. Sure, you could say that. Listen, I'm telling you this because that's not the only thing that happened the other night. Someone locked me in the supply closet in the dark." Lucas has the decency to raise an eyebrow at this. "What? For how long? Who?" "Long enough to freak the crap out of me, but I don't know who. Maybe this singing lady, maybe someone else. That's where you come in." "Me?" It's like conversing with a newly verbal parrot. "Uh-huh. You? There's a video camera up there." I point to the corner of the room where the camera sits in plain sight of the supply closet. Whoever locked me in there will have been caught on tape. I need you to access it in your aunt's office and find out who it was. Lucas cracks a grin. "Well, I'm not sure anything has been on tape since the early 2000s, but no can do." "Why not?" You remember I told you about the cameras in the parking lot not working? Well, ditto on the lobby cams. Don't tell Heather I told you that." I throw my hands up. Of course they don't work. And she knows that. "Heather?" "Well, yeah, I mean, she was the one who told me..." "Wait, Hold up. Are you saying you think she locked you in there? No, but I'm definitely implying it. As if summoned by her own name, Heather strides through the main door at this exact moment, heels clacking like they mean business. I swear I can faintly hear the music of Miss Gulch arriving on her bicycle to steal Toto away from Dorothy. Heather spots me and Lucas in conversation, and her lips compress so tightly I'm kind of afraid the filler might start spewing out. Pearl, I'm sure you have better things to do than distract my nephew from doing his job. Her eyes narrow straight in on mine. I ignore this and make myself busy behind the desk. She turns to Lucas. You didn't come home last night? Is everything okay? There's a sensitivity to her voice that I'm not used to hearing. Peachy, Lucas replies. Maybe you could just let me know every now and then when I can expect you at the house. I don't feel like that's too much to ask. Heather is clearly having difficulty letting go of her role as caretaker to her now adult nephew. Having made her attempt to put a clearly indifferent Lucas in his place, Heather claps her hands loudly and instructs Lucas, Molly and me to gather round and pay attention. The lobby is empty now but for the four of us, and I can see from the looks on both Lucas's and Molly's faces that they, like me, are expecting one of Heather's usual lectures regarding phone use during work hours. Right, since the three of you are all here, it's a good time to tell you that we have a very important day tomorrow. I just got off the phone this morning with the Cataract Care Foundation, a local charity. They had been scheduled to hold their annual fundraiser at the Ridgeside Centre, downtown, but with the heavy rainfall yesterday, there was some roof damage, and the centre had to cancel. They've now asked me if they can hold their fundraiser here tomorrow in the meeting room. Molly gives me a sideways glance. The meeting room needs a lot of work to be event ready, and we both know that. Heather continues, I see this as the perfect opportunity to prove ourselves as a suitable venue for small local events, and to make sure of this, I'm going to need all hands on deck tomorrow. I'll be asking a few others to come in to help out, but you three will be instrumental in making sure this thing goes off without a hitch. We get given our individual tasks, which mostly involve Lucas cleaning and airing the large meeting room, and Molly and me being tasked with prepping it tomorrow morning, as well as assisting with hosting duties. Molly also volunteers to shop for supplies this afternoon, while I man reception. And I want you all to be looking your best tomorrow, since a photographer from the Blackridge Falls Herald will be here, Heather says with an absurd air of importance, before turning on her heel and disappearing down the hall and into her office. Chapter 30. By afternoon, word has spread about tomorrow's fundraising event, something that at any hotel in town would be a mere blip on the schedule. But here at our little old motel is big enough news that even Tori, our resident musician, has caught wind of it and asked if the organisers might be interested in her playing guitar for the event. I get the impression she's in need of money, and I very much doubt this particular charity has the budget to stretch any further for this event. After all, they're using the Driftwood Motel as their venue. But nevertheless, I direct her to Heather's office to inquire. By the sour look on her face as she walks out the doors 5 minutes later, I take it she was unsuccessful in her quest. About an hour later, I get a call to tell me that my car will be ready to pick up by the end of the day. Apparently, my alternator needs replacing, and for the luxury of having my car transformed from a motionless piece of crap back into the regular piece of crap I had up until yesterday, I will be charged $500. That's $30 more than what currently resides in my bank account. I explain this over the phone and get told that they're happy to hold on to the car for me until I can settle the bill, or I can choose not to get the work done and organise to have the vehicle towed from their premises within the next 24 hours. Lucas, overhearing my conversation with the blissfully unmoved mechanic secretary on the other end of the phone,
offers to spot me the extra 30. When I arrive to pick it up after work, exhausted from a day on my feet and the 20-minute walk here from the motel, I pay the bill and get into my car to find an empty pack of Doritos on the dashboard that I did not leave there and a faint smell of cigarette smoke lingering in the air. To top it off, my fuel gauge is hovering dangerously low and I don't have any money left for gas. Great. What use is having my car back when I can't even afford to keep it running? I think again of the empty cookie jar. If Cherry and Ron had only remembered to leave me the money, this would be fine. Well, not exactly fine. My plan had been to use the money in my account plus that $500 to put a deposit on a place before the Bransons return home. Now I have exactly no money. I owe Lucas $30, and even if I find a place to rent, I won't have the money for a deposit until I get paid by Heather again next week, and the Bransons return with my $1,000 for house sitting. I guess that'll mean sneaking back into the murder room next week. That is, if it's not still occupied by a singing ghost. The only other option would be to show back up at my mother's door. But given how well that went last time, and remembering the satisfied expression on my sister's face on learning of my downfall from perfect life to homeless and broke, I'd rather sleep on wet gravel
than go back there. I'm about to leave when I hear my phone chirp with a text message. I pull it from my pocket and frown when I see it's from Peter. You left one of your sweaters at my place. Can you pick it up tonight? Nice. He's rid himself of me in every other way. Now he can't even stand to have one single sweater of mine there in case it reminds him of me. I need to get back to Walk Chester before dark, so I can't go straight to Peter's right now. I tap out a reply. I'll be over around 8. Just leave it in the hall outside the door. Back at the house, I sling my bag down by the front door and kick off my shoes. Chester rushes up to me, wiggling his behind and nearly knocking me off my feet. Hi, boy. You missed me, huh? I feel bad about leaving him for so long. Even with his electronic doggy door so he can come and go from the backyard, I know it's not right. When I took this job, I was working nights, so I figured I'd only be away the hours that he'd usually be sleeping anyway. Now I've started back on days, I can see that this is not going to work out. But what am I supposed to do? Take him to Driftwood with me? Could I get away with that without Heather finding out? I mull this over while I see to each of the animals and give them a bit of one-on-one time. Chester is the only one who really cares about my company. The rest of them only care that they have a warm bed and food to eat. When I get around to Pickle, the cockatoo, I see he's not in his usual spot on his perch. He's not in his other favourite spot by the kitchen window either. I don't think I can handle another missing animal. Luckily, I know he's around here somewhere because as I walk back through the hall to search for him, I hear a faint squawk. Pickle, I call. Squawk, where is that damn bird hiding? I'd love to say I've bonded with Pickle over the last few days, but he has the personality of a houseplant and only seems to be interested in me when I offer him fruit. I've got some watermelon slices for you, I call. Come on out and get them. Squawk, I think that might have come from upstairs. Funny, I've not known him to go up there before, but I suppose he's got to explore sometimes. I make my way upstairs and, as has become habit, I salute the bizarre painting hanging at the top. The donkey in the bowler hat sits regally in his Victorian-era portrait, and I straighten up the frame, which sits a little wonky. I think I'll miss this kooky house when I'm gone. Upstairs, I search the bedrooms one by one, but Pickle seems to be enjoying this little game of hide-and-seek, because no matter how much I call, his squawks stay just out of reach. It's like he's taunting me. Pickle, I have better things to do than chase you around. Please come out. Ollie, ollie, oxen free. Squawk, squawk. I stop abruptly in the doorway of my bedroom. That was weird. It kind of sounded as though that came from above me. I look around, but don't see anywhere up high that he could be perched. So where the heck did that come from? I step out into the hallway,
and cast my eyes upward, but the only thing up there is No, that's not possible. He couldn't be in there. I move forward, not taking my eyes from the closed attic hatch. He can't be in there. Squawk. Oh my God, he's in there. How is that even possible? Even I don't know how to get in there. There's no string to pull open the attic, but there's a little white plastic loop on the hatch. I look around and find the corresponding pole sitting on a nearby console table. There's a hook at the end of the stick, and holding the end of the pole, I slowly inch my hand upward until the hook catches inside the loop. I give a light tug and nothing happens. I try twisting the pole, and the hoop turns and opens the latch. The door pops open with a creak, and I tug again until the whole panel is facing downward with the folded wooden stairs firmly attached to them. I gingerly call up into the darkness, "Pickle!" I hear scratching. What is he doing? Scratch, squawk. "Pickle, come down here!" I hiss. I pull my phone out of my pocket and turn the torch feature on, then shine it upward. I can see wooden beams up there and not much else. I know what I have to do, but my arms seem to go in slow motion as I reach for the folded stairs and unfurl them. They glide down smoothly, and my portal to the inside of the attic is just 8 steps away, but when my foot makes contact with the first step, I hear a little voice in the back of my mind telling me, "Don't go up there." What choice do I have? I have to get Pickle out of there. I take another step, then another. When I get to the top of the ladder, I stay within the dull beam of light coming from below me and turn my head from side to side, but I can barely see a thing more than 2 feet in front of me. I shine the torch about and look for a light switch. There doesn't seem to be one, which makes no sense because this space is too large to rely on a flashlight to see. I swing my phone around, and the narrow beam of light hits off various innocuous objects, a box marked Christmas decorations, a dusty old ironing board, and several clear vacuum-sealed bags that I can see are full of clothes. I can see that there are a few larger objects covered with white dust sheets, which loom in the darkness. I can't help but imagine someone hiding beneath one, ready to jump out at me. A shiver runs down my spine. "Pickle, are you in here?" I can hear a warble in my voice and realize I'm shaking. This is ridiculous. I need to just suck it up, get inside the attic, find that stupid bird, and get the hell out of there. I step up from the ladder onto the attic floor. The old wooden boards creak under my weight, and I wonder when the last time anyone came up here was. In the light of the torch, I see dust particles dance around in the air, likely disturbed by Pickle flapping around, trying to find a way out. How did he even get in here anyway? Is there a gap in the wall somewhere leading up here, or a hole in one of the ceilings? I take a few steps further and nearly trip over a box full of hardback books. Pickle was squawking away just minutes ago, but he's gone quiet now, and no matter where I shine the light, I can't see him anywhere, but something on the floor catches my eye. It's a box full of framed photographs. There are a lot of knickknacks and ornaments inside the Bransons' house, but I don't think I've seen even one photograph around the place. That's kind of weird, because most people have at least their wedding photos up or old family photos. I guess the Bransons just aren't very sentimental. I kneel down next to the box and pull out a gold scalloped frame that holds a photo of a much younger Cherry. Sitting on her lap are 2 beautiful grey cats. I guess she's always been an animal lover. There's another frame with a photo of Cherry and Ron standing in front of what I think is probably Buckingham Palace. Cherry is wearing a Union Jack hat, and Ron has that classic sweater tied around the shoulders tourist look going on, and both of them have smiles up to their ears. They're such a cute couple. I hope one day I find a love like theirs, so comfortably in sync with each other. The next photo I pick up doesn't have a frame, and it isn't of either Cherry or Ron. It's a photo of a little girl, maybe about 10 or 11 years old. Do Cherry and Ron have a child? I never asked. I assumed the animals were their children, and I never got the impression they had any human ones. They didn't mention it anyway. I turn the photo around in my hands and read the back. Vicky. I put it back down and see that underneath the frames and photographs are some letters and documents, and one of them catches my attention. It's a letter dated from 5 years ago, stamped by something called Bright Futures Foster Network. Dear Cherry and Ron, after reviewing your application, we have begun the process of finding a new placement for your foster daughter. It is clear from the details you provided that she has exhibited disruptive and aggressive behavior, and we recognize how difficult the situation has been for your family. We commend you for your dedication in attempting to support her during these challenges, but we agree that it would be best for all involved to transfer her to a more suitable environment where she can receive the specialized support and care she requires. So the Bransons were foster parents, although, from the sounds of this letter, it never really worked out for them. I guess they were better cut out to be animal parents in the end. I'm broken from my thoughts when I hear something from behind me. I drop the letter in fright and jump up from where I've been crouching, swinging around sharply. I barely even see the object coming at me before it hits me full force in the face. Chapter 31. White feathers fly everywhere, a tornado of flapping and squawking. I hold my nose as blood spills down onto my chin. I didn't spot the exposed beam sticking out of the rafters, and when I swung around, I hit the bridge of my nose so hard, all I could see for a few seconds were blinding sparks under my eyelids as pain reverberated around my whole face. I gather up the sleeve of my sweater and hold it under my nose, ducking while Pickle flies around in circles, desperately trying to find his way out. Finally, he spots the hatch hole in the floor and hops back down into the hall. I stoop down to pick up the letter and place it back inside the box where I found it, being careful not to drip blood everywhere. I'm just straightening myself up when I see a shadow pass over the beam of light coming upward from inside the hall. I'm about 10 feet from the hatch hole, so I can't see down, but I know the shadow was too big to be Pickles. I take a step forward, a wooden floorboard creaking angrily under my feet. I take another step, then another, but on my third step I see the beam of light begin to narrow as the hatch comes sliding upward, stairs folded up. What the... Slam! I run over to the hatch, my heart hammering. I push down on the folded ladder, but it won't budge, and I have no idea how to release the catch from the inside. I pull and squeeze at the plastic casing, hoping something will turn the hook and release the latch, but it's no use. I'm locked in here. My breath starts to come out in short, rapid rasps. My nose is still bleeding, and I can taste the metallic tang as the warm, wet blood makes its way into my mouth. Panic rises in my chest, a cloak of fear draping itself slowly over my shoulders from the inky darkness behind me. Suddenly I'm back inside that supply closet, in the quiet and stifling darkness. Except the dust in this attic is now choking me, and I feel as though I can barely breathe. I want to pound and kick at the door, but there isn't one. I'm stuck inside here. I look down at the phone in my hand and feel a wave of relief. I can call for help. Who do I call? The police? Or the fire department? But when my fingers punch at the keypad, it's not the emergency services I find myself dialing. 4 minutes later, I hear muffled thudding on the stairs below. Then the attic hatch slowly opens. I scramble down as fast as I can and throw myself into Noah's strong arms. My nose is no longer bleeding, but my tears are mixing with the dried blood, and I'm shaking as Noah holds me. "What happened? Are you okay? Why are you covered in blood?" he demands, his voice fraught with concern. His hand cradles the back of my hair, and I breathe in deep the smell of his thick flannel work shirt, which is now beginning to stain red. I pull back. "I'm so sorry. I'm getting blood on you." I try to rub at the mark I've left on his shirt with my one clean sleeve. but he pulls my hand away. "Can you stop worrying about that and please tell me what the hell happened here?" Noah pulls the tabs from a Band-Aid and lowers it gently over the gash on the bridge of my nose. It still stings, but at least I've cleaned myself up and put on a fresh t-shirt. Luckily, the carefree cockatoo, now happily munching away on watermelon slices, seems wholly unaffected by this entire episode. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed as I explained to Noah about Pickle and the closing attic hatch and nearly knocking myself out cold on that wooden beam. But his expression as I told him wasn't skeptical or condescending. He just seemed confused. I know it sounds crazy, but somebody closed me in there on purpose. I know it. I saw a shadow from below the stairs, and then all of a sudden it just closed up. The stairs folded up, and there's no way a bird could have done that. I already asked Noah to look around all the rooms, and if there was somebody in the house earlier, they're definitely not here now. Noah's face clouds over in thought. "Why would somebody do that to you?" "I don't know." "Why would somebody lock me in the supply closet at work? Why would somebody unlatch the gate and set the rabbits free?" I slump down onto the living room couch and hold my head in my hands. "I don't understand what's happening." Noah sits down next to me and puts an arm around my shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here now." His hands are calloused and rough, a side effect, I suppose, of his long hours every day spent working outside. It's comforting to have him beside me. I can see he wants to help me but doesn't know what to say or do. I can't make any sense of it all, so how the hell is he supposed to? I'm just glad I left the front door unlocked so he could get inside to help me out of the attic. But then, if I had just locked it when I got home, whoever came inside and closed me in the attic couldn't have entered the house anyway. Then a thought hits me. Wouldn't Chester have barked if an intruder entered the house? Unless the person who entered was someone he already trusts. I move away from where Noah sits beside me, and his hand drops from my shoulder. How did you get here so quickly when I called you?" I ask. Noah looks at me. His brow lowers. "What do you mean?" "I mean, how did you get here so quickly? It's like I called you, and then there you suddenly were, running up the stairs." "Pearl, I was working on the lawn here this afternoon, like I do every Wednesday. I told you that, remember? I stopped into my grandmother's house afterwards for a while, just down the street, and then you called." I don't take my eyes off him. Noah returns my stare, not backing down. "What? You think I did it? You think I locked you in the attic?" He lets out a short, dry laugh. "And what? I also locked you in the closet at your work the other
night?" I don't know what to think. My head is spinning, and not just from hitting it on that wooden plank. I'm starting to realize that I can't trust anyone in my life right now, not until I find out who is doing this to me. "I think you should leave now." I jump up from my seat. Noah looks as though I've slapped him in the face. "What? Pearl, you know I wouldn't ever— just go, please," I say firmly. Noah slowly rises from the couch. His face darkens as I stand there with my arms crossed, waiting for him to leave. "Yeah, you know what? Fine, I'm going." He storms out, and in seconds I hear his truck pull away. I quickly lock the door behind him and sink down to the floor, my whole body trembling. Chapter 32, The Watcher. I started coming to the house recently. It wasn't enough just waiting around for her to show up at the Driftwood Motel. I need her in my life. I feel empty without her. And now she thinks I'm the enemy. But I'm not. I'm here to save her. I wish that Pearl could understand this, that she wasn't so scared by my presence. I want her to know that despite her resistance, I am always here, whether she likes it or not.
Chapter 33. When I arrive outside Peter's apartment door at 8 p.m. to pick up my sweater, I can immediately see that he forgot to leave it outside in the hall like I asked him to. I knock on the door for probably the first time ever. It feels so unnatural. Up until now, I've always had a key. I can't hear anything from inside, and I'm starting to wonder if Peter is even home, or if he called me out here for nothing. I want to get back to Chester. I walked him before leaving, so he's probably fast asleep in his bed right now. But after everything that's happened recently, I wonder if he's still safe at home, even for a short while. Just as I'm about to give up hope and leave, the door swings open and Peter stands there with wet hair. He rakes it back with his fingers, and a droplet falls to his shoulder. Sorry, I just got out the shower. I had to throw on some clothes before I came to the door. Even in grey sweats and a washed thin black t-shirt, Peter looks incredible. Heart achingly so. My sweater? I inquire coldly. Yeah, it's just in... Peter stops abruptly. What happened to your face? My hand automatically shoots to the band-aid that sits between my eyes, a tender bruise blossoming around it. Oh, nothing. I just walked into a plank of wood. Peter's face stiffens and he grabs my hand and pulls me inside the apartment, closing the door behind us. He stares at the band-aid for a few moments as his breath begins to escape in rapid bursts. What is his problem? He looks angry. I swear to God, if he hurt you, I will rip his head clean off his body. His chest is heaving now, and I can't make any sense of this. What? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Peter. Don't play dumb with me, Pearl. That guy, your new pickup driving boyfriend, he hit you, didn't he? I almost feel like laughing at how wrong the impression Peter has gotten is. He's not my boyfriend, I say. Damn right. And he's not going to have a heartbeat by tomorrow either. Peter is now pacing back and forth in front of me. I'm almost touched by the fact he still cares enough about me that this is his reaction to thinking I've been hurt by another man. Peter, I promise you, Noah did not do this. He's not like that. I really did walk into a plank. It's not a big deal. Peter stops and eyes me once again. He looks unconvinced, but his breathing is calming down, and I think he might be realizing he overreacted. You promise me, Pearl, because it doesn't matter what happened between us, I would still do anything to protect you. His eyes bore into mine with such intensity, I have to look away. I've never stopped loving Peter, and I don't know if I ever will. It pained me more than anything when he pushed me away, and this is the first moment in a long time that he's shown me that he still cares. I appreciate that, but...
Really? You don't need to worry. Well, I do. I worry every day. I wonder about where you are, what you're doing. He trails off. I thought you'd moved on with Megan. I saw you last weekend at the club. You were kissing her. Peter runs his hand over his face and sighs. You saw that? I nod. That was the only time we ever kissed, and I'm not saying that to save your feelings, Pearl. I swear it's true. I was still hurting after we broke up, and I agreed to go to the waiting room with her. When we kissed? Peter shakes his head. It was all wrong. She wasn't you. It didn't go any further than that, really. I say nothing. I don't know why he's telling me this, but I can't deny that it's made me feel a little better about what I saw that night. His eyes are cast down, and I steal a glance at his lean, muscular form, which can't be disguised under his t-shirt. He looks so good. I don't know what it is, but something about his wet, swept-back hair drives me crazy. Peter's next words come out so quietly, I don't know if I even hear them right. I didn't ask you to come here tonight because of the sweater. I guess I just wanted to see you again. A warmth rises in my chest, and I can't seem to find any words to reply to this. Peter looks up at me and then nods toward the couch, beckoning me to sit down with him. I take a seat beside him, not knowing where this is going or what he wants to say to me. I'm just trying to process the fact that Peter has been coping about as badly with our breakup as I have been, despite seeming so cool and collected on the outside this whole time. We sit beside each other wordlessly, but the silence has a weight to it that's crushing me. I want to reach out and stroke his face, to tell him that I still love him with every bit of my heart, but I'm afraid more than anything else of being hurt once again by his rejection. His face wears more emotion than I've seen on it for a long time, and I watch as he tries to form his next sentence before he eventually finds his voice. Pearl? Did we make a mistake? I hold his gaze and watch in disbelief as he slowly moves closer to me. Then his lips are on mine, wanting and hungry. His hands reach my hair, and when I realize this is real and not just my imagination, I kiss him back, our mouths working together with an urgency that consumes us. I didn't know how much I needed him. It's as though I've been walking the desert for days on end in search of water, and I've finally found an oasis. I never want to be anywhere else in my life again except here, in this moment, with him. 30 minutes later, as we lie together in bed, I rest my head in the oh-so-familiar dip between his shoulder and neck and breathe in deep his natural, sexy smell. I trace patterns with the tip of my finger over the sheen of sweat glistening on his chest. After a few minutes, he moves and turns to
face me, his head in his hand, elbow resting on the bed. He licks his lips, a job I'd happily do for him. I've missed that, he says with a grin. Me too. I sigh. We lie there, looking into each other's eyes for a while before Peter rolls over and stares up at the ceiling in thought. If I'm being honest, things have been difficult for me recently. The business? There's been some issues with clashing visions over the future of it. There's a 6-figure deal on the line, and I've been really stressed. His problems seem so luxurious to me. I know it's all relative, but he's talking to someone who is broke, essentially homeless, and being targeted by an unknown tormentor. I'd kill to have problems like his. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I have just about enough gas in my car to make it to work and back tomorrow, a negative bank balance and a boss who hates my guts for no apparent reason. Christ, is that witch still making your life hell? Yup. Well, listen, you don't need to worry about gas money, at least. I can pay for that. You don't have to do that? No, but I want to. I wait a moment before asking the question that's been running through my mind since the moment he first kissed me tonight. What does this mean? He seems confused for a moment before his look turns to one of understanding. I don't know, he murmurs. But we don't need to think about all of that right now. I just want to enjoy this. You. He leans in and kisses the nape of my neck, and I hum with pleasure at the feel of his warm lips against my skin. He's right. I don't want to think. I just want to live in this moment. Chapter 34. When I wake up back at the Bransons' house and look in the mirror, 2 shiny black bruises glare back at me from under my eyes. Even this does not come close to extinguishing my cheery mood this morning. I have been floating on a cloud of bliss since I kissed Peter goodbye late last night. My life has been complicated recently, to say the least, but one thing that has remained solid has been my feelings for Peter. I don't know if we're move back in ready just yet, but I think we're on the right path, and I could not be more relieved. I still have the issue of all the weird stuff that's been happening to me recently, which I've been trying hard to put to the back of my mind, but it's hard when I feel as though I'm looking over my shoulder the entire time. Last night, when I got back from Peter's, I locked the door behind me straight away and went from room to room, making sure everything was as it should be and that all animals were accounted for. Which leads me to today and the little problem of what to do with Chester. I've gone through it every which way I can and keep coming to the same conclusion. I have to bring him to work with me. I can't just leave him here again all day. Even if I trusted he was safe, it's not fair on him. He needs company. My plan is to sneak him up to the murder room once I get to Driftwood, then check on him every chance I get. This could cost me my job if anyone catches me, but what other choice do I have? I leave early, and when I pull into the parking lot, there's no sign of Heather's Prius yet, which is what I was counting on. I wait in the car, Chester's heavy breathing fogging up my windows, until I see Molly arrive to take over from Dana. There's an all-too-familiar drained look on Dana's face as she walks out to her car and pulls away, having finished her second night shift of many to come. I hope for her sake that she adapts to it better than I did. "Come on, boy," I say when I see my chance, and we make a sprint for the lobby. Inside, Molly's eyes widen when she spots me and the dog. Before she can ask me any questions, I run Chester around behind the desk next to her and instruct him to lie down, which he immediately does. "Molly, this is really important. I need a master keycard. Please don't ask me why. I don't want you getting in trouble too." Molly says nothing. She just gapes at me, and after a moment it dawns on me why. "Oh, these," I say, raising a hand to my face. The bruises are still sore, but that's the least of my problems right now. It looks way worse than it is. It's no big deal. No big deal, Pearl. It looks as though you've been hit in the face with a shovel. Having spent 15 minutes this morning layering on concealer, this isn't exactly what I wanted to hear. I walked into a wooden plank. "Can we drop it, please? I really need to get this dog out of the way before Heather gets
here." I try to step around Molly to get access to the keycards, but she blocks my way, crossing her arms over her wide chest. Molly's one of the sweetest women I've ever met in my life, but in this moment I can imagine just how her son must feel when he's in trouble with his mother. "No," she says. "Pearl, I want you to tell me what's going on. You run in here, all beat up, urgently wanting to hide a dog in one of the rooms, and you expect me not to ask any questions?" I'm scared to meet her eye. I find my voice, but it's weak. "Yes." Molly's mouth forms a straight line, and she doesn't budge from blocking my path to the keycards. "Okay, look, I will explain the whole thing to you later if you can promise not to tell any—" I quickly close my mouth as the front doors open and Heather strides in. She walks right up to the desk, phone in her hand, acrylic nails tapping away at the screen. I turn to Molly and plead silently with my eyes for her to keep quiet. I risk a glance down at the floor behind me, where Chester is still lying patiently. "Stay quiet, boy, please. Molly, the meeting room needs to be prepped for the fundraiser as soon as possible." Heather doesn't look up from her screen. "Lucas has cleaned and vacuumed the whole room, and will be moving the tables and chairs from the dining room in there for the event. Pearl, I'm going to need you on—" She stops short when she looks up at me. "What on earth is wrong with your face?" I swallow. It's just a little bruising." "A little bruising? What did you do? Get into a fist fight?" There is not a scrap of concern in her voice. "I can put on some more makeup," I try. Heather scoffs. "I don't think all the concealer in the world could help cover that mess up." She moves closer to the side of the desk, and I take a step to my left, hoping to block the view of Chester. My heart feels as though it's beating 200 times a minute. Surely she can see the dog from where she's standing. "Pearl, can I see you inside my office for a moment?" She beckons with her finger for me to follow her, then looks over her shoulder. "Molly, get started in the meeting room, please. Just put the bell out on the desk." Inside her office, Heather squares on me. "What exactly were you thinking?" For a second, I think she's talking about me bringing a dog to work, before she points toward my bruised face. "You knew that today was an important day for all of us. We have 50 guests arriving in a few hours, and there's a photographer coming." I need you front of house. How am I supposed to? She stops, shaking her head. No, okay, new plan. Pearl, I don't want you to set foot inside the meeting room during the event today with a face like that. I'll just have to take over for you. What do you want me to do? Stay on reception? I thought you had someone else coming in for that, so...
I could work the event? I ask. Heather sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose, her jaw working back and forth. Since I'll be doing your job for you at the fundraiser, you're going to have to take over for me. Take over from Heather? I'm still not entirely sure what it is she does around here, other than make my life as difficult as possible. As well as catering the event, the Cataract Care Foundation have entrusted me with ordering a specialized cake as a surprise for one of its founders to celebrate her retirement. Heather proceeds to bark out instructions for me to follow, which involves picking up the cake from a bakery in town and stopping by her house to collect 2 folding tables that will be used during the event for a hot drinks display. She gives me $80 to pay for the cake and reluctantly passes over her house key. When she finally dismisses me, I close her office door gently behind me, then practically run back to the desk. That was way too close. I have to get Chester out of here now and into the murder room before Heather can catch me with him. But when I look behind the desk where he was lying, he's gone. Molly is busy in the meeting room, and nobody else is around. "Chester," I whisper-shout, "where are you?" I hear a low whistle calling from inside the supply closet and walk over to open it up. Lucas sits on the floor inside, Chester slumped across his lap. "Shh, we're hiding from the bad lady." I let out a sigh of relief at the sight of them. "How did you, I start. "I was in my car and saw you come in with him before Heather got here. Figured you must be hiding him, unless you're looking to get fired." I can't help but smile, seeing the 2 of them together. It reminds me of Noah's relationship with Chester. My gut knots as I think of how I left things with Noah yesterday. I basically accused him of being the one who locked me in that attic, then ran him out of the house. I still don't understand what happened with the attic yesterday, but now that my mind is a little clearer, I just can't imagine Noah would do that to me. He's been nothing but kind since I met him, returning Chester to me that first day, stopping to pick me up in the rain when my car broke down, driving me to collect my stuff from Peter's, and even showing up at a moment's notice to rescue me from the attic. He's been helping me from the second I met him, and I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. It wasn't fair. Lucas now gestures his head in the direction of Heather's office. "I saw you get summoned to the office. Why is she angry with you today?" "I don't know," I say. "Maybe because the sun rose this morning, or it's a day ending in Y." "You've got a little..." Lucas taps a finger under his own eye. Yeah, I know. Walked into a plank. No big deal." I feel like a broken record. "So what exactly is your plan here?" Lucas scratches a relaxed-looking Chester behind the ear. "I'm taking him up to room 52. I make a grab for Chester's leash, but Lucas blocks my way with his arm. "What? No, that's not a good idea," he says. "Why not? Nobody goes up there. You've said it yourself." "Well..." Lucas scratches his head. He looks as though he's trying and failing to come up with an excuse for me not to go up there. What's he hiding? "Lucas, is there a reason you don't want me going to the murder room?" He seems to fight an internal battle before he exhales sharply and gets up from the floor. "Come with me," he says quietly. He walks out of the supply closet, looking back and forth to see if the coast is clear. When he nods, I take Chester's leash and we slip quietly through the front door. Outside, Lucas grabs my hand and pulls me up the stairs like Peter Pan. He takes another look around at the top, then walks to the door of room 52 and knocks lightly. "Open up, it's me," he says, into the door crack. I have absolutely no idea what is going on, and I'm starting to worry that Heather will walk out of the lobby any moment and catch me standing up here with Chester. A few more seconds pass, then the door opens up, and a form stands looming in the shadows inside. I swallow, my mouth suddenly bone dry, and I feel the blood drain from my face when I see her standing right there in front of me. The Singing Lady. Chapter 35. Her name is Olivia Stewart. She is the 21-year-old daughter of Tanya Stewart, a prominent figure around these parts and a member of the Blackridge Falls Town Committee. As Lucas sits with his arm around her, she explains to me that she is currently hiding out, avoiding impending assault charges. The charges apparently stem from a bust-up with a little blonde tramp who Olivia explains had it coming at a fast food restaurant across town a week ago. On learning of the assault, Olivia's mother kicked her out of the family home, and Lucas has been letting her hide out at the motel ever since, inside the murder room. Lucas pulls his arm from her shoulder and turns to me. When you told me you were moving out of your ex's place and wanted to stay in this room last week, I didn't know what to do. Olivia was already staying in here. So I moved her into the next room and booked her in under a fake name. When Heather saw that I'd forgotten to take payment for a booking, she flipped out at me. Then as soon as you left, I brought Olivia back in here. This explains a lot, I breathe. Olivia giggles. Was that you the other night with that old guard who nearly busted me? I wedged myself between the storage boxes under the bed, but I for sure thought one of you would find me after I crawled under there. Well, I guess that clears that mystery up. Although why Lucas chose the name B. Berkman to book Olivia in under is beyond me. I can only imagine this can be attributed to his warped sense of humor coupled with a general lack of forethought. His girlfriend, unsurprisingly, seems to have some similar traits. So you jumped to counter and attacked this random girl because she wouldn't give you a refund? I ask Olivia. Yeah, Katie was her name. She squints and looks up at the ceiling. Well, that's the name everyone was shouting when they were trying to get her to open her eyes anyway. It's hard not to notice the glaring disparity between Olivia's soft, mild manner and this story of unrestrained rage. Olivia, did you lock me in the supply closet here a couple of nights ago? Her blue eyes go wide. Oh my gosh, no, what? Lucas jumps in, squeezing her shoulders. Olivia's not a bad person, Pearl. She would never do that. She's just had some issues in the past with, like, stealing her stepfather's car and throwing a chair at one of her college professors, he explains, indicating an apparent distinction between the severity of these things. And with these new assault charges, she could face jail time. She couldn't handle that. She's sensitive. Imagine that. She's got a real nice voice too, like an angel, he gushes. Olivia looks at me. You probably think I should turn myself in. I think it's none of my business, I say. Up until now, I didn't even know Lucas had a girlfriend. Nobody does, Lucas says. I couldn't even tell my buddy Mike because I was waiting for him to pay out on that bet that I could get you to hook up with me. Olivia must feel like such a special gal right now. Things are still kind of new between us. Olivia rests her head on Lucas's chest. We only met a few weeks back. I was at a bar, and I think my drink must have got spiked or something because I was splashing my guts up outside on the pavement, and when Lucas walked by, he stopped to hold my hair back and gave me his bottle of water. The perfect gentleman. A bashful Lucas shrugs. Olivia's eyes twinkle as she stares up at him, smiling. And now he's hiding me out from the law. It's really romantic, don't you think? Sure. I nod slowly. A tale worthy of a Shakespeare play. I ask Olivia to take Chester to the bathroom to get him some water, while I talk to Lucas in a hushed voice. Can I trust her with the dog today? She's not going to hurt him, is she? Lucas glares at me. Pearl, I told you, Olivia is a really nice girl. None of the stuff she's done was really her fault. You won't tell anyone about her being here, will you? You know I won't, I assure him. Lucas grins and whacks me on the shoulder. Thanks. While I'm relieved to have one mystery in my life solved, it doesn't bring me any closer to understanding what the hell happened that night in the supply closet, or up in that attic, or when the rabbit's gate got left open. Is there a chance that, like the mystery of the singing woman, there's another perfectly logical reason for these things happening? It doesn't feel like it. I pull up outside the bakery in town to collect the cake for the fundraiser and wince when I look at my fuel gauge. It's hovering dangerously close to empty. Despite my reservations last night, Peter insisted on giving me $50 to get some gas. My plan is to only put in $30 of gas. That way I'll still have $20 left for anything I might need before I get paid next week. Inside the bakery, I wait in line and catch sight of the clock on the wall, 11:30. I'm in good time to get this cake and collect the tables from Heather's house before I have to be back at the motel. The event starts at 2 p.m. and Heather gave me strict instructions to return an hour before it begins to make sure everything is set up in time. While I wait behind a woman who is meticulously picking out a selection of 24 donuts, I find myself eyeing up rows of mouth-watering pastries, cupcakes and cookies sitting behind immaculately polished glass. I could really go for one of those cream-filled eclairs right now. The delicate pastry and chocolate glazing is calling my name, but I won't spend Peter's money on anything that's not completely necessary. I pull out my phone to distract myself from the delicious temptations all around, and on a whim, I decide to text Peter to let him know I'm thinking about him. I had a lot of fun last night. I add a winking face for good measure and hit send. I don't want to push things too fast. I'm not expecting Peter to ask me to move straight back in with him, but I want him to know I'm glad he decided to rekindle things between us last night. When I eventually reach the front of the queue, the woman behind the counter collects the order. She then opens the box to show me it, revealing the most beautiful frosted vanilla cake with delicate writing that reads, "Happy Retirement, Geraldine." It's beautiful. I'm sure Geraldine will love it, I say, as the woman taps at the cash register. Oh, I'm sure she will. Retirement, what a special time, she thrills. Okay, that'll be $110. Oh, my boss told me this would only come to 80, I say. That's right, but with the added fee for the rush we were requested to put on it, that brings the total up to 110, she explains. I guess my boss didn't get that memo, but that's no problem. I reach into my bag and grab my wallet. It's a good thing I have that extra money Peter gave me, otherwise I'd be returning to Heather, cakeless. I guess I'll only have $20 left for gas now, but it's okay. Heather can just give me back the extra 30 later. She won't care. After all, the foundation is paying for it, not her. I pass over the money and make my way back to the car carefully with the cake before wedging the pink box firmly between the items in my trunk. I look at the time. I have an hour left to get to Heather's place and then back to the motel. I punch the address Heather gave me into the Maps app on my phone and find it's only a 7-minute drive from here. I cross my fingers that there will be a gas station somewhere along the way I can stop at. $20 should be enough to get the fuel gauge out of the red zone at least. As I drive, I find myself smiling as I think back on last night with Peter. How comfortable we both were with each other, like we'd never even broken up. It was as though we'd been teleported back to a happier time when our relationship was uncomplicated and we expressed our love freely. When my phone tells me that I've arrived at my destination, sans any gas station stops, I turn the engine off and step out. I take in the house that stands in front of me and then look around to make sure I've gotten the right place. This is definitely the address that Heather gave me, but it's not at all what I was expecting. Chapter 36. Shutters hang slack and paint peels in flaky scales from the front door of this small and drab two-story townhouse. It's not like it's completely run down. The lawn out front is neat and well cared for, but I guess for some reason I'd imagined Heather living in a modern, angular, glass-fronted home. I see her each day with her expensive shoes, her Prius, her general air of superiority, an image completely at odds with this house. I enter with the key, and once inside I immediately catch the scent of Heather's vanilla perfume. I've always suspected that she keeps a tub full of it to bathe in before coming to work each morning, and I suppose if I wanted to, I could put that theory to rest while I'm here. But there's something else mixed in with the smell. Something that communicates directly with my stomach and sets my mouth watering. I make my way through to the kitchen. The savory smell in here of something cooking is divine. I quickly find the source, a slow cooker sitting on the counter. I can't help myself. I open up the lid. Inside are the makings of a mouth-watering pot roast beginning to bubble away. I didn't know Heather could cook. I guess I don't know anything about Heather, really. But I'd definitely figured her as more of a Peggy Bundy than a Martha Stewart. I spot the tables I'm here to collect, sitting folded against the wall, but my curiosity piqued. I leave them there and decide to take a quick look around. The house is neat and tidy, but it doesn't have the same bland IKEA feel that her work office does. It's cozy here, kitschy even. There's a collection of bird figurines on the sitting room mantel. They look old, but they've been kept clean and dusted. The couches are brown leather with various colourful embroidered cushions neatly placed on them. If I hadn't already spotted the tables exactly where she told me they'd be, I probably would have thought I'd gotten the wrong house. It's weird. None of this stuff matches Heather's usual glossy chic aesthetic. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm climbing the carpeted stairs and examining the many photos hanging on the wall. There's Heather, young and waving, to the camera from a boat. In the next photo, there's Jack, Heather's father, who in this old photo looks very different from the boss I used to know. For one thing, he apparently used to have hair. He's got his arms around two little girls, one at each side. They must be Heather and her sister, Mandy, Lucas's mother. 2 more steps up, I spot a photo of Lucas, age 2 or 3. He's sitting on a young woman's lap. She looks a lot like Heather, but I'm sure it's her sister Mandy again. Lucas looks so happy here with his mother. It's so sad that both Jack and Mandy are gone now. It's only Lucas and his aunt left. At the top of the stairs, I figure I've come this far. I may as well poke my head into a couple of bedrooms. Who am I? Hurting? At the first door, I stop and take a quick glance inside. This has got to be Lucas's room. There's very little in here except a bed, a desk with a computer and various consoles and games. The next room is definitely Heather's and evidently also the source of the rich vanilla scent. She has a large dresser covered in makeup, lotions, brushes, and various types of cosmetics that I don't even recognize. Next to it, she has a floor-to-ceiling rack filled with dozens of pairs of neatly lined up expensive shoes, because of course she does. Beside her, throw-pillow-covered bed, is a nightstand, and I don't know why exactly, but I am drawn down to my knees to open the cupboard below. I immediately recognize that I've crossed a line. It's one thing to peek inside the bedrooms, but it's an unforgivable invasion of privacy to open my boss's nightstand, and to reach inside there, and to take out a wooden keepsakes box. But since this seems to be where I find myself, I go ahead and open up the latch of the box to look inside. It's mostly papers, photos, letters, a few small documents and receipts. I skim my fingers through them, taking some out to examine a little further. I see nothing exciting in here. That is until my fingers fall on something that causes me to pause. My name. I just saw my name. I pull a small piece of paper from the box and stare at it. There's a message scrawled on it. 3 sentences that hit me like a stab in the gut. I know who you are. I know what you did. Stay away from Pearl and don't ever step foot inside the Driftwood Motel again. I read this over and over, my head spinning. What is this doing in Heather's drawer? And who wrote it? It looks like Heather's writing, but I don't understand why she would have written this. Or to whom. Is this note for the person who locked me in the closet the other night? But if she knows who locked me in the closet, why didn't she just tell me? Why write this note for the culprit and then just hide it away inside this box? Up until this very moment, I'd had a strong suspicion that it had been her tormenting me, but this has totally thrown me. Heather has wanted me gone since the day she took over from her father at Driftwood, and she's done a pretty crappy job of keeping that desire a secret. So why is she now trying to protect me? Who is this message intended for? And why is it sitting inside a box in her nightstand instead of in the hands of whoever is targeting me? I sit there contemplating this for so long that I completely lose track of time until my phone buzzes with a text from Molly. There's less than an hour until the fundraiser starts. Are you nearly back yet? We need those tables and the cake. Crap, I've got to get going. I snap a quick photo of the note with my phone, then stuff it back inside the box, leaving everything as it was when I first arrived. I grab the tables from downstairs and load them into the back seat
of my car. Back on the road, I'm about a quarter mile from the gas station I plan to quickly stop at when my engine cuts out, and I have no choice but to steer myself slowly onto the side of the street. No, 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 this cannot be happening. I'd hoped I'd have just enough gas left to make it to the station, but I guess not. I pull out my phone and call Lucas to see if he can come out with his car, but his number just rings out. I try Molly, the same. The last thing I want to do right now is call the phone at reception in case Heather happens to answer, and I end up having to explain the situation to her, but it's now 30 minutes until the fundraiser starts and I have no other choice. Thankfully, it's just one of today's stand-in staff at reception who answers. Hello, Driftwood Motel. Hi, it's Pearl. Are either Lucas or Molly around? They are, but a few guests have started to arrive early for the fundraiser, and they're busy getting some last-minute things ready in the meeting room. Oh my God, Heather is going to kill me. I'm sure she would have called to threaten me with my own death already had she not been so busy getting the event ready. I hang up and evaluate the situation. I'm stuck on the side of the road with no gas, and there's nobody available to collect me or the items I was supposed to have delivered 30 minutes ago. For lack of any better ideas, I decide to forget about the tables and start the 20 or so minute walk back to Driftwood, holding the cake box firmly in my arms. It's bitterly cold, but I'm so preoccupied I barely feel it. 5 minutes in, it begins to rain. I hunch my body over the box to keep it dry. When my phone starts ringing, I pull it from my pocket, already knowing who's calling. I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes, I swear. I pant into the phone. Pearl, I have guests filing into the meeting room right now, and no spare tables for the drinks. What is taking you so long? Heather's hushed voice comes back through gritted teeth. My car broke down. I'll be there with the cake in just a few minutes, but I need somebody to come back for the tables, I explain. Are you kidding me right now, Pearl? Look, I'll be there in a minute. I've got to go. I hang up on her. She's only slowing me down. As I try to shove my phone back inside my pocket, I lose my footing on a patch of ice and come falling down, lurching forward. For a second, it looks like the cake is going to smash into the ground, but I manage to save it, my knees landing hard on the cold, wet sidewalk.
It hurts like hell, but at least the cake is safe. When I finally limp round the corner into the parking lot of the motel, Lucas is just backing his car out of a parking spot, presumably to go fetch the tables. He stops beside me to get my keys and then pulls off in a hurry. I've never seen the Driftwood parking lot this full before. Most of the guests must already be here. Inside the lobby, a frazzled Molly rushes out from the meeting room and wordlessly snatches the cake from me, hurrying off toward the kitchen. Wow, it's bad when even Molly is annoyed at me. Remembering Heather's insistence on my not being seen by the guests or the photographer today, I decide that I'd best get out of here before she catches me with my bruised face, rain-soaked clothes and blood-stained knees. There's not much else to do but slink away with my tail between my legs toward room 52 to check in on Chester. Chapter 37. Let me get this straight. You want me to give you $30 now? Heather snorts. You really are something else. The fundraiser is over, and I'm in Heather's office, having just been thoroughly reprimanded. I explained to her that what happened this morning was not my fault, but appealing to Heather's better nature is proving to be difficult, since I'm unable to locate it. Apparently, after Lucas had saved the day at the last minute by collecting the extra tables for the fundraiser, the attendees, along with star guest retiree Geraldine herself, were presented with a barely legible deformed cake. I guess it got damaged when I fell after all. Molly stands to the side of the office, making no attempt to stick up for me as Heather continues. No, I'm not going to ask the Cataract Care Foundation, a charity for the disadvantaged elderly of our community, to repay you $30 for delivering them a mangled cake on one of the most important days of the year for them. Have you no integrity? Heather stares at me, waiting for me to answer what I assumed was a rhetorical question. It seems Heather must have changed her outfit since I first saw her this morning, maybe in an attempt to get her photo into the papers. Her shiny black pumps look uncomfortably high, and she's wearing a purple dress much too short and tight for her frame, displaying a pair of overly fake-tanned legs. I pull my focus back to the real issue here. I need that money. It's just, the reason my car broke down was because I ran out of gas, and I only had $50 to start with. So without getting that money back, save it. If you can't manage your finances, that's your own problem, Heather spits. And if your main concern right now is the measly $30 you parted with, and not the serious delay you caused in setting up a charity event, or even the poor woman whose retirement cake you destroyed, then you're more selfish than I thought you were. I feel like I've just been kicked in the stomach. I can't reconcile the woman standing in front of me, seething with anger with the version of her who wrote the note I read earlier today. A note that seemed to be trying to protect me. I turn to Molly, hoping that she'll jump in to defend me, but when I look at her face, cold eyes stare back at me as she shakes her head, slowly. Tears spring into my eyes and I fight to keep them from falling. Heather's words were harsh, but Molly's evident cosign of her opinion stings more than anything. I open my mouth to defend myself, but I can't seem to form any words. Because Heather is right. Everything she said is true. Like usual, I've only been thinking of myself. Not of the many people who were counting on me to do my job today. I could have stopped for gas first. I could have collected the tables and been back with the cake fully intact before the fundraiser started. Instead, I was inside my boss's house, rifling through her private possessions. You're right. I'm sorry. My voice comes out small and defeated. Heather glares at me, the tiny muscles around her mouth tightening. Well, it's too little too late, but at least you have the decency to apologize. I try to catch Molly's eye to show her that I'm being sincere, but she won't look my way. I'm used to Heather being mad at me, it's kind of her default, but Molly usually has my back in every situation. I guess I pushed her patience too far today, between arriving this morning with Chester, giving her no explanation about why I was hiding him here, and then messing up the one job I was given for this fundraiser, leaving extra work on her shoulders. She was probably mortified at having to present the cake I'd ruined to the attendees today. When Heather finally dismisses me, I drag my feet down the hall. With the event over, the lobby is now quiet. But something catches my eye, the collection box that the Cataract Care Foundation left here on the front desk to gather donations. I stare at it, my mind on this afternoon. The event I almost ruined, the cake I squashed. Geraldine. I glance around the empty lobby, then walk straight for the money box. I know I shouldn't do this, but I have to. I pull the $20 bill from my pocket, the only money I have left, and before I have time to change my mind, I push it inside the donation slot before beginning the long, cold walk back to the Bransons' house, a subdued Chester by my side. By early evening, I am soaking my sore, tired muscles inside a hot bath when my phone pings with a message from Peter. With everything else that's been happening today, I almost forgot I'd texted him earlier, and I'm hoping this is an invitation to come over to his place tonight, or a flirty text to let me know I'm on his mind after last night. But it's everything I can do not to throw my phone across the room when I read his message. I had fun too. I'm glad we could spend one final night together and end things on a good note. I'll always care for you, Pearl. My blood boils. So that's it? Last night was just a sexy farewell to him? I don't even try to contain my anger. I roar like an animal enraged, the sound echoing loudly around the tiled bathroom. I feel as though I'm drowning, and I've just been thrown an anvil. It's too much. It's all too much. Working day in and day out, yet having no money and nowhere to live, having to walk everywhere in the freezing cold because my car is sitting on the side of the road with no gas. Someone sneaking in and out of the house while I'm gone and locking me in places, tormenting me. The strange note I found in Heather's house. Molly's disappointment at me today. That was all enough. The one thing I was still holding on to was the thought that Peter wanted to work on our relationship again, but as usual, the moment I think something in my life might be getting on track for once, I'm hit over the head with the blunt, merciless hammer that is reality. Peter might be happy ending things this way, but that doesn't even come close to how I'm feeling. I feel deceived, used. It's like Peter got a whiff of another man entering my life, despite him having gotten the wrong impression about me and Noah, and had to prove, in some stupid, macho, egotistical contest, that I would still jump at the chance to get back with him. I drop my phone on the bath mat and sink down under the soapy water until I'm all the way to the bottom of the tub. I don't ever want to come up again. The sun has already set when I've finally calmed down, and I finish towel drying my hair while eating a slice of buttered toast. Once upon a time, I enjoyed food. I would cook for Peter, experiment with recipes and flavors, and we would savor our meals together. I'd cook him lasagna with vegetables that I'd char-grilled myself. I'd make sushi from scratch. I'd pick out the freshest herbs at the store and add them to my signature minestrone soup with the homemade garlic bread that Peter loved so much. Now eating is just another chore on my list of things that have to be done, and the only cooking I do is either in a toaster or a microwave. My phone buzzes on the tabletop, and I see Cherry's name light up the screen. I muster up a chirpy voice that clashes with my sour face as I answer, "Hey, Cherry! Are you guys enjoying your vacation?" "Hi, Pearl. Yes. Listen, is everything okay with the animals?" Her hurried voice sounds concerned. "Yes, of course. They're all doing great." And that's true, but I'm not going to tell her about the few mishaps we've had along the way. Good. There's a strange, faraway tone to Cherry's voice that concerns me. Is Is everything okay? I ask. Well, Pearl, I'll be honest with you. I just got off the phone with Frankie. It's the first chance we've had to talk in weeks, with her having only got back from Dubai recently. Frankie, who the hell is this woman Cherry has been going on about since I first met her? Okay, do you mind my asking who is Frankie? The line is quiet for a moment before Cherry's frayed voice returns. Well, that's the thing, Pearl. Frankie didn't know who you were either. This hardly comes as a thunderous shock to me, since I've never been introduced to the woman. So, Cherry continues, why did you tell me on that first day you called that Frankie was the one who informed you about the house-sitting job? Chapter 38. My jaw slackens and my breath is sucked from my chest as though by an invisible force. I can't make sense of what Cherry is saying. I don't know any Frankie, and I definitely never told Cherry that I'd been referred to the house-sitting job by anyone. She must be confused. I didn't even call her about the house-sitting job in the first place. She called me after I applied for it on the Quick Jobs website. Well, I guess I didn't exactly apply for it on the website. I just replied to the email I was sent about the job. And then Cherry called me the next day, but she seems to think that I called her. This makes no sense. Unless someone rang her, pretending to be me. Cherry, I think there's been a little confusion, but listen, I promise you everything's okay. The animals are great. Chester's actually just asking for a walk right now, so I really should go. I rush. Are you sure, Pearl? Because I do trust you, but I don't really understand how. It was just a little misunderstanding, that's all. You and Ron just enjoy yourselves. You deserve the break, and I'll see you both when you get back home. Cherry hesitantly accepts this. I can't risk losing the money from this job, no matter how sketchy the basis of it is beginning to seem. I end the call before pulling up the email I got from Quick Jobs last week about the job. Looking closer now at the sender address, I see that it's different to the other ones I got before it. Where the others were from info at Quick Jobs, the one about the house-sitting job was sent from Quick Jobs offers. But when I do a search, I can't find anything about this email address, and the Quick Jobs pairing is apparently all done through their website or app after the initial email notification. A freezing cold shiver runs down my spine. Who the hell sent me that email, and why did they want me here? To mess with my head? To lure me into the attic and lock me inside? But then someone also locked me in the closet at work, which leads me to think it must be someone I know at Driftwood. Heather. It always comes back to her. But what about that note? I open the photos folder on my phone and look at the picture I took of it. I know who you are. I know what you did. Stay away from Pearl and don't ever step foot inside the Driftwood motel again. That is definitely Heather's writing, meaning she knows who is doing this. I still don't understand why she would be trying to protect me, though, when she has made no secret of her dislike for me. But the problem is I can't go to her about the note and ask her who's behind all of this, or she'll know I looked through her personal things. I try to think back to that first phone call I got from Cherry, or a person who I thought was Cherry, about the house-sitting job. Whoever called me did sound like her. I'm familiar enough with her voice now to remember that. So this person knew Cherry, and Ron at least. And from what I gathered from our conversation just now, Cherry also received a call from someone impersonating me, saying that her friend Frankie had told them about the job. Whoever did this not only knew that I was looking for another job, but they must also have known that I'd signed up to the Quick Jobs website. And somehow they must have had my email address too, but that really only narrows it down to Molly and Lucas. As though he can hear me thinking his name, my phone buzzes with a call from Lucas. I glare at the phone, not answering. Is he behind this? Is this some kind of weird juvenile joke that he's playing on me? I angrily swipe my screen to answer. Lucas, I want an explanation. Pearl, I'm worried about Edsel. A panicked Lucas interrupts me. "Edsel, what are you talking about? Has something happened to him?" I just finished cleaning up the meeting room after the fundraiser, and I was about to leave work when I saw a stack of parcels waiting behind the desk for him. I'm not seeing the problem here. He always gets parcels. He collects games. Yeah, I know, and he comes in every morning to check if he's got any mail waiting for him. But not today. I didn't see him at breakfast, and then with the fundraiser here today, the dining room was closed for dinner, so he wasn't around then either, Lucas explains. So just bring the parcels to his room and check on him. I'm sure he's fine. I did. And he's not there. My heart sinks. This isn't good. Like most people his age, Edsel is a creature of habit, and anyone who knows him knows that by 7 o'clock in the evening, he's settling in for the night. Lucas, you need to get a key card and enter his room. If he's slipped in the shower or something and is hurt, we can't wait around for the cops to do a welfare check. I urge him. He might need help immediately. Yeah, that was my first thought too, so I did that. I checked the bedroom, the bathroom. No sign of Edsel. I found his number and tried calling him too, but it's just going to voicemail. I don't know what to do. I'm worried about Edsel, but I've been working for 11 hours straight and I'm exhausted. I've really got to get home. I figured you know him better than anyone else here does, so I thought I'd call to let you know. Yeah, thanks. You go home. I'll see what I can do about Edsel. I'm sure he's fine, I say. I mean, I've got a whole steaming heap of problems right now anyway. What's one more? When I get off the phone with Lucas, I try to think of what to do. I don't know any of Edsel's loved ones. His wife died years ago. They had no kids. And I don't even know if he has anyone left in his life to look out for him. I try to think of a good reason why an 80-year-old man with no car might be out at this time of the evening in the dark and cold, but only
bad visions enter my mind. I don't even know where Edsel goes or what he does during the day, although that's not true. I do know one place. 15 minutes later, after making sure all the animals are safe and secure, I lock the front door behind me and hop into Noah's truck. Chester jumps in beside me. Thank you so much for doing this, I say. It's no problem, just tell me where to go. Noah nods. I give Noah directions, and we sit quietly as we drive along the dark streets and take the exit leading out of Blackridge Falls. When I called Noah to ask for his help, I was half expecting him to hang up on me, but after explaining about Edsel, he told me he'd be right over. Noah, I'm so sorry about the other day. I shouldn't have run you out of the house like that after you helped me out of the attic. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just really scared. I don't know who locked me in there, but I know it wasn't you, I say. It's okay? He glances at me momentarily before returning his attention back to the road. You were stressed. You just hit your head. Nice shiners, by the way. You're not the first one to notice them today, I groan. Noah laughs. Then I see his brow furrow. So, do you have any idea who might have done it? Locked you in the attic, I mean. I find myself yet again unloading everything onto Noah. I tell him about my phone call with Cherry earlier, the fake email, somebody impersonating both me and Cherry to get me in the house, and about the note I found in Heather's bedroom. It all spills out of me, as I've found seems to happen when I'm with Noah. There's something about him that just makes me feel comfortable with being vulnerable around him. When I finish, Noah looks about as confused as I feel about the whole thing. So your boss knows who is doing this to you, but you can't ask her about it because she'd know you went looking inside her bedroom. Yes. And your two workmates are the only ones who know that you signed up to the Quick Jobs website. Right. Well then, it's one of them, he concludes. I let this idea percolate for a moment. I don't know. I mean, if that was true, then why would Heather have been warning them to stay away from me and the motel? They both work there.
Well, who else could they have told about you signing up to quick jobs? He asks. I try to think. Molly might have told her husband, but I doubt he would care since I've never even met him. And Lucas? He might have told his secret girlfriend, but aside from occasionally throwing chairs at college professors and attacking fast food workers, she seems fairly harmless. Noah turns to me briefly with one brow raised. I've already explained to him about Olivia hiding out in the murder room, which he found thoroughly amusing. In particular, he found the fact that I had, for a very brief time, considered the possibility that the motel was haunted to be very funny. And you said some money was missing that Cherry had left you. Did anything else get taken? Noah asks. Because if so, I'm going to say the culprit is my grandmother. Case closed. I can't help but chuckle. I love how Noah can laugh off anything, even problems close to his heart. No, I don't think your grandmother is behind this. Nothing else has gone missing as far as I know. Except, now that I think of it, there was a moment the other day when I couldn't find my keys where I'd left them. They had turned up in the wrong part of my bag when I knew I would never have left them there. Is it possible that somebody took the Bransons' house key from my bag at some point and made a copy of it before returning it? I shudder. I already have a suspicion that somebody has been coming and going from the house while I'm not there, or in the case of the attic, while I was there. But thinking that somebody could be out there with the key? I don't know how I'll even be able to sleep there tonight. Have you told the police about any of this? Noah asks. No, I can't risk it getting back to Cherry and Ron. I'm counting on getting the money from this job. Noah seems uneasy about this, but doesn't press me any further. We arrive at our destination, and Noah insists on getting out and coming with me. Chester follows happily behind us, his breath clouding out into the cold air, thrilled by this impromptu nighttime adventure. We walk down a path alongside a large pond illuminated by gently glowing lampposts, moths dancing in their light. It doesn't take me long to find Edsel. Chapter 39. If I told you that 50 years ago feels like both yesterday and another lifetime ago, would you believe me? Edsel asks. I squeeze his hand in mine as we sit on a bench looking out over the moonlit pond of Highland Park. I've already sent Lucas a text telling him I found Edsel. And Noah has taken Chester back to the warmth of the truck to give us some time alone. When I'd asked Noah to drive me all the way out to Ash Haven, I wasn't sure if I'd find Edsel here, but after the many stories he's told me of this, his and Patty's special spot, I knew I had to come out here to check. So, this was where you gave Patty the bicycle? I ask. The very spot. He turns to look behind him. The bush I hid it in isn't there anymore, but it all looks more or less the same as it did back then. Highland Park is a beautiful place. I've never been here before. You should see it in the daytime, Pearly Girl. It's magical. There are ducks waddling around and small children chasing after them, food carts giving off the most incredible smells and families laughing and relaxing with each other on picnic blankets. I often get the bus out here and just watch the afternoon unfold. The temperature has dropped again, and in the glow of the lamppost next to us I can see our breaths slowly steam out in front of us. I know there must be something weighing on Edsel's heart right now that's led him to still be sitting out here this late in the evening, but I don't press him to open up to me. I just sit with him in a comfortable silence. Today is Patty's birthday, he finally says. She would have turned 78. I don't know what to say to this. I can't pretend to know how it feels to have suffered a loss as great as his, but I rest my head on Edsel's shoulder in hopes of bringing him some comfort. I came here this afternoon to honor her birthday. I went and had a nice meal, walked around. And when I'd planned to walk back to the bus stop and return to the motel, I found myself sitting here again. I lift my head from his shoulder. It's nearly 9 o'clock, Edsel. The last bus for Blackridge Falls has already left. How were you going to get back if I hadn't come out here? Edsel gives me the side eye. Ever heard of a thing called Uber? I laugh, glad to know he wouldn't have sat here in the cold until dawn. We make our way back to the truck, and I introduce Edsel to Noah before we settle in for the drive back to Blackridge Falls. I've never been so thankful for the warmth. It must be below freezing outside. Edsel is dressed for the cold with his hat and gloves, but my fingers are now on fire inside Noah's truck after feeling like ice blocks outside just a few minutes ago. Chester is curled up by my feet, and despite Noah's truck having an additional passenger seat, it's still a squeeze with Edsel beside me. Noah, tell me, do you ever play games? Edsel asks. What kind of games do you mean? Board games, card games, video games? Noah asks in reply. Yes, any of them, Edsel clarifies. I've played a little of each. Not in a long time, though, Noah says. Edsel sits forward, straining his seatbelt to see Noah around me. And do you have a partner in your life? Someone special? Noah turns his head briefly toward him with a grin. No, and I'm flattered, Ed, really. But I usually go for women, and one's close to my own age. Thanks for letting me down easy. Edsel chuckles. But you know, when you do find someone you want to stay in your life, I've got a little advice for you that you might keep in mind. What's that? Noah listens now, the humor in his eyes replaced with intrigue. Play games with her. Any kind of game. Whatever it is you both like, it doesn't matter. It keeps you bonded, in tune with each other. Keeps you talking. Noah nods in thought. I'm going to try to remember that, thanks. You know, I collect them. Games. I've got dozens, Edsel says, then laughs under his breath. Patty loved games, but she hated clutter, so we only kept a few back then. So, you know, there are a few perks to being an old bachelor. I get to buy what I want. Yeah, my grandmother is a collector too, Noah says. I turn to him, eyebrow raised. What? She basically is, he says with a smirk at me. This gets Edsel's interest. What does she collect? Oh, bits and pieces. Nothing specific, whatever she can get her hands on, Noah says vaguely. She sounds like an interesting woman. Maybe you can introduce us. Edsel is now the one making jokes. Hey, don't go getting any ideas, old man. I'm the main guy in my Gram's life, and I'm not afraid to fight for my position. Next to me, Edsel is as amused as I've ever seen him, and it's good to see he's feeling better. We arrive back at the motel, and he thanks us for the lift and makes his way to his room. He's a nice guy, Noah says once we're alone. Yeah, he is, I agree. But it makes me kind of sad, thinking of all those games he collects and nobody to play them with. That is sad. Noah sighs. You know, my grandmother never had a problem with stealing things until after my grandfather died. Really? You think that's what caused it? I ask, interested. Not caused. I think it was more like a trigger. She just succumbed to urges she'd been able to contain up until then. She was missing something, so she started taking things to try to fill a void. I consider this. You think that's what it's like for Edsel, with Patty? He misses playing games with her, so he's trying to make up for that with his collection? I mean, I don't know him well enough to say, but it definitely seems that way. He turns to me. He's lucky to have someone like you looking out for him, Pearl. I smile. Well, I couldn't have found him tonight without your help. We pull out of the parking lot, but Noah takes the wrong turn, driving in the opposite direction from the Bransons' house. Where are you going? I asked, a little startled. You said you left your car up here somewhere, right? Yes, but I can't. I'm going to tow you to the nearest station, stick some gas in your car, and you're going to drive yourself and Chester back home, he says firmly. Noah, you don't have to do that. Yes, I do, otherwise I'll feel obliged to come and collect you for work tomorrow morning, probably drop you back home again afterwards, and I don't have time for that. I'm a busy guy. Oh, okay. Well, I'll pay you back next week, I say, swallowing back guilt at dragging him out here tonight. I'm joking, Pearl. I have no problem driving you around. I like the company. He smiles to my relief. But you need your car back anyway. We get to where my car still sits at the side of the road, and Noah tows it to the gas station. He fills it up and gets it started again, and before I know what I'm doing, I'm wrapping both my arms around his neck. Thank you. I can't even tell you how much this means to me. Noah looks a little awkward as I pull away. No problem. You've been so kind to me since I met you, Noah. You've gone out of your way to help me out, and I just want you to know that I really appreciate it. Great guy syndrome. Really, I have no choice. Noah's glowing eyes meet mine. He's standing so close to me that I can feel the warmth of his body, smell his earthy work clothes. Before I can stop myself, I lean in and kiss his lips. He seems a little surprised at first, then pulls me in closer and kisses me back, softly, before we break away from each other and smile. So, maybe I could come over to the house and visit you sometime soon? Noah asks, gently entwining his fingers with mine. I'd like that, I say, my chest flooding with warmth. Great. Noah grins, then adds, I'll bring a deck of cards. Maybe we can play a game together. Chapter 40. I wake up Friday morning with the memory of Noah's lips on mine. I hadn't planned to kiss him last night. It was an impulsive moment that could have ruined our friendship if I had misjudged his feelings about me, but I'm glad I took that chance. He texted me twice last night after I got home. Once to make sure I got home okay, and again before I went to sleep to say goodnight. If there's potential for something real between me and Noah, we need to take it slow. He's such a nice guy, and I don't want to hurt him by still having my feelings hung up over what could have been with Peter. If a genie appeared right now and told me he could snap his fingers and take me back to how me and Peter were at our happiest, well, I don't know what I would choose. All I know is that my life was a whole lot easier back then, before our breakup, before becoming homeless, before nights at Driftwood, and money problems and car problems and the Quick Jobs website and being locked in closets and attics and finding Heather's note and the list goes on. When it was just me and Peter and our nice little apartment and our inside jokes and our dinners with friends, I was happy. Right now, the only thing that is making me happy is the idea of seeing Noah again. I get to work early and drop Chester in with Olivia again. She must be getting bored, sitting inside that room day and night, with nothing to do to entertain herself but sing. Wouldn't it be better to just face the consequences of her actions rather than keep running from them? I say nothing, though, and spend the rest of the morning helping guests check out while firmly avoiding any contact with Heather. Molly is being quiet with me. I guess she's still annoyed at me for screwing up yesterday. When I break for lunch, I look for Lucas and, unsurprisingly, find him with his feet up inside the meeting room, playing a game on his phone. Hey, Lucas, can we talk for a moment? He puts down his phone. Sure, what's up? Something really weird is going on, and I'm hoping you might be able to help me figure it out. Lucas gives me his full attention as I explain to him about the house-sitting job being a setup, the fake email from Quick Jobs, and the calls both me and Cherry received, with someone impersonating each of us on the phone. I don't get it. If someone wanted you to get the job, why wouldn't they just recommend you to Cherry themselves? Why go to all the trouble of sending fake emails and making fake phone calls? It doesn't make any sense. Exactly, I agree. And as far as I can tell, the most they've gotten out of it is $500 from a cookie jar, which they couldn't have possibly known would be there until they happened to find it. So who else knows that you signed up to the Quick Jobs website, other than me and Molly? Nobody does, as far as I know. Well, it wasn't me, Lucas insists. I've got enough going on with Olivia hiding out here without messing you around and locking you in random places. I don't think it's you. And I don't think it's Molly either. She wouldn't do this. So what are you going to do? Lucas asks. I don't know. But I think Heather might know who did it. When I was at your house yesterday, I saw a note she'd written warning somebody to stay away from both me and the Driftwood Motel, but it didn't say who it was too. My aunt? Defending you? Lucas looks unconvinced. I know. Weird, right? Pearl, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but Heather doesn't really like you. He smirks. What? What makes you say that? I deadpan. Well, for a start, I can't tell you how many times she's told me to stay away from you. You know how protective she can be of me, and she seems to think I've got a thing for you or something. Well, to be fair, Lucas, you have been spreading rumors around about us hooking up, I remind him. Yeah, but I wouldn't actually do it. You're my friend. As if to prove this, he kicks me in the leg lightly. Plus, I'm with Olivia now. How's that going? I ask. Honestly, not great. The whole hiding out a fugitive thing seemed exciting at first, but I don't know. She's kind of immature. This is quite an observation coming from Lucas, a guy who just last week had me pose as his girlfriend to win $100 bet. Well, I'm not one to judge, I say, totally judging. But if you ask me, she seems like a very troubled girl. Maybe you should try to convince her to turn herself in. Maybe, Lucas muses. Heather probably wouldn't approve of me being with her anyway. I think if my aunt had it her way, I'd stay single and live in her house forever. Doesn't Heather ever date anyone? Lucas shrugs. I try hard not to think about it. Once, when I was a teenager, I walked in on her and our family dentist in his office. I slept with the lights on for a long time after that. It was that traumatizing? I ask. Those mouth suction tools are not intended for what they were using them for. He shivers. I guess I'd better get back to work, I say, eager to leave before Lucas expands on this gruesome tale. He shakes himself out of his trance-like state and turns to me, a sincere look on his face. Listen, Pearl, if you find out who's screwing with you, let me know who it is. And I'll mess them up, okay? I've got to look out for you. You're like a little sister to me. Lucas, I'm a year older than you, I point out. Yeah, but I mean, you're not quite there mentally, are you? He taps the side of his head with his finger. I return his earlier kick in the leg with a little more force. When I get back to the lobby, there's no hiding from Heather, who immediately rounds on me. I'm bracing myself for another lecture about how irresponsible I was yesterday, when instead her face softens as she speaks. Lucas told me about what you did last night for Igor. Edsel, I correct her. Whatever. Anyway, you did a good thing. Lucas was worried about him. I know the old guy was a good friend of my father's. It's the only reason I let him stay on here as a resident. And what about our other resident Tory? Heather narrows her eyes at me. Guitar girl? Her main source of income is busking. She'd be on the streets if I didn't let her stay here. You know, Pearl, despite what you might believe, I'm not completely heartless. That's debatable. Heather retreats to her office, possibly to rest up after this strenuous display of humanity, and the remainder of the afternoon passes by in a haze of check-ins and bookings. By 5:15, I've discreetly collected Chester from Olivia's room, and am on the way back to the Bransons' house. Before I even round the corner of the driveway, I see the flashing lights of 2 police cruisers and immediately slow down to a crawl before stopping beside a stony-faced officer and opening my door. He's got a moustache about twice the length of his tightly shorn hair, and it twitches before he begins speaking. Good evening, ma'am. Are you Pearl Fuller? He has the sort of tone that tells me he already knows the answer. He holds my door open as I blink up at him, nodding affirmatively, unable to get any words out. My mind is racing at a frantic speed as I look around the grounds of the Bransons' property, trying to figure out why the cops are suddenly here. Then it hits me. Tori has decided to press charges against me after all. I can't believe it. I should never have covered for Lucas about that ring. I knew it was a stupid idea, and now it's come right back to bite me in the arse. "Mum, can you step out of the car, please?" he asks, in a monotone as bland as his appearance. I do as I'm told, a little shaky underneath my jacket as I exit my car, Chester hopping out behind me. A female officer with a scalp-tight ponytail now appears from around the side of the house, and Buzzcut clicks his fingers pointing to my car. They want to search it? Tori already got her grandmother's ring back, so I don't see why they'd need to search my car unless she's told them that something else has gone missing too. Sure enough, the female officer reaches into my car and begins rummaging around the front seats as though searching for something specific. I really don't want to throw Lucas under the bus, so my only choice now is to double down on the white lie I told Heather about how I came to be in possession of Tori's ring. "Officer, I swear I just found that ring in the parking lot, and I was only wearing it on my finger to keep it safe before returning. Mom." He stops me, holding up his hand. "We'd like you to come
with us to the station now." Am I under arrest? I ask, working hard to keep my jaw from hitting the ground. How can this be happening? "No, Mum, you're not under arrest yet, but we do need to temporarily impound your vehicle and bring you in for questioning." I don't think I've ever been called ma'am this many times in my life. And what does he mean I'm not under arrest yet? That I will be soon? Before I get a chance to ask any more questions, I'm being escorted into the back seat of his cruiser. As I turn and look back at the Bransons' house growing smaller through the rear window, I see the grim features of the female officer as she hooks a leash onto a fretful Chester's collar.
Chapter 41. Grand Theft. I'm facing charges of grand theft, the penalty for which is up to 14 years in jail. Also, I've been told by Detective Kelly Martinson, who currently glowers opposite me in an interview room at Blackridge Falls Police Station. I feel like I'm stuck in a bad dream. I'm trying to understand exactly what it is that I'm being accused of, but none of it makes any sense. According to Detective Martinson, somebody called in a tip about a planned theft at the Bransons' home. They contacted Ron and Cherry, who confided in them their suspicions that I had gained access to their home under false pretenses, having confirmed with their friend Frankie that she didn't refer me to the job, as they'd been led to believe she had. I still don't know who tricked them into thinking that, or why they also tricked me into applying to the house-sitting job with that fake email, but apparently when the Bransons sent Frankie over to the house today to check some hidden safe they have in the home, she found that $50,000 was missing from it. Now they all think I tricked my way into getting the job and stole their money. Money that I only just now learned exists. My question is, who the hell keeps 50 grand in cash in their home? Is that what rich people do, or is that just the kind of crazy thing a couple as eccentric as Ron and Cherry Branson do? Seeing as I rarely even have any money in my bank account or wallet, let alone a safe, I guess this is a question I'll never know the answer to. I swear I didn't even know that the Bransons had a safe in their home. The warble in my voice betrays my innocence. "Miss Fuller, is this your current address?" The detective holds up an electronic tablet displaying an enlarged photo of my driver's license. "No, that's my ex-boyfriend's address, but I was living there up until a few days ago." "And where are you currently residing?" She taps something on the tablet, not meeting my eyes. The Bransons' house, I guess. I'm house hunting right now." I purposefully avoid using the word homeless. That would hardly convince her of my innocence. "Miss Fuller, did you tell Mrs. Branson that you had been referred to the house-sitting position by a friend of hers?" Absolutely not. My voice is stable, finally. I applied to a listing on a website called Quick Jobs. Detective Martinson looks up at me. Except, according to Cherry Branson, she never advertised the position outside of a message posted on her personal Facebook page. She spins the tablet around again, and I stare at the screen. Just as she'd said, there's an image of a Facebook post from Cherry left last week. Need a little help from our friends. Our house sitter just bailed. Minute, and we need a replacement by Monday. $1,000 for the week. Light house duties and animal sitting. You know anyone who'd be interested? Pass. On our number, ASAP. CX. I've never seen this before, I say. Detective Martinson leans back in her chair. Yet Cherry Branson says she got a call last Sunday morning from you. You told her that your mutual friend, Frankie McNally, had passed on the message about house-sitting to you along with Cherry's number. Well, this confirms my suspicions. Whoever actually called Cherry that day tricked me similarly into applying for the job with the fake Quick Jobs email. This person must have somehow simultaneously known that I was job hunting and that Cherry and Ron were looking for a house-sitter. Then they took my keys to gain access to the house and steal the money before accidentally returning them to the wrong compartment of my bag, thinking I wouldn't notice. Maybe this Frankie woman stole it? I guess, in desperation. I mean, who even is she? Detective Martinson doesn't look up from what she's doing. Frankie McNally is a lifelong friend of the Bransons and is not currently a suspect in this case. I groan and plant my face in my hands. I don't know what has happened here, but I think I've been set up. I don't know anyone called Frankie, and as far as I was aware, I was applying for this job through a legitimate website. I did not steal any money from the Bransons. I would never do that. I spend the next half hour explaining to the detective everything that's happened since the day I signed up to Quick Jobs. The email, the phone call from Cherry, getting the house-sitting job, being locked in the supply closet at work, my keys turning up in the wrong compartment of my bag, the rabbit's hutch being left open, the missing $500, the cockatoo in the attic, and me getting trapped in there. As I finished telling her everything I can possibly think of, while purposely leaving out the part where I snuck into my boss's bedroom and found the note in her nightstand, Detective Martinson sits, attentive, but with no perceivable reaction. I just hope she believes me, because if she decides to arrest me and I end up getting charged with grand theft, at best I'm looking at a criminal record holding me hostage the rest of my life, and at worst, I won't see freedom again until I'm in my 40s. She tells me that Frankie is at the house, taking care of the animals while Cherry and Ron catch an early flight home from their cruise. She asks me about the ring I mentioned to the officer, which I now regret ever bringing up, because apparently they didn't even know about it, and when I explain what happened, it only serves to make me look even more guilty. Another hour of answering question after question passes before I'm left to sit alone for what feels like forever, with just a bottle of water for company. I'm finally informed I can leave, and I'm released from the bleak, featureless interview room with a warning to stay in Blackridge Falls while the case develops. When I ask about my car, I'm told it's being held inside the police impound lot, where I can collect it from once they've completed their search. My eyes are bleary, and my mind is spinning when I finally step out of the station into the dark street outside, and I realize that I have exactly nowhere to go. I can't return to the Bransons' house. I can't use the murder room tonight because Olivia is in there. The police have my car, and I would rather go back inside the station and request to stay in a holding cell for the night than go to my mother's house. I pull my phone from my bag and try calling Noah, but it just rings out. I eventually give up, and that's when I see 3 missed calls from Peter and a text from over 2 hours ago, Pearl, what is happening? The police are here with a warrant, searching the apartment. Pick up your phone. Oh my God, this is mortifying. Peter knows I'm flat broke, and now he's going to think I've robbed my employer of $50,000. I call him back straight away, and he picks up on the first ring, urgency in his voice. Pearl, what's going on? I slump down onto the cold step behind me and explain the situation, repeating over and over that I am innocent. He asks me where I'm going to stay tonight, and when I tell him that I don't know, he insists that I stay put while he drives out to collect me. I can barely look him in the eye when I get into his shiny silver Audi 15 minutes later, and the drive back to his apartment is filled with questions that I just can't answer. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? I don't know. Have they found the money yet? I don't know. Who would set you up like this? I don't know. Peter is being patient and kind with me, but I can tell he's majorly shaken up by the fact that the cops unexpectedly raided his apartment tonight. The one silver lining I can find right now is that he seems to believe me. He hasn't asked me once whether I took the money. I'm glad he knows I would never do that. Hopefully the police will figure this out soon too. Then it sinks in. Cherry and Ron. They actually think that I stole from them, and not just some petty cash from a change jar sitting around. They think that I broke into a safe, and stole $50,000 from them. Do I seem like the kind of person who knows how to break into a safe? And even if I was the kind of person to do that, how brazen would I have to be to rob them while being the only known person with access to their house? Only a moron would be so stupid. And then again, I guess the county jails aren't overflowing with genius-level intellects. It hurts to think they believe I would do this. They put their trust in me. They left me with their house, their animals. They were so kind and generous to me, and now they think that I tricked them into landing the job just to rob them. When we arrive back at Peter's place, I'm relieved to see that it looks about the same as the last time I saw it. I was half expecting to see ripped cushions scattered across the floor and the contents of drawers strewn around the place. I cleaned up already. They didn't make much mess, Peter says, seeing me survey the apartment. I don't think they were actually expecting to find anything here. If they really thought that the money was here, I'm sure they'd have turned the place upside down. I'm glad they didn't trash Peter's apartment. But the question on my mind is, where is the money? Who took it? And why the hell did they target me to take the fall for this? Chapter 42. I wake up the following morning on Peter's couch, a couch that just last week I couldn't get away from fast enough. Now it brings me the sweet comfort of familiarity in a place that I have only just stopped calling home. After we got back from the police station last night, we didn't even address what happened between us earlier this week. He made his feelings clear in the text he sent me, and since then I've kissed Noah. I'm well aware that Peter letting me stay here again is an act of charity, pure and simple, and I'm not going to read anything more into it. I drag myself up off the couch and catch the smell of breakfast floating in at me from the kitchen. I almost forgot about Peter's Saturday morning pancakes. I follow my nose and find him barefoot, in only his sweatpants, standing at the cooker. His shoulder muscles move under his skin as he flips a pancake over before he turns to me, bare-chested. "How are you feeling?" he asks, pulling 2 plates from the cupboard. I urge myself to look away, but against my will, my eyes follow the line of hair leading down from his navel to his waistband. Do not say turned on. Do not say turned on. I'm hanging in there. I nod. I have to close my eyes to stop myself from looking at him. We're not together anymore, and he has no business being half naked in front of me like this. It's totally inappropriate. He brings me a plate with 2 fluffy golden pancakes and sets it down in front of me before rummaging inside a clothes basket on the floor and pulling on a t-shirt. Now able to think straight, I thank him for the pancakes before pouring a generous serving of syrup on top and digging in. They're glorious. So they probably let you leave the station yesterday because they don't have enough evidence to arrest you. What happens next? He asks. I pour myself a cup of coffee from the pot on the table. I've never been accused of theft before, so your guess is as good as mine. Although, after saying this, I immediately realize that it's not exactly true. Just a few days ago, Heather accused me of stealing that ring from Tori's room, and she also told Tori that she'd found me wearing it before trying to fire me. If the cops were to visit Driftwood and question Heather, it would add a huge amount of weight to the idea that I'm a thief, since she would likely take great pleasure in painting a vivid picture for them. Peter finishes eating his pancakes and must notice the concern on my face because he lays a hand over mine on the table. You don't have anything to worry about, Pearl. You did nothing wrong. Just keep telling the truth and you'll be fine. I smile. Thanks. I forgot how good Peter is at making me feel safe and supported in a crisis. But I also remember how much hurt he's caused me, the newest wound still fresh and sore. His lingering touch and intense gaze are only adding confusion on top of this right now. I'm starting to worry that kissing Noah last night might have been a mistake. Was I being too hasty? Was I leading him on? I mean, I really like Noah, but as my eyes meet Peter's now, I can feel there's an ember of our love still burning. I pull my hand away from under his. Peter, where do we stand? I mean, I saw your text, but is that really how you feel about the other night? It was a goodbye, nothing more. I didn't plan to confront him like this, but he's giving me mixed messages, and I don't think I can handle any more false hope over the status of our relationship. He sits back in his seat and runs his hands down his face. Honestly, I don't know. But I do know that I miss this. He gestures to our familiar Saturday morning scenario. Us, the little things. Me too, I say, trying not to sound too eager. Do you think there's any chance of that happening again? If not, please tell me now because I need to know. Peter bites his lip. I can't just snap my fingers and forget everything that happened, Pearl. I feel a flame run through my core, a fiery spark igniting a streak of gasoline. It always comes back to this. That moment all those weeks ago that tipped the first domino, I'm so tired of it. I've blamed myself for so long now because Peter convinced me it was my fault. That I led Jason on, I felt awful for hurting him, but it's not like I initiated the kiss between me and Jason, and I most definitely didn't encourage or condone it either. Everything that happened? My voice rises now. Peter, a guy from my course, kissed me. I didn't kiss him back. I've explained to you over and over again that it meant absolutely nothing. Not only that, but I told you about it as soon as it happened. Does that alone not tell you that you can trust me? Peter waits a beat. Okay. And this other guy, the one who drives the pickup, Noah, is he just a friend, or is there something more going on there? I think the pause that follows this question as my jaw twitches, but no words leave my mouth, says it all. I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay. Noah and I kissed. Peter stands up and begins wordlessly clearing the plates from the table. They land hard in the sink, making me wince. I don't know what more to say. I won't be made to feel guilty about kissing Noah when Peter had already made it clear that things were over between us. Recently, Noah has been the one and only person who I've been able to count on. He's listened to my problems, given me advice, made me laugh when I was feeling hopeless, and gone out of his way to help me out multiple times. It's a little weird that he hasn't answered my calls or texts since yesterday, though. Clearly, he hasn't yet heard about what happened at the Bransons' house, because if he had, he would have reached out to me for sure, unless Well, unless he has heard about it, maybe he thinks I've been lying to him this whole time and that I stole from the Bransons. The pancakes in my stomach begin to churn at the thought. It's one thing losing the trust of Cherry and Ron, but Noah? He couldn't really believe I'd do this, could he? So you have feelings for Noah then, obviously. Peter crosses his arms and leans against the counter. I can't deny this. I won't lie to Peter. Noah has been a great friend to me this past week, and it's not like that kiss we shared meant nothing. Of course it did. But if there's a chance that Peter might consider giving our relationship another shot, then I need to really think hard about which path I choose to go down. Are Noah and I better off as just friends? Yeah, I guess I do have feelings for Noah. I force myself to be honest as I look Peter in the eye. But Peter, I love you. I don't know, Pearl. Peter sighs and his gaze wanders upward in thought. We've been here before. I can't get hurt like that again. You wouldn't. I try to convey my sincerity with my unblinking stare. Peter moves forward and puts both hands down on the table in front of me. No, I think the only way that I could trust you is if you promise me that you'll never see Noah again. Chapter 43. Monday morning at Driftwood drags on for what feels like an eternity. As I suspected already, the police came in over the weekend to question Heather about me, and now both Molly and Lucas have been hounding me since the moment I arrived, wanting to know more about what happened at the Bransons' house. Heather hasn't said so much as a word to me, and I've got a feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach that by the end of this week, my days working here at Driftwood will come to an end. Not only might I be sitting inside a jail cell by then, but once word spreads that there's a suspected criminal working at the Driftwood motel, business will undoubtedly be affected, and Heather will finally have the ammo she needs to send me packing once and for all. I still can't wrap my mind around why somebody would set me up to take the fall for a theft I didn't commit, but every time I stop to evaluate the situation and try to figure out who dislikes me enough to have done it, Heather's name begins flashing in my mind in large neon letters. But then I remember the note I found in her bedroom, and the wheel of confusion and doubt begins to turn again. I just can't make sense of any of it. So you stayed at Peter's apartment over the weekend, wasn't that awkward? Molly asks. Kind of, but he's been really great about it, and there's a chance we might try to work on things again, I say. This is a heavily weighted might. After Peter gave me his ultimatum, we decided to hold off on making any decisions about our relationship until everything has blown over with the police. That's if it even does. I love Peter. We have a history together, a life that I know we could both fall so comfortably back into, but in the small amount of time that I've known Noah, I've found someone who I truly care about. Somebody who listens to me, who doesn't judge me or try to change me. He sees the tow truck of baggage behind me and finds it a parking space. Sure, I could get back with Peter and promise him nothing would ever happen again with Noah, but that's not what he's asking of me. He wants me to never see Noah again. And no matter which way I twist and turn that idea in my mind, now that I've met him, I can't imagine letting go of Noah from my life, even just as a friend. All I know is that I need to talk to Noah about all of this, and I'm beginning to get worried because he still hasn't answered my calls or texts. The last time I saw him, he kissed me goodbye. We haven't talked to each other since that night, not even when I was brought in for questioning by the police, and now I'm almost certain that he's avoiding me. Today alone, I've tried calling him 3 times, but it just rings out. All thoughts of my complicated love life are cast aside when Lucas grabs me by the arm and drags me out of earshot from Molly, who is talking to an excitable middle-aged couple who have just spent the weekend here. Listen, if things don't work out at Peter's place and you need somewhere to stay, the murder room is available again, Lucas whispers. What? Where's Olivia? I ask. Lucas clicks his tongue. We broke up. I told her she couldn't hide out here forever, and she freaked out at me and stormed off. I heard from a friend this morning that she's back at her mum's and she's going to turn herself in to the police. Well, that's good news, I guess. But I'm sorry it didn't work out between you and her, I say, hiding my relief that there's no longer a risk of these two pooling their genes. Lucas doesn't seem too torn up about it. It's okay. I've got my eye on someone else anyway. She's a little older than I'd usually go for and not really my type, looks-wise. But she works at the game shop in town and she has early access to new releases plus an employee discount on everything. So I'm willing to overlook the rest. Beauty is only skin deep and like love is blind, right? Well, good luck with that, I say, tepidly. By early afternoon, I'm alone on reception when I get a call from Detective Martinson to inform me that my car has been cleared for release. I ask her if they have any leads on the theft or who might have been behind the fake Quick Jobs email. She seems indifferent to my theory that they are one and the same person and tells me she can't give out any information during an ongoing investigation. She also asks that I keep myself available for any further questioning and reminds me not to leave town. After speaking with her, I get the horrible feeling that I am still the main suspect in their investigation. As predicted, Heather informs me that she wants me in her office first thing tomorrow morning for a meeting. It doesn't take much guesswork to figure out what that will be about. I can just imagine her satisfied look now. Sorry, Pearl, we don't employ criminals at the Driftwood Motel. I've already lost one job this week. I don't think I can handle losing another. But what exactly can I do? I try to keep myself busy to take my mind off it all, but even for a Monday afternoon, this place is eerily quiet, and there's nothing to distract myself with. Heather has headed out, and I haven't seen Lucas around since this morning. So when the doors open and a familiar face appears, it's a relief to have someone to talk to. Hey, Tori, how are you today? I chirp, hoping that the whole ring incident is now water under the bridge for her. After all, the cops didn't know what I was talking about when I mentioned it, so she obviously never chose to press charges. Tori scoops back her short black hair with her hands, her metallic blue nail polish chipped. I'm good. Finally got a job, outside of playing on street corners in the cold. Oh, really? That's great news. Is the job music-related? I ask, happy for her. Tori has always struck me as somebody who could go far in life if she wasn't quite so rough around the edges. Although, in the music business, that image might just add to her street cred. Yeah, it is actually. I'm going on tour with a local band, The Rafters, as one of their techs. We're leaving tomorrow. Her green eyes sparkle with excitement, which is a nice change from her usual hard-boiled demeanour. That's amazing. Do you think you'll come back here after the tour? God, I hope not. She grimaces. I laugh at this, but it definitely strikes a chord deep within me. One day, I hope to move beyond the Driftwood Motel, too. Tori collects her mail for the last time, and we wave goodbye before she goes to pack her things. I stand there a while, leaning on the desk, daydreaming about getting out of Blackridge Falls like Tori. It's not as though I have anywhere else to go, but the already claustrophobic feeling of living in a small town seems to compress me further now that I'm under police orders not to leave. I've got too much going on to run away anyway. And as the day wears on, my mind continues its incessant flip-flopping on whether I should go running back into Peter's open arms and make the promises he's asking of me, or if I should listen to that little voice inside that tells me Noah would never put me in that kind of position. It would make it a whole lot easier to choose the right path if I could just get hold of Noah. I need to talk with him before I make any snap decisions about getting back with Peter, because if that kiss the other night meant anything, it feels like there might be something real to be had with him. Noah accepts me for who I am, and he doesn't judge me or mistrust me like Peter does. Well, at least that's what I thought before. Now it seems like he might think I'm a thief and a liar. I really need to talk with him and convince him I had nothing to do with what happened at the Bransons' house. By the time I clock out of work and begin the long, slow walk to collect my car from the police impound lot, I've made a decision. If Noah won't answer my calls or texts, I've got no other choice than to track him down. And there's only one place I can think of that he might be. Chapter 44. The rain is coming down in thick, cold sheets that pelt my skin like tiny arrows by the time I reach the police impound lot. There are 2 pages of documents I need to read and sign, and a 15-minute wait to confirm they've got the green light to release it by the time my car is returned to me. And since they don't have any sheltered waiting area outside, I'm forced to spend the time standing around in the cold and rain by a small kiosk occupied by a heavy-set man with an unfriendly demeanor and a badge reading Gus, as I contemplate what his name might be short for. Gusto it's not. The sun has just set and my hair clings in wet tendrils to my face when I finally sit in my car, but it's not yet dark enough outside to hide the mess they've made inside here. The seats have been adjusted to awkward positions, the contents of my glove compartment and center console have been strewn around haphazardly, and I have to take a pile of old receipts and papers off the driver's seat before I sit my wet self inside, dripping all over the upholstery. This is not the state I want to be in to go talk with Noah. My look hardly screams, "I'm totally innocent now, let's make our relationship official," but I can't go back to Peter's apartment to get myself cleaned up first, because then he'll ask me where I'm going, and I don't want to lie to him. My plan is simple. I'm going to drive straight to Noah's grandmother's house and pray that he's home. If he is, I'm going to explain to him that I'm completely innocent, that I never even knew of any safe inside the Bransons' house until the police told me about it. And I'm going to ask him straight out whether or not he thinks we have a future together as a couple. Then, by the time I drive back to Peter's apartment tonight, I will have my final answer for him as to whether or not I'm willing to acquiesce to his ultimatum. The wind picks up as I drive the familiar route out toward the Bransons' house, but that's not where I'm headed. I'm actually not entirely sure where it is I am going. All I know is that Noah's home is a short drive from where the Bransons live, so hopefully he has his work truck parked outside as a good giveaway. I drive slowly, squinting through the pummeling rain as my wipers dash from side to side noisily, only just clearing my view enough to see into the driveways of the few houses dotted along the road. I don't see Noah's pickup outside any of them, and I'm just starting to give up hope of ever identifying the place I'm looking for when about a quarter-mile before the Bransons' house I spot a small turn-off that I've never noticed before. It's almost completely hidden by thick scrub bushes either side, and the narrow gravel path looks like it's been slowly swallowed over time by weeds and grass. It seems unlikely that this is where Noah's grandmother lives, since, if it were, he'd surely have kept the foliage in better shape. But even so, I make the quick decision to give it a try and slow down further to make the turn. The gravel crunches under my tires and hits the bottom of my car as I crawl along. And as I turn a corner, the house, which was hidden from the road, comes into view. It's not nearly as impressive as the other houses in this affluent just outside of town area, just a simple 2-story up and down structure, which looks as though its better days were easily half a century ago. The front grounds are small but cluttered with weed-filled plant pots and old machinery. At first glance, I'm sure I've gotten the wrong place, but as I drive a little further to a turning space at the end, I see Noah's familiar beat-up old pickup underneath a makeshift garage made from wooden pillars and corrugated sheet metal. So this is his grandmother's house. I shut off my engine and listen to the rain tap, tap tapping on the roof of my car as I sit there trying to build up the courage to go knock on the door. It's around dinner time, and I hope I don't end up interrupting them enjoying a meal. I can just imagine Noah there, his work trousers and t-shirt grass-stained and muddied from a long day spent pulling weeds, mowing lawns and planting trees, as he pours hot gravy over a plateful of his Nana's home-cooked food. Or, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they're an ordering-in kind of family. I guess I don't really know a huge amount about them, having only met Noah a little over a week ago, but I can tell from the way he speaks about her that he's incredibly close to the woman who stepped in and raised him. After going back and forth in my mind for a minute, I pull up the hood of my jacket, step out of the car, and run for the front door. I hope I'm not crossing a line by showing up here unannounced, but since he and I have gotten so close over the last week, and even kissed, I don't see why he'd have any problem with it. I suck in a fortifying breath and rap my knuckles 3 times against the door. The temperature has dropped again since I left the impound lot, and I bob up and down on my feet, trying to maintain what little warmth is left inside my body as I wait for somebody to answer the door. After a minute, I try knocking again, this time a little harder. I hear muffled voices from inside, maybe his grandmother, alerting him to a visitor, before a shadow slowly moves into the light of the glass panel to the side, and the door clicks unlocked. There are more muffled sounds from inside, and I pull my hood tighter against my face impatiently before the door opens up a crack. Noah clings to the side of the door and blinks out at me, a frown clouding his face. "What are you doing here?" His lips form a straight line, his expression unreadable. This isn't exactly the warm welcome I was hoping for, but I try to keep it light. "I tried calling you, but—" I let the words hang in the air, hoping he'll cut in and explain why he's been so busy he hasn't had a chance to return my call. Maybe he had to take his grandmother to the hospital for an operation, or his phone was stolen, or one of his clients had an emergency gardening situation, if that's a thing, and he's been so rushed off his feet he forgot to call me back. But when he makes no move to jump in and explain himself, it doesn't take me long to deduce the obvious. He really does think I stole that money from the Bransons. My jaw clenches as I try to push down the wave of hurt that washes over me. I thought Noah knew me better than that. I thought he, of all people, would know that all I ever wanted to do was look after those animals and earn my money legitimately. I've already confided in him about everything that's happened to me since the day I got the fake Quick Jobs email, so why does he still doubt me? I have to set him straight. "Can I come inside?" I ask, frigid water dripping from the tip of my nose and onto my lips. Noah sighs and looks behind him briefly before turning back to me. "It's not a good time, Pearl." His voice is so distant, so cold, that I'm almost ready to turn around and just leave him to carry on thinking whatever it is he thinks of me. But the overwhelming feeling that sits heavy on my chest is one of injustice. If I don't clear my name right now, then whoever it is who has done this to me will have won. They will have succeeded in their sick little game, and I will have lost not only the respect of the Bransons, but probably my job at the motel, and now the chance of a relationship with Noah too. No, I'm not going to take this lying down. I'm not going to let this person take everything that matters away from me and leave the people I care about thinking that I could do something like this. I'm going to fight for my innocence, fight for my name. Chapter 45. "Noah, I just want to talk for 1 minute, I plead, blinking as the rain pounds down on me. "Please, can I come inside?" Noah's jaw tightens, but he opens the door further and steps aside for me to enter. Inside, he closes the door, and I pull off my dripping jacket and leave it hanging on a hook by some others. I don't want to leave water all over the floor, but now that I'm in here and looking around, It doesn't seem like anyone has taken pride in this home for quite some time anyway. Old newspapers line the hall, and every surface is cluttered with books, candles, letters, photographs, and copious amounts of other unidentifiable junk. Dust motes float around in the light of a naked bulb overhead, and the musty smell of aged paper and untreated damp seems to surround the place, suggesting years of neglect. I think back to what he told me about his grandmother's little problem. Are these the vast harvests of her kleptomania? I try not to gape at the sheer amount of clutter, but I think Noah must sense my discomfort at the disarray, because his frown lines deepen. "Noah?" comes a frail voice from upstairs. "Who's here?" "Nobody, Nana, it's fine." Noah looks up, grabbing the stair rail. "I thought I heard a car." Her voice calls back, confused. "I said don't worry about it," he booms harshly in return. I'm taken aback by his tone, but I push on. Do you mind if we..." I point toward the living room to the left, but Noah quickly moves to stand between me and the door. "No." He points to another door to the right. "We'll go to the kitchen." To my dismay, the kitchen turns out to be much like what I saw in the hall. The air is thick and heavy with a rank odor, like the remnants of burned food. The countertops are crammed with a chaotic collection of dishes, utensils, and grimy pots. A thick layer of grease clings to everything, and I can barely find an inch of clear space to set down my bag. It feels as though the walls are closing in with clutter, like some kind of physical manifestation of the mess I've gotten myself into. I'm half expecting Noah to apologize for the state of the place, having not been expecting a guest, but he says nothing and crosses his arms, waiting for me to talk. I see I'm going to have to work for his clemency. "So you heard about what happened at the Bransons' house?" I ask the obvious. He nods. "You don't really think I would do something like that, do you?" I blink, trying to convey my disbelief. I glance past Noah briefly and take in the backyard through the kitchen window. I'm not totally sure, but I think I can see a wild tangle of weeds and overgrown shrubs hiding in the darkness. Why has he let this place get so neglected? Maybe he's planning to coax the yard back to life come springtime. After all, he's got the skills. I don't know what I think. You told me yourself you were desperate for cash. I was set up, I protest. I mean, I'll admit I needed money, but I would never in a million years steal to get my hands on it. And it's true. I didn't even take the dirty money from Lucas's rigged bet. And when I was down to my last $20, I put it in a donation box despite desperately needing it for myself. I'm the last person anyone should suspect of stealing money, but apparently it's all too believable. Noah shifts on his feet uncomfortably, throwing glances toward the door behind me every now and then. There's been a lot of things you've told me that don't add up, Pearl. And I think I just need to step aside while you get everything figured out. My heart sinks. I don't think I knew until this very moment that it was Noah I wanted and not Peter, but I suddenly feel like a child who's been told they can't have something and now they desperately want it more than anything. "Noah, I swear to you, My words are intercepted by my phone, trilling inside my pocket, and I pull it out to see Cherry calling me. As much as I want to keep aiming my pleas at Noah, this is my first chance to speak with her since everything went down. And if I can just get her to believe my insane story, then maybe Noah might follow suit. "It's Cherry." I point to the phone. "Do you mind if I take this a second?" Noah doesn't answer, but turns to busy himself at the counter while I duck out to the hall to answer. "Cherry, I'm so glad you called," I say, pacing around the cramped space. "We just got home." I can hear the exhaustion in her voice. "What is going on, Pearl? The police are saying you did this." "Cherry, I know this sounds unbelievable, but I think someone tricked both of us into getting me the job at your home. Whoever it is has been stalking me, tormenting me, and now they've set me up for this robbery." There's a sigh on the other end of the line. I want to believe you, Pearl. I really do. Noah brushes past me now and makes his way upstairs. I'm not sure whether he needs something up there or if he's just being considerate and leaving me to speak to Cherry in private. But as I move around, listening to Cherry talk, I find myself gravitating toward the living room, which Noah had guided me away from earlier. The room is lit by one single lamp, its tasseled light shade a red floral pattern, sun-bleached and covered with a thick layer of dust. The curtains are drawn, but I can still hear the rain hammering against the window. As with everywhere else I've seen in this house, there are various items strewn about the place, but something catches my eye. A guitar case sitting against a wall in the corner of the room. I never pegged Noah as the musical type, but then again, I've never thought to ask him. I just don't know, Pearl. Cherry's voice is quiet now. This whole thing is very upsetting for me and Ron. We've been
robbed, our vacation cut short, and now you say you had nothing to do with it. I know, I sigh. And I'm so sorry this has happened to you. But maybe we could just talk in person? I could be over there soon. I'm actually close by, at your gardener's house. I don't know if Ron would allow it, to be honest. He's incredibly upset, and if you show up here now, he might just... She stops short, and I wait, hoping she's about to change her mind and tell me I can come over, after all. But her next words are slow, confused. What did you just say? I switch the phone to the other ear and run my finger along a thick layer of dust atop the mantelpiece. I said I could be over there soon. I'm just at your gardener's house. There's a pause on the line before I hear Cherry's voice, quiet but steady. Ron and I don't have a gardener.
Chapter 46. The Watcher. Tonight is the night. I have waited for this moment for what feels like forever. I'm the one holding all the power now. Pearl is begging for more of me. It took her a long time, but now she is ready. She doesn't need to spell it out for me because I already know. She was just waiting for the right time. It was obvious all along. I have her exactly where I want her. This moment has lived in my mind since the very first time I laid eyes on her. Ready or not, Pearl, here I come.
Chapter 47. Ron and I don't have a gardener. Cherry's words echo in my ears as she continues talking, but I'm rooted to the spot, unable to speak. If the Bransons don't have a gardener, then who exactly is the man I've been getting to know over the last week? The man I spill my guts to about every aspect of my life. The man who was hesitant to tell me almost anything about his own life. Cherry, I have to go. I abruptly hang up the call, hoping she'll forgive me later. I take in the room that surrounds me. Suddenly everything seems different. The dust, the clutter, the worn furniture, it all takes on a disturbing form. Something is really wrong here. Even the guitar case in the corner suddenly seems different, familiar. I know that guitar case. I've seen it before somewhere. I cast a glance at the door, but Noah must still be upstairs. All I want to do right now is grab my bag from the kitchen and get the hell out of here so I can figure out what is going on, but I'm so fixated on this guitar case that I find myself inching slowly further into the room, closer to it. I take one more look behind me to check I'm still alone, then run my hands along the edge of the case, flipping up each of the 4 clips. I take a deep breath before firmly pulling the lid open to reveal the guitar inside. A guitar I know. I've seen it being played many times before on the corner in town and inside the meeting room at Driftwood when I've silently watched from the doorway. This doesn't make any sense. Tori told me earlier today that she was leaving on tour. So why is her guitar sitting here, inside this dusty living room, miles from her motel room? I lift it out of the case, thinking I must be mistaken. And that's when I feel it. I spin the guitar around in my hands, and there, illuminated by the dim light, are 5 thick bundles of banknotes bound and taped to the back of the guitar. The Bransons' money. I can't make any sense of this. Why is it hidden in Tori's guitar case in Noah's house? But there's something else. Something about this guitar that I've never seen before. The name Vicky is scratched in crude handwriting onto the back of its body. It's like something suddenly clicks in my mind, sending everything crashing sharply into focus. Vicky, Victoria, Tori. Tori is the Bransons' foster daughter, the girl from the photo, the girl they begged to have transferred to another home, the girl who made their lives a living hell. I try to think back to anything Tori might ever have told me about her past that could hint at her knowing the Bransons, but the only thing I really know about her, other than she's a musician, is that the ring Lucas found in her bathroom had belonged to her grandmother. And judging by the fact she'd felt the need to keep it hidden behind a loose tile, along with her dramatic reaction that day in the lobby when she couldn't find it, I'd imagine
It's not just sentimental value that the ring holds for her. It's likely the most valuable possession she has. That is, unless she now has $50,000 in cash. If Tori really is the girl the Bransons fostered all those years ago, I guess it would make sense that she might know they kept a safe in their house. And now that I think of it, the very day that Tori was in the lobby complaining to Heather about her lost ring, Molly had been there, telling me she'd signed me up for the Quick Jobs website. She'd even rattled off my email address for me to confirm. It all slots together in my mind, a jigsaw of opportunity and motive that all points firmly in Tori's direction. Tori must have known that the Bransons kept a safe in their home, and when Cherry put a notice on Facebook saying that she was seeking a last-minute house sitter, Tori saw her chance to access it while they were away. Then, when she overheard that I was looking for extra work on Quick Jobs and heard my email address, she sent me the fake email, hoping the job sounded too good for me to pass up on. Then it was just a case of calling me pretending to be Cherry, a voice she knew well, having been fostered for several years by the woman, and then in turn calling the Bransons as me, saying Frankie had referred me. I mean, that explains why Cherry told me to call Frankie if I needed anything, yet didn't ever leave me her number. She'd already been told by me, Tori, over the phone, that I knew Frankie personally, so she assumed I had her number handy. Once I got the job, it would have been easy enough for Tori to steal the Bransons' house key from my bag at reception at some point, and then go to the house when she knew I was working at the motel. She must have just hoped Cherry and I wouldn't figure out that our meeting that first day was a setup, which obviously we hadn't. It had taken Cherry nearly a week to finally talk with Frankie, who then denied having ever heard of me. Didn't Tori realize her plan could have backfired majorly? Maybe she did, but took the risk anyway. I guess it paid off. The more I think about it, the more positive I am that I'm right about all of this. The one thing that I can't understand, though, is why her guitar case is sitting right here in Noah's house, but I don't get long to try and work this out before something comes down on the back of my head with enough force to send me flying forward, falling hard to the ground. My left temple slams into the corner of a dresser, and I see a blinding flash from within my eyes as a pain that cracks like lightning fills my entire head. I lie unmoving on the dusty carpet, my eyes unable to get traction on the room that's spinning around me. The last thing I see before my world tilts into an excruciating, foggy darkness is 2 figures standing over me. Chapter 48. I blink open my eyes and try to remember where I am, but nothing will fall into focus. Blurry shapes surround me, and I can't quite figure out what's going on. I'm lying down on a couch, I'm pretty sure. And my head, oh God, it feels as though there are 1,000 little hammers pounding at it from all sides. I try to move my hands, wanting to rub my eyes, but they're behind my back, and they won't budge. I'm restrained. I feel a sticky wetness all the way down the side of my face and smell the sharp, metallic scent of blood, sending a visceral shock through my body, which jolts my memory. The guitar case, the money. Did someone attack me? But where is Noah? Why didn't he stop them? She's awake, I hear a voice. Tori's. Keep her quiet. The voice sounds so agitated I almost don't recognize it as Noah's. My grandmother hasn't fallen asleep yet. Just get everything ready, Tori says. I'll deal with her. Fine. I hear Noah leave the room and sense that I'm alone now with Tori. Slowly everything comes into focus, and I hear a noise from behind me. She's closing the clips of the guitar case. I open my mouth to speak, but give up when only a croak escapes my dry throat, and even this sends a fresh wave of pain coursing through my head. You know, Pearl, Tori is suddenly over me. I have to admit I was kind of hesitant about letting Noah get close to you. What does she mean? Letting Noah? How does she even know who he is? But it turns out I've got nothing to worry about. She smirks. He's only known you a short while, and already he's sick and tired of your little pity parties. He begged me to hurry up and find that safe. Every day he had to sit there and listen to your constant whining. And after I got the money, he didn't wait a minute to let the cops know his new girlfriend confessed her devious little plans to him. My heart drops. Noah was the one who tipped the police off and implicated me in the robbery? I don't believe that. I can't. Noah wouldn't do that. You're lying. Tori chuckles. Ask him yourself. He never cared about you. I don't want to listen to this. I need to get out of here. I begin to try to wriggle myself upwards, but immediately stop and give up when each movement sends pain shooting through my skull. Tori sits down on the couch beside me. None of this was personal, by the way. I mean, yeah, I was angry that you stole my grandmother's ring. But I'm not really one to talk when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? She laughs. You know, your boss, Heather, came to me practically begging me to press charges against you for stealing the ring. That woman really hates you. Why is that? A silence falls as she stares at me. I don't say a word, and she soon gives up waiting. Other than you showing up here tonight, everything Noah and I planned has gone off.
Without a hitch, which is lucky because we didn't get long to plan it. I saw an opportunity pop up and took it. You needed a job, Cherry needed a house sitter. Noah and I needed money so we could move to the city. It all just fell together. 50 grand is nothing to people like Cherry and Ron. I always knew they had a safe in their home. I'd heard them talking about it when I was a kid. It just took me a while to find it. Turns out it was behind that painting at the top of the stairs. You know, the one of the donkey in the hat? I've always hated that one. Tori seems a little blasé about the fact she has me tied up captive here while she chews the fat in an entirely one-sided conversation. But as my head clears a little, I suddenly want answers. Tori, if you were only trying to get the Bransons' money, then why did you lock me in the supply closet and the attic? And why did you leave the rabbit's gate open for them to escape? Tori gives me a look. I left the gate open? Oops, I just wanted to see them. She shrugs. You know, I lived with Cherry and Ron from age 10 to 16. They always cared more about their animals than they did about me. They regretted ever fostering me. I think they were expecting this sweet little girl they could show off to their friends as the child they saved from a drug addict mother. But they didn't like me. I wasn't who they wanted me to be. And the second I began getting into trouble and things got difficult for them, they didn't waste any time kicking me out. I was sent away to live with another family. I moved town, moved school, and worst of all, I could no longer see Noah, the only person who ever understood me. He was an orphan, stuck living with his crazy old grandmother, and he knew what it was like to have no real family, no parents to count on. We were in love. And when Cherry and Ron placed me with another family, we were ripped apart. But despite everything, we found our way back to each other. And now, thanks to our little windfall, we'll finally be able to live out our dream of getting far away from the dead-end town of Blackridge Falls. It was all a set-up. Noah never wanted me. He only got close to me so he could convince the cops that I lied to the Bransons and stole their money. Anyway, Tori continues, I didn't want to lock you in either of those places. It just kind of happened. With the supply closet, I needed to return your key to your bag after I'd made a copy, and I didn't want you to see me. Man, you were banging like crazy on that door. She laughs, the same dry laugh I heard that night. And the attic? I didn't plan that. I was at the house, and that stupid bird followed me into the attic when I went in there to look around. When he refused to come back out, I just left him inside there. Then I found the safe, and I was still trying to figure out the code. Cherry and Ron's wedding date, by the way, when you arrived back.
Before I could get into it, I hid in one of the spare bedrooms, and when I heard you go into the attic, well, I closed it up and finished working on the safe. I shake my head in disbelief. Nobody is going to believe that I stole the money. The look she gives me now is one of poorly manufactured pity. They already do. And when you skip town with the money, and the police are asking your friends, your family, your workmates what your motivation was, they're all going to say the same thing. Poor young Pearl, dumped by her boyfriend, homeless, sleeping in her car, desperate for cash. It paints a blindingly clear picture, doesn't it? My jaw slackens. When I skip town, what exactly are she and Noah planning on doing with me? But another picture, much clearer than the one Tori dreamt up, is painted clear as day to me when Noah emerges at the door, soaked through and a little out of breath. Found it, he says, holding up a large rusted shovel. Chapter 49. The man who wraps his calloused hand around my arm and drags me up from the couch is a total stranger to me. He's not the same man I have come to know. He's not the one who listened to my problems, who saved me from the attic, or who drove out of his way to help me find Edsel before returning to tow my car. No, that man seems to be gone, replaced now by this twisted, cold-hearted version full of anger. And if I'm to believe everything Tori just told me, then the Noah I knew was probably an illusion all along. Is your grandmother going to be a problem? Tori asks Noah. No, she's asleep now. I put some extra medication in her drink. My heart sinks. There goes my plan to call out to her for help. As Noah yanks me upright, my head is encompassed by a violent pain, a throb that reverberates through my skull as he pulls me through the room toward the hall, his fingers biting into the flesh of my arm like iron shackles. I heard him and Tori talking. They said that I'm a threat to their plan. They're going to kill me and bury me where nobody will ever come looking for me. Then they're going to leave for the city tomorrow, ditching Noah's deteriorating grandmother here. Tori was all too happy to share with me that the only reason they haven't finished me off already is to avoid leaving any evidence in the house. Keep their tracks covered. She appears again now from the kitchen, brandishing my bag. Bring this with you, and the jacket she left by the door. Bury them with her. My stomach lurches. Noah, you can't do this. Noah ignores me completely and takes the bag. I catch a satisfied smile playing on Tori's lips and wonder what Noah sees in this psychopath. Then again, I'm starting to see that he's no more stable than she is. And don't forget to bring some water, she says, as she runs back to the kitchen and appears again, moments later, holding out a plastic bottle. You'll be breaking a sweat tonight. Noah's hands are completely full, so she stuffs the water bottle into my bag, which hangs from his arm. "What do we do with her car?" he asks her. "I'll take care of it. Just meet me back here once you're done." She leans in toward him, and they kiss, their lips lingering for a moment. These two are the most sickeningly dysfunctional couple I've ever met. Tori pulls back and gives me a little wave. "Goodbye, Pearl. It's a shame it had to end this way." I say nothing in return as Noah grabs the keys to his truck and opens the door, pulling me out into the darkness. The rain is coming down hard, backlit by the dim light of the moon. The smell of damp earth fills my nose, mixing with the metallic scent of the blood still staining my face. The fetid combination makes my stomach twist. Noah grips my arm harder as he closes the door behind us and pulls me further out into the night. "Please don't do this. Tori is insane, can't you see?"
"That," I beg. "Shut up!" His voice is gruff, unrecognizable. "I've had to listen to you talking non-stop since the first day I met you, and I'm sick of it." My head snaps back at this as though he just slapped me right in the face. But you said..." "I mean it. I can't hear any more of your whining. You have no idea what real problems are." His voice booms out into the night, and I feel a hollow pit inside me as I shuffle forward into the pouring rain. My boyfriend dumped me? My boss is mean to me. My mum put her stuff in my bedroom. He mocks me in a nasally tone. Christ. If I hear one more of your goddamn first world problems, I might snap. So I suggest you shut the hell up and don't try anything stupid. Tears threaten to spill, but I blink them back, wrestling with the harsh reality of his words. I thought maybe Tori was the monster and that I could appeal to Noah's better side once we were alone. But the fury in his eyes is raw and real. He's actually going to do it. He's going to leave me dead and buried, deep underground. And the worst part of it all is that Tori is right. Nobody will ever question whether or not I really decided to run away from my problems. After all, I'm the daughter of George Fuller, the man who up and left his wife and 2 kids without so much as a backwards glance. They'll think I'm no different. That when times got tough, I lied to land myself a job at the Bransons' house and then robbed them blind before skipping town. I can't let this happen. We reach the makeshift shelter hiding Noah's truck, and he unlocks the door with a finality that sends chills down my spine before shoving me inside. I awkwardly catch myself with my shoulder, arms still bound behind me, and squirm into a sitting position on the cold seat. He gets into the driver's side, and in the glow of the overhead light I look at his face. "Noah, I know you don't want to do this. I know that this is all Tori's idea, and you think you've got to go along with it. But if you just stop this right now, then you won't even get in any trouble. It was her who did all of this. Let me make something very clear to you." His features twist, his expression dark and sinister. "You don't know me at all." The look in his eyes sends a shiver to my core. I'm scared of the darkness that's taken him over. And suddenly it hits me. I'm not going to just talk myself out of this. If there's any chance of surviving, I need to fight. My chance comes a moment later when he steps out to secure the cover on the truck bed, and I spot that he left his keys sitting on the driver's seat. I obviously can't drive the truck without the use of my arms, but what I can do is stop him from taking us to whatever final destination he has in mind for me. I spin my body until my hands rest behind me on his seat, and I feel around blindly with my fingers before I locate them. Then I shuffle back to the position I was in, gripping the keys tightly in my hand before stuffing them down between the cushioning of the seat. My heart is drumming so loud when Noah sits back into his seat that I'm sure he must be able to hear it, but even if he did, it would probably seem a normal reaction for somebody about to be buried alive, or whatever other sick plans he and his shovel have for me. Noah reaches for the ignition,
Before he seems to remember, he left the keys on his seat. He shuffles about, feeling around underneath himself before looking down around the footwell. He soon gives up and slams his hands against the steering wheel. "Where are they? What? My keys, where did you put them?" Not waiting for an answer, he grabs my hands, looking to see if I'm holding them. "I don't know, I didn't see them," I cry as his fingernails bite into my flesh. Noah sighs and reluctantly steps back out of the truck into the cold air. "Don't move an inch," he orders, and I nod silently. I see him stooping down out there, searching the ground for his keys. Slowly, he makes his way around the truck, carefully eyeing the ground in the dark. I quietly move to face the driver's seat and feel around the door behind me until my fingers find the handle. Grasping it, I try not to move an inch as I watch him make his way slowly to my side of the truck. This is it. This is my chance. As Noah's shadow falls in front of my door, hunched over, still looking for his keys, I take a deep breath and grasp the handle tighter. It's now or never. I summon every inch of my strength as I pull the handle sharply with my bound hands and throw my back against the door, sending it swinging wildly out into the darkness. There's a sickening thud as it collides with Noah's head before I leap out and begin running. Chapter 50. I'm running. I'm running faster than I've ever run in my entire life. The rain lashes against my face like 1,000 tiny needles, blinding me as I sprint down the empty country road. Each step sends jolts of pain through my legs, but I can't stop now. I can't afford to slow down. The weight of Noah's footsteps thunders behind me, heavy and relentless, splashing through puddles and gaining ground. A fresh wave of adrenaline bursts through my veins as I glance over my shoulder, but the darkness seems to swallow everything. My heart races, pounding so hard inside my chest, it feels like it might explode. The trees lining the road loom over me like dark monsters, their heavy branches dipping and bowing in the wind. Every instinct in my body screams at me to keep moving, but the odds of outrunning Noah are stacked against me. My wrists are still bound behind my back, the coarse rope digging into my skin. If I fall now, I'll fall head first. Noah has a clear advantage on me, evident by how quickly he recovered from being knocked down. I didn't stick around to see how badly I hurt him, but I hope he's suffering. Right now, though, I have to focus on where I'm going. The Bransons' house should be just up ahead. If I can just reach them, if I can scream loud enough for them to hear me, then I will be okay. I push myself harder, my chest heaving, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. I can't think of anything except the sound of Noah's urgent footsteps closing in. The memory of his eyes, cold and merciless, is burned into my mind. I was so wrong. He's as crazy as Tori is, maybe even worse, since he's willing to do the dirty work she won't do. I can't let him catch me. Suddenly I stumble as my foot slips into a deep puddle. I catch myself just in time, but the momentary lapse sends a lightning bolt of fear through me. I can't afford to fall. I can't afford to be weak. As I regain my footing, I squint through the torrential downpour, trying to make out any sign of the Bransons' house, but it's impossible. The rain has turned everything into a dark blur. I force myself to keep moving, stay focused, keep running. Then I hear it, a shout echoing through the night, cutting through the sound of the rain. "Pearl, you can't run forever!" My blood goes cold despite the painful heat building in my calves and quads. I push myself harder, my legs burning. I try to ignore his words, but he's right. I can't keep up this pace. I feel as though I might drop from exhaustion at any moment. The road seems to stretch on, and I feel the weight of hopelessness bearing down on my shoulders. Then a flicker of light in the distance catches my eye. My heart leaps. The Bransons' house! I sprint toward it, bolstered by determination. The light glimmers like a glowing salvation through the trees. I can make it. I can't stop. The house is so close. I can see it now, a silhouette against the night sky, but the rain is relentless, and I can barely keep my eyes open. As I draw closer to the house, I can see the porch, a glow of light spilling out from it. Noah's footsteps are closer. The sound of him splashing through puddles pushes me forward. My feet pound the ground underneath me rhythmically, and I'm panting hard as I approach the Bransons' driveway. Suddenly I hear barking. Chester! I'm so close to safety. I want to scream, to cry for help, but my ragged breaths leave no room for any other noise to escape. I'm going to make it. I am. I know I can, but I haven't even reached the end of their driveway when it happens. Noah catches up with me and pushes me with tremendous force to the road below. My face collides with the hard ground, gravel biting into torn flesh, and I'm helpless as he climbs onto my back and throws a hand around my mouth to stop me from screaming. I don't have time to think about the pain coursing through my body. I open my mouth and clamp my teeth down around his fingers, hard. He lets out a throaty scream, and as I struggle to lift my face, still pressed into the ground, I see him grab one of the rocks that line the entryway to the property. He rolls me over and lifts the rock high above his head, his face twisted in furious desperation, his chest heaving up and down like a bronco horse. I can't breathe, I can't move, and I can't even make a noise as I wince in horror, awaiting the fatal blow. Noah grits his teeth and strengthens his grip around the rock. I brace myself, closing my eyes as his arms begin to move fast toward me. But my eyes shoot back open when I hear a deafening noise, and I look up just in time to see the rock drop from Noah's hand to the ground below. I watch his face fall, his expression softening as his mouth twitches. Then I see it, the black stain blooming on the front of his shirt. A darkness that creeps across his chest like a shadow growing closer. My mind is reeling, and the world is spinning wildly around me until my vision slowly begins to focus on a figure standing 10 feet away from us, their eyes wide, their hands gripping a black metal object. Noah makes a gargling noise, low and deathly, before his body collapses on top of me. For a moment I'm stunned, unable to make a noise, before I finally find my voice and let out a blood-curdling scream that reverberates through the night. Chapter 51. The flashing lights of the emergency vehicles that surround us bounce off the foil coating of the blanket draped around my shoulders as I try to make out what Detective Martinson is asking me. But it's like she's speaking to me from within a sealed-off box. It's muffled and dulled, and when her mouth moves, the sound that emerges doesn't seem to match up with it. Nothing feels real, like the blurred line between sleeping and waking, until I feel Cherry wrap the blanket tighter around me and slip her arm over my shoulder. "Can you give us a few minutes, Detective Martinson?" she asks. "The paramedic who treated Pearl said she's still in shock." Detective Martinson nods. "Okay, just keep her here. We need to talk with her. And we'll need to go through a few more details with you too, Mrs. Branson." "Of course," Cherry says, and waits for her to walk away, headed to speak with Ron, before turning to me. "Pearl, how are you doing, sweetheart?" I don't know how to answer this. Physically, I managed to escape tonight with only some nasty scrapes, bruises, and possibly a mild concussion. But emotionally, I don't see myself ever recovering, at least not fully. Imprinted on my mind is the vacant, unresponsive look in Noah's eyes, and the thick wave of blood spreading out below his body before he was taken away in an ambulance, remnants of which still glisten on the road nearby and stain my clothes. I see more flashing lights shining in the distance, police going to arrest Tori and assist Noah's frail grandmother, I hope. Do you think Noah is going to make it?" is all I can bring myself to ask Cherry. Her face falls, and it's obvious from the heaviness of her voice that she's still grappling with the weight of what happened, what she did for me. I don't know. I heard her explain everything to the officers, how she and Ron had suspected something was off after she spoke with me on the phone earlier. They just decided to call Detective Martinson about it when they heard Chester's frenzied barking outside. The way Cherry told it, she had a gut feeling something was very wrong and had quickly pulled a gun from a second safe hidden in their kitchen before rushing outside to see Noah throw me to the ground and raise a rock over my head, ready to kill me. Cherry saved my life. Well, she and Chester both did, actually. I love that dog so much. And when I can find the words, I'll thank Cherry sincerely and abundantly and buy Chester the biggest bone they've got at the butcher shop in town. Are you going to be okay? I ask now, having seen the look of horror that stained her face after she shot Noah. I'm fine. She waves away my concern like a passing fruit fly. It's nothing a glass of bourbon and a therapist with evening hours can't fix. I let out a nervous laugh, then immediately feel guilty. I know that underneath her unruffled demeanor, she must be devastated. Not only did she shoot a man tonight, but she learned that her former foster daughter both conned and robbed her. I know I shouldn't ask, that it's totally inappropriate in this moment, but the questions swirling in my mind are eating me up. Cherry, what did Vicky, do as a teenager that made you and Ron decide to end her foster placement at your home? Cherry sighs. It's a long, heavy sigh, like she's carrying the weight of the question as she tries to find the words to answer it. She doesn't meet my eyes, just stares out into the night at the red and blue flashing lights. Vicky was always difficult, she says slowly, as though choosing her words carefully. She seemed to make it her mission to not fit in anywhere, at school, at our home, with kids her age, and her temper always ran hot. She'd lash out at us, scream, slam doors. She'd basically built herself a nice big wall by the time she got to us. It was impenetrable. I wait, watching her closely. The faint tremor in her hands betrays the calm she's trying to project, and I can see the memories are still raw despite the years that have since passed. She didn't have any friends, and she didn't seem to care. I always suspected that secretly she wanted to connect, but she didn't know how, until she started hanging out with Noah. I don't even know how to describe that guy. Cold, I guess. He always had this empty look in his eyes, but Vicky latched on to him like he was the only person who understood her. I feel a chill in my chest, and it has nothing to do with the cold night air. I'm starting to get it. That dangerous kind of connection, the one where two people feed off each other's pain until rather than it all whittling away, it combines and multiplies. Ron and we didn't know what to make of it at first. I figured she'd moved past whatever this was with Noah. But it didn't stop. It got worse. They were like magnets, always drawn to each other, always making trouble. Sneaking out, lying, skipping school. One night, just before she turned 16, I came home from work late. I found Vicky in the kitchen staring at the walls, the lights off. It was like she was powered down. When I asked her what was going on, she said nothing, but I could feel it. Something was cooking in her mind. She pauses and swallows. The next morning, I found a note in her room, a list of names, teachers, students from school, even my and Ron's names were in there, and at the bottom the word eliminate. That was the moment I knew. Whatever was happening between those two wasn't just teenage angst, it was something much worse. I feel the air close in around us, rain threatening to begin beating down once again. So what did you do? I made a call, she says, her voice tight. To the caseworker. Told her it wasn't working out, that Vicky couldn't stay in the house with Noah, living nearby. They fed off each other's anger. It was toxic, and I was terrified of where it might be leading. Cherry looks at me now, her face a mix of regret and guilt. When she moved away to another family, I never considered they'd eventually find a way back to each other. And now this. I squeeze her hand and wait with her until Ron has finished speaking with Detective Martinson and 2 other officers. He comes to join us, and a moment later, a police cruiser rolls by slowly, Tori sitting in the back seat, her face pallid and ghostly in the dim light. Cherry gives a gasp. Is that she? She looks so different. Ron puts a protective arm around Cherry's shoulder, as though Tori could hop out of the car any moment and take them both down in one swift attack. But when Tori looks up and meets the stunned faces of her former foster parents, there's no anger in her expression or hatred in her eyes as the cruiser pulls away. There's just a cold, emotionless gaze, a gaze that chills me to the core. Chapter 52. Fluorescent light bounces off the pale walls of Heather's office and into my tired eyes. I came here this morning to fight for my job at the Driftwood Motel, and I've made my best case, setting Heather straight about what really happened, now that the police have Tori in custody, ready to be sentenced for her part in it all. Noah met a different sort of justice. The doctors said the bullet struck a major blood vessel in his chest, and the blood loss was so great they couldn't save him. I feel like I'm still mourning for the Noah I thought I knew, and keep having to remind myself that he never really existed. Even with everything I went through that night, I expected my explanations to be met by a complete lack of compassion on Heather's part, but surprisingly, she appears to be stunned. She sits forward in her seat now and blinks in disbelief. The whole thing is just... Well, I can't believe that Tori was capable of that all along. Do you have family to stay with? I almost laugh at this. No, I'm still sleeping on my ex's couch. I haven't even told my family about what happened. It's just my mum and my sister, and this would only be a source of juicy gossip for them. Heather sighs. That's a shame. I purse my lips and nod slowly. At times like this, I really wish I had a loving family I could turn to for comfort and guidance. I have no idea what that even feels like, but it's always looked nice on TV and in movies. You can keep your job, Pearl, and if you need somewhere to stay, there's a room here for you as long as you need it. There's also something I need to share with you. I'm momentarily stunned by Heather's generosity. I've never known her to care about my well-being before. Except, now that I think of it, I guess I have. She wrote that note I found, warning someone to stay away from me. But if that wasn't for Tori or Noah, then who was it for? This bothers me as I sit across from her. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. And I know that unless I'm honest with Heather now, I may never know the truth. Actually, I have something I need to tell you first, I confess, before she can say anything else. Heather's eyes narrow. Yes? I did something I shouldn't have done on the day I went to your house. I'm met by her wordless stare, so I continue. I was curious, and I ended up looking around your home a little. Heather's eyebrows shoot up as far as the Botox in her forehead will allow, but I raise my palms before she can speak. I know I shouldn't have, and I'm so sorry. I don't know what was going through my head, but I found a note in your bedroom, a warning for someone to stay away from both me and the motel. It said that you knew what they'd done to me. Heather looks down at her hands for some time, her fingers intertwined on her lap. That was a huge violation of my privacy. You realize I could fire you for this, right? I lower my head. I know, and I wouldn't blame you. Neither of us speak for what feels like an eternity as I wait for the inevitable. This is what she's been waiting for. She has wanted me gone from here since the moment she met me. But the next words from Heather's mouth aren't, "You're fired," or "I'm going to press charges against you for trespassing." They're spoken softly and with emotion. I wrote that note over 2 decades ago for a man I knew as the Watcher. The Watcher? I'm trying and failing to understand what Heather is talking about. I don't understand, I stumble. If you wrote the note that long ago, then why does it mention me? I was just a baby back then. Heather looks as though she's searching inside my eyes for how to respond. She seems to be fighting an internal battle. The note was not about you. It was about my sister, Mandy, or more accurately, Pearl. The stage name The Watcher knew her by. I think it's clear from the puzzled look on my face that this doesn't make any sense to me. Finally, Heather sighs. My sister, Mandy, went by the name Pearl where she used to work. At the motel? No, not the motel. Although she did work here when she was younger, she also had a second job, a job she kept from our father. She was a dancer. Heather's words instantly click something into place in my mind. Pearl, the dancer my father named me after. She was really Mandy, Heather's sister. My heart drops. This is why my mother never calls me Pearl. She shared with me long ago that my name was chosen by my father, and when she'd heard rumours of why he chose the name, it was too late to change it. I've only ever known my mother to call me P. Another question now slips into my mind, and I have to know the answer. Heather, who was the Watcher? George Fuller, your father. Chapter 53. The Watcher. Pearl hasn't been back to perform at the club in weeks. I've missed seeing her there, watching her hips move, her hair shimmering under the bright lights. But in a way, I'm glad she no longer works there. Her body is meant for my eyes only. No longer can the men of Blackridge Falls watch on as she cheapens herself for money. She's nothing like the other girls there. She's better than that. I see the lights on above now, inside room 52, from my spot in the darkened parking lot. Pearl is up there waiting for me. This is the moment I have been hoping for since the second I first set eyes on her. Our lives, our bodies, together as one. It took her a long time, but Pearl is now ready for me, for us. She doesn't need to spell it out for me because I already know. She was waiting for the right time. It was obvious. I know that now. I wait outside the Driftwood Motel and feel the heat build within me. I'm here, Pearl, I'm here. I lick my lips and begin to ascend the steps toward room 52. Chapter 54. My stomach flips. My father was a stalker? Surely dancers like Mandy were well used to creepy men leering at them on stage, so how bad must he have been to have earned the name The Watcher? Pearl, I'm going to tell you something about your father that you might not know, Heather says. If it's that he was a lousy husband and a gambler with a penchant for cocaine, strip joints and hard liquor, then I'm in for no surprises here. My mother has been telling me tales of this since I was still watching Barney, sometimes while I was watching it. Your father was not a good man, and by that I'm not referring to his drug use or the debts he racked up around town. I mean that he was a danger to women. Well, one woman in particular. Mandy? Yes. Although he didn't know that was her real name, he only knew her by her stage name. Heather pauses thoughtfully before continuing. George Fuller was known around town for many things, none of them good. I didn't even know that he had a family. He wasn't a family kind of guy. This all amounts to about the same as how my mother has always described my father. She knew better than anyone that he wasn't cut out to be a family man. Mandy was a couple of years younger than me and worked weekends at the club in town. She soon found that whenever she was there, so was George. He would be waiting for her when she arrived in the evening, and he would still be there, sitting out in his car when she left work in the early hours of the morning. Sometimes he would try to talk to her, and she would brush him off, but most times he was just there, watching her. So my father was also a creep. Yet another reason to be glad I never knew him. Mandy was always desperate to get out of town and was working for our father here at Driftwood on weekday nights to save enough money to move to the city. And as George's obsession with her grew, she started seeing him here at Driftwood, watching her from the parking lot as she left work, or standing on the corner across the street, waiting to catch a glimpse of her go by. She went to the cops, and, Blackridge Falls being the small town it is, they already knew who George Fuller was. The cops told her they'd give him a warning to stop following her, and he did for a while. Then one night she was working here at Driftwood. She went to room 52 to collect supplies, and once inside, she was cornered by a man. His face was covered, but she knew it was George Fuller when he violently forced himself on her. But he never spoke a word, and she couldn't escape. My stomach knots at the gravity of Heather's words. Tears drop down my cheeks, and I do nothing to stop them. My father, a man I share blood with, he was a monster. Neither Heather nor I speak for some time. Is that the real reason he left town all those years ago, to escape rape charges? I finally ask. That I can't answer. What I do know, though, is that the evidence needed to arrest him never emerged. Mandy was devastated. She wouldn't leave the house. She was terrified of being attacked again. And then she started to feel his presence there, too, at our home. When she was alone, she would always believe he was there, waiting in the shadows, watching her. She confided in me, told me that she felt he would never truly let her be free. I had to do something to help her. I found out where George lived, but when I plucked up the courage to confront him and tell him that I knew he was the one who had attacked her, he wasn't there. Heather taps her fingernails on her desk in a rare, nervous display. So I wrote that note, the one you found, and I was going to leave it on the windshield of his car. That was, until I saw a little girl playing outside in the yard. I didn't know he had any children. At the last second, I stuffed the note back inside my pocket, and I never got to give him that message because the next thing I heard, he'd skipped town, leaving his family, his debts, and the pain he'd caused behind him. From the sounds of it, this may have been the one good thing my father ever did. Heather continues, looking into my eyes. In the time that followed, there were rumors around town that George had named his new baby after my sister. I never believed them until my own father, Jack, died, and I took over the motel. The day I arrived here, the first name I saw on the list of employees was yours, Pearl Fuller, and it clicked. I finally have the reason why Heather has hated me all this time, but it's not anything that I've done or anything that I've said. It's because of who I am. It's because of him. I'm so sorry your family went through this, I croak. I can't believe I'm related to such a man. It sickens me. No wonder you hate me. Heather's mouth drops. Hate you? Pearl, your father's actions in no way reflect on who you are. Don't ever think that. And I don't hate you. My eyes snap to hers. You could have fooled me. You've been giving me a hard time from the moment you took over from Jack. If you really don't hate me, then why do you so badly want to get rid of me? Heather looks taken aback by my outburst. You're right. She sighs. Up until just a few days ago, I did want you gone. I wanted you away from Driftwood and away from my family. But not for the reasons you might think. It's because a few weeks after she was attacked, Mandy found out that she was expecting a baby, George's baby. I feel as though the world has been taken out from underneath me. I grip hard onto the desk with both hands as I feel the room tilt on its axis. Lucas, I breathe.
Chapter 55. Lucas is my brother, I repeat under my breath. This idea both shocks and comforts me in a weird way. I have a brother, a younger brother, and yet somehow it doesn't really change how I feel about him. I've always had a strong repulsion when he's jokingly come on to me. I just hadn't realized that it was on such a deep-rooted level. I guess I'd already come to think of him as an annoying little brother for some time now. He's your half-brother, yes. That's what I wanted to tell you this morning. I broke the news to Lucas last night, and I thought that you deserved to know too. My family have spent years lying to him about his father. When my sister decided to keep him, she vowed to never tell him about George Fuller. So the story has always been that Lucas's father was a passing fling of Mandy's, a soldier who left for Iraq when Lucas was very small. But why did you decide to tell us now? I ask frankly. Because I was sick to my stomach at the thought of Lucas falling in love with his own sister. I wanted you away from him before anything truly awful could happen. My spine goes rigid at this. What? What are you talking about? I've seen the two of you together, always talking quietly away from everyone else. I've heard the rumors. I even saw you two kiss last week. I jump up from my seat. You have that completely wrong. I would never kiss Lucas, even when I didn't know we were related. I saw it with my own eyes, Heather protests. Friday, last week, he dropped you to work and he kissed you goodbye. Her voice rises. Why do you think I wanted you gone? I've stood by watching your relationship blossoming, all the while not able to say a word about it. It turns my stomach. I scan my memory desperately. Then I remember, last Friday, Lucas dropped me home from the club. I was crying because I'd just seen Peter kiss Megan. That wasn't a kiss you saw between me and Lucas in the car that night. It was Lucas hugging me because I was upset, and even that was weird for us. And those rumors that you've heard came from Lucas telling lies about us in order to win a stupid bet. I level with her. Heather, I promise you that nothing romantic has ever happened between me and Lucas. Heather's cheeks slowly flush as relief washes over her face. Well, thank God. She puffs out a deep breath and we both laugh nervously before she seems to catch herself and shakes her head. So, does this mean we'll be on better terms now? I chance. After all, you are kind of my aunt now. I don't make a habit of getting chummy with employees, Pearl, she says, immediately disregarding my aunt comment. I'm well aware that I'm not popular around here, and it doesn't sting one bit. Heather's tone is blunt, but a whisper of a smile touches her lips. I return to the
lobby and find Molly and Lucas already standing behind reception, deep in conversation. Hey, Lucas greets me awkwardly when I arrive at the desk. How are you feeling? I touch the scabbed over wounds on the side of my face. I'm doing okay, actually. Molly, probably wanting to give us some space to talk, excuses herself to go help out in the kitchen. So, Heather told you? He asks. I nod. Wild that we got the same father, right? Lucas says, as though we just found out we share the same internet provider. I still can't believe Heather thought Lucas and I were in a relationship. It almost makes me gag to think about it, and not just because he's my brother. So I guess we're family now, huh? I smile. So weird. I don't know. I don't think it'll change anything. Other than, now we both know the truth about our real father, I say. I see something cloud Lucas's face. Where do you think he is now? I shake my head. I have no idea. I mean, who knows? He could be living out his days happily in a villa in France, or he could have died of an overdose a week after leaving Blackridge Falls. I kind of hope we never find out. Me too, I say quietly. The weighted silence that follows is broken when a tall, blonde woman enters the lobby. Her ponytail swings back and forth as she walks, and it's hard not to notice that she's preceded by two spherical orbs, unquestionably the work of an over-enthusiastic surgeon tucked under a low-cut sweater. You relax. I'll take this one. Lucas pushes forcefully in front of me, nearly knocking me over. Unfortunately for him, the woman seems completely immune to his advances. I watch as he unsuccessfully flirts his way through the checking out process. When she's about to leave, he leans on the counter with both arms and smiles up at her. "You think you might have time to catch a drink before you leave town? Why don't you ask my husband? He owns Bulk Up, the gym chain." She raises an eyebrow. "Have a nice day, ma'am," Lucas says, giving a little wave as she leaves. "Sorry it didn't work out," I say. Lucas looks crestfallen. I thought she might be the start of my happily ever after. I give him a sympathetic look. "That reminds me, how are things going with the woman at the game store?" "Oh, yeah, that didn't work out," he shrugs. "She said I was only interested in her for her employee discount." I narrow my eyes. "To be fair, Lucas, that's true. You just wanted to use her early access to new game releases and you weren't even attracted to her." He rolls his eyes. "You sound just like her." I grasp his shoulder and give it a reassuring shake. "You know what, Lucas? I'm sure you're going to find someone perfectly suited to you one day. Just do yourself a favor and try to avoid dating fugitives, women married to bodybuilders, and, most importantly, blood relatives." Lucas sighs and throws his head back. Too many rules. I'm looking forward to a change of subject when I see Molly returning to us, but the pendulum of judgment swings straight from Lucas's love life to my own. "So, Pearl, have you decided yet if you're going to try to work things out with Peter?" I was hoping not to have to think about this today. Peter has told me that he wants me to remain at his apartment and work on our relationship. "I don't know," I answer honestly. I still love Peter and I miss what we had. But that doesn't change the fact that the way he's treated me was wrong. Molly sighs. "Pearl, you need to make a decision. You can't string him along forever, hoping he has a future with you." She's right. It's the most difficult choice I've ever had to make, but when I close my eyes and envision my future, I know where my heart is leading me. Chapter 56. 6 weeks later. Sunshine warms my shoulders and the breeze rustles my hair as I make my way along the tree-lined sidewalk. I pass by storefront signs boasting of big spring sales, and I stop briefly at a boutique flower shop to admire the section of blooms displayed outside. Butterflies spin their jittery dance inside my stomach as I get closer to the cafe where I'm meeting him today. I really don't know why I'm feeling so nervous. It's not as though I've only just met him, but today feels different, like getting to know each other all over again. I spent way too long this morning picking out what to wear for this date, which feels a little silly since we're just meeting for lunch, but today is special for me and I want to look nice for him. I ended up choosing a pale blue sundress which now swings softly around my legs as I walk. I glance at my phone, 3 minutes to 1. He's probably already there, waiting for me. Turning a corner, I arrive at a small cafe with silver bistro tables and chairs out front under a large green striped sunshade. The cafe door looms before me and I take a deep breath before pushing it open. A bell rings overhead as I walk inside and I see him turn to look my way. His face lights up when he spots me. I give a little wave in greeting and walk past tables of chattering diners straight toward him. He looks as handsome as I've ever seen him. He's in a white shirt over which sits a smart wool blazer with a velvet pocket square poking out neatly. I can see he's put as much thought into what to wear today as I have. "Hi, Pearl." He smiles as I reach him. "You look wonderful." "Thanks." I beam and give a quick twirl, the bottom of my dress flaring out around my knees. "You do too, Edsel." He does his own little spin, then chuckles and holds up a paper bag, folded at the top. "You ready for some lunch?" I ordered for both of us. Roast beef and mustard on rye, just like Patty used to make. I hope you don't mind." "Sounds delicious," I say, looping my arm through his when he crooks his elbow toward me. We slowly make our way down the streets of Ashhaven and enter Highland Park. It's like stepping into botanical bliss, with blossoming trees, birds chirping all around, and a stone pathway lined with daffodils leading down to the pond, where we soon reach Edsel's favourite spot and sit down together on his and Patty's bench. I take in the view. "You were right. This place is magical in the daytime." "It's something, all right." Edsel reaches into the paper bag and takes out 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax parchment. He passes one to me, and we both sit quietly for a while, eating our lunch and watching ducks dipping in and out of the pond. A small child who has been toddling around after the ducks approaches us at one point, and Edsel rips a bit of crust off his bread and passes it to her. "For the ducks," he says kindly, and points to the lake. Her mother smiles and waves to us from a nearby bench as the little girl waddles, not unduck-like, back down to the edge of the pond and quickly finds a taker for the bread. "Edsel, that was one of the best sandwiches I've ever eaten," I say truthfully, as I fold up the parchment and brush crumbs from my lap. Not as nice as Patty used to make, but good enough." I laugh and stretch my arms into the air, lapping up the sunshine. In the weeks after what happened, I was a mess, but my emotional wounds are starting to heal now. It helps to know that Tori is currently behind bars. I'm told with the stacked charges she's facing, she'll be a very old woman by the time she's even eligible for parole. Edsel leans in a little. "How is the new apartment?" "It's amazing, I love it," I beam. I'd be lying if I said I don't still miss Peter. But I'm not willing to spend the rest of my life living under the constricting clutches of his ultimatums. And moving into my own place has been more freeing and exciting than I could ever have imagined. It's small and not at all glamorous, but it has a bed and a roof, and, most importantly, it's cheap enough that I can afford to rent it. "And how has it been gaining a brother?" Edsel asks. "It's been great," I smile. And it's true, but while I've settled relatively easily into life with a new sibling, I only recently plucked up the courage to go and talk with my mom and my sister about what Heather told me. Neither of them seemed overly shocked at the revelation, given the moral bar of expectations my father had set was already below dirt level. And similarly, neither of them seemed interested in ever getting to know Lucas, which in truth makes me happy. Lucas is crass and immature and lives with his head firmly in the clouds, but having a brother in my life who I can joke and have fun with is something I never knew I needed. When a chill settles in the air, Edsel and I begin to walk slowly back up the path. "So what game is it tomorrow night?" I ask him, referring to the weekly game night we now hold every Sunday inside the meeting room at the Driftwood Motel. There's a new game to play every week with the collection that Edsel has built up. Lucas always joins us, and Molly makes it when she can. Lucas even convinced Heather to come along one night. She seemed pretty happy with herself when she beat us all hands down at Crazy Eights. "Ah, you'll love this one," Edsel thrills as we walk together. "Ticket to Ride. It's not just a board game, but a railway adventure. So make sure to come along after your walk with Chester and the Bransons. You know, I hope you and that brother of yours have many game-playing years ahead of you together." I grin and rest my head on Edsel's shoulder. I hope so too. Epilogue. Heather. Everyone thinks that there's only been one murder at the Driftwood Motel during its 60 or so years of business. I'm the only person alive who knows that this isn't true. Yes, there's the old tale of Frank Berkman, who met his early demise when his wife Beverly decided she'd had quite enough of him one night and took his life in room 52. I'm even old enough to remember when we began calling it the murder room. In fact, My sister, Mandy, and I were the ones who started it. Our father, Jack, insisted we stop referring to it by that name, as it was beginning to scare off guests. But, unfortunately for him, it had already caught on. But there is another tale of murder at the Driftwood Motel that has gone untold for over 24 years. And while I told Pearl Fuller the story of how her father ended up leaving town, I left out quite an important part. George Fuller didn't leave because of gambling debts or drug debts or to run away from criminal charges. In fact, he simply didn't leave. He has sat in the same spot for over 2 decades at the bottom of the Blackridge Falls River. I know this because I put him there. When I told Pearl that I had thought twice about leaving that note on his windshield the day I saw his little girl playing in the yard all those years ago, that was completely true. What I didn't tell her is that I realized right then and there that I could never again allow the Watcher to harm another woman or girl like he had my sister. You see, I've known since I was 6 years old how to get rid of a problem, ever since I saw Frank Berkman grab his wife's neck and push her against the wall outside their room that night. I saw the tears fall from her reddening face, waiting for him to release her so she could breathe once again. Even as a young girl, it was obvious to me that Beverly was a woman who was used to being treated this way. And when the news came the next morning that Frank had died in the night, I knew immediately that she had taken her well-earned vengeance. So when I stood outside George Fuller's home that day, shaking with fury over what he'd done to my sister, I knew what I needed to do. I put my original note back inside my pocket and quickly wrote out a new one. George, meet me at room 52 of the Driftwood Motel at midnight tonight. Pearl, that night I saw George lick his lips as he walked the steps to room 52. That sick fool actually believed that my sister had asked him to meet her in the very room he'd assaulted her in before. I still remember the look on his face when he entered the room that night and found me waiting for him and not Mandy. I still remember the look of shock on his face as I held out that knife. He begged me not to hurt him, to let him go, that he would never come near me or my sister again. And I still remember the low, guttural noise that rose from deep within him when I plunged that knife, unhesitatingly, into his chest. Murdered in the murder room. Poetic, I thought. I went straight to my father, my clothes still soaked in blood, ready to tell the truth and face the consequences. He was horrified, of course, but all Jack ever wanted was to keep me and my sister safe. And when I told him what George had done to Mandy, a look came over his face that I'd never seen before. That night, my father and I drove George Fuller's lifeless body in his own car to the top of Ridge Point and pushed it right over the edge into the water below. A task that was not without great difficulty, but you'd be surprised by the strength that vengeance summons. George Fuller, the Watcher, would never be able to hurt anyone ever again. In the coming days, I was sure that his car would be found, kickstarting an investigation that could lead right back to me and my father. But a week went by, then another, and no news of his car being found. Then a month later, the rumors started up. George Fuller, the cocaine addict, deadbeat dad and all-round local nuisance, had run up gambling debts with the wrong people and skipped town. Nobody knew he was in the river. Nobody suspected foul play. Best of all, my sister finally felt safe enough to leave the house again and continue on happily with her life, short though it was. I have never once regretted killing George Fuller, and I never will. Will his car one day be discovered and his death traced back to me? That remains to be seen. But for now, it gives me great peace to know that the man who stole so much from so many lies, dead and forgotten at the bottom of the Blackridge Falls River,